Are we on again? Good morning. Somebody turn on the light. Good morning, world. Good evening and good day. This is our fourth day in our... And I'd like to warmly welcome you to another day of the Ars Electronica 2020 Festival in Kepler's Gardens. Partners out there, I wish you a good start. I wish you a lot of success, not too much technical complexities, and let's start in this day. I start with a recommendation that is actually focusing and directing us to our topic, to our main conference. What was a 2 days conference in the time before Corona, curated by us as Ars Electronica, is now became a format that is much more fitting to the stream culture, into 3 parts, intense parts. We will discuss actually the effects on society of COVID-19. Walter Oetsch, an economist and cultural scientist, together with the wonderful moderator Renata Schmidt-Kunz, created a circle of protagonists discussing the effects of COVID. They identify COVID not as a medical problem, then rather more as a challenge for society. This is a strong recommendation, and if you are interested into this, please switch to the Ars Electronica New World channel. To the next project, to the next voyage, I'd like to link you to the Voyage channel. We are going again and flying again to Bangkok. And we have a look at a very interesting project with the title of The Making of Lunar Pearl. Already yesterday I was totally excited by this
advertising for the port city, telling us why it's a good thing. It's going to improve lives and create jobs and do all this bullshit that we're never going to, the average person is never going to be able to access.
But where's the sand came from? Where the sand came from?
The sand comes from, I told you yesterday, Negombo sand.
Ah, okay.
A ship sucks it out of the ocean in Negombo and brings it here and like spits it out.
Yeah, this was our second stay in Bangkok in Thailand. Gosh, I'd like to be there. Did you see the speeches? Anyways, we are here, and it's good that we are here because we are running currently a rather special format of the Ars Electronica Festival. And to the next program point, it's actually a recommendation to our museum. Currently in our deep space there is a program going on about a rather strange and a project. Austria was once the host for the Football European Championship, and there was the one or the other stadium being built. But after this rush and this hype about this championship, Austria came back on the level of Austrian soccer teams, which is a very neutral point of view, I need to say. And there was this artistic idea what to do with the stadium in one of the regions in Austria. And the wonderful idea won a contest that the stadium in the middle of an urban structure would be not the place for soccer games anymore, than rather more for a park of trees. And our colleagues from the Ars Electronica Future Lab developed a journey into this strange artistical project, and they are going to present this in our immersive Deep Space 8K. I think this is more than a recommendation. So if you don't want to go to deep space, then I'd like to introduce you to a journey to Cairo. Cairo is Data is the title of a film that shows Egypt through the eyes of 6 emerging new media artists sharing their grounds of inspiration. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this following project.
How did Egyptians interact in these days when cholera happened? What was the procedure? How did the society interact, or how did they get impacted? Now we have social media, but then what did they have? Memes are, like, in a way, it's a contemporary history that reflects society's copying mechanism, in which COVID-19 becomes a fictional anthropological character where the fine line between logic, humor, sarcasm, and reality becomes a little bit blurry. So it uncovers and it unlayers a lot of different social behavior that kind of like, it unlayers culture and tradition, and how seriously are they taking it, and how they're mostly like, they're being sarcastic about it, but at the same time it tells a lot about the society itself and a lot about the government.
أنا بهتم بالأنماط اللي موجودة في المجتمع، واللي أنت ممكن تشوفها في الشارع بس ما تقدرش تحدد ده شكل الإنسان ده حياته عاملة إزاي. بس هو أكيد هو محطوط في نمط شبه حد تاني حواليه أو في البيئة بتاعته. تجربة بيشوف هيحط للناس في بيئة معينة في ظروف معينة تحت تأثير قوة فيزيكال، قوة مادية محسوسة وملموسة. هل الناس دي هتعمل نفس السلوك أو هتتبع نفس الأنماط اللي هتعملها؟ كل واحد هيخش يحتك بالشغل ويعملها ولا لا؟ تخلي دماغه تطرح السؤال، هو ليه أنا بعمل كده؟ هو ليه أنا بعمل زي الشخص اللي قدامي دوت؟ ليه أنا بعمل زي ما هم قالوا لي أعمل؟ فده أعتقد إن دوت ممكن يخليه يعمل ستوب كده ويعمل هولد مع نفسه، إن هو يفكر هل ده صح ولا لأ؟ طب ما أنا لازم أعمل النمط بتاعي. أنا أكيد اللي قبلي دوت ممكن ما كانش متبع لحاجة معينة أو نتيجة الخبرات اللي وصلت له ديت هو خد منها اللي بيتماشى معاه وطلع بالحاجة اللي تبقى متناسبة معاه في الآخر.
The human form a certain story, perception, based on so many senses and modalities. When you don't know what it means, it's more raw, and it's more like it's coming out of pure perception and exactly what you are hearing, what your brain is perceiving. It doesn't have a reference to it. So it's like you are writing down exactly what your brain is receiving. To me, it's beautiful. It's very interesting.
البيانات اللي بيتم تجميعها دي هيتم استخدامها في ايه؟ وهيتم استخدامها ازاي؟ وفيها ايه مثلا لو احنا اتحنا كل البيانات بتاعتنا؟ متاحه خلاص، يعني احنا بالتالي فانتوا مثلا بتتخانقوا مثلا عشان تحصلوا على الداتا دي، فاحنا كلنا الداتا بتاعتنا متاحه لكل الناس وكل الشركات، البيانات بتاعتنا ايه متاحه لكل الشركات، اللي عايز يستفيد بيها يستفيد.
Yeah, very interesting. Cairo, we are data that is a result actually of a partnership between Carrowkeel and Impact. To the next program point, I'd like to introduce you or to guide you now from Cairo to Barcelona to our friends and partners of Sonar. This is Sonar D is the title of the next program point, and Sonar's Festival Creative Technology Conference is an international congress exploring how creative minds are changing our present and imagining new futures in collaboration with researchers, innovators and business leaders from all sectors and industries. Have a look.
Sonarplasty can kind of give you a little bit of a glimpse of how the future might be shaping up. It's a meeting of the digital art world, the technological innovation space, and the kind of music technological world. It's a place where all of those practitioners meet, exchange ideas, come up with new approaches.
Such a wild, eclectic mix of people from different backgrounds. You've got people like Daito who are working with fMRI data, people like Holly who are doing like cutting-edge machine learning work for music. So there's a lot of social critique and exploration and technological critique.
It's the combination of physical, technical objects that you can actually touch and interact with in the discourse. Before, people want to buy a painting or statue, but now maybe people more focusing on having an experience.
Some really, really great installations that I got to see. Really interesting use of virtual reality. You can come and have a full day of activities where you can go home and be really, really inspired by different talks and lectures and people from all walks.
I was impressed by the caliber of the audience. Like, the people who wanted to be there really wanted to be there, and they really kept up as well.
It's about community, really. This is the perfect hub for the tech community to meet.
Punts de trobada, uns espais d'intercanvi.
Networking with colleagues in the music business, mentoring sessions, bringing various people together in this ecosystem.
L'intersecció entre la tecnologia, el disseny i la creativitat.
It's exactly that. It's that cross-fertilization. We need that bloodstream coming from completely different places for us to have a collective future.
Sonar tiene la oportunidad de traer a la gente que está desarrollando esos futuros y reconducir las narrativas de maneras más productivas.
There's this sort of utopic idea that, you know, the internet is kind of like this borderless place, and I think it's now time to sort of manifest that in reality.
The more dependent we become on technology, it seems as though the more we are being isolated from understanding it. And I think the DIY culture pushes against that.
The arts and artists in general are fantastic at misusing technology, and that's where a lot of innovation comes in from.
That type of creativity is going to be as much a part of this ability to problem solve as science and engineering and computer science.
We're sort of on the cusp of making quantum computers real. The thing that's going to happen next is that we'll be able to use them to solve problems that we can't solve now.
There's a collective imagination and there's a community of practice coming together and trying to see the good and the potential in human endeavor. This is kind of like Woodstock for the technical generation.
Like a love fest for art, technology, philosophy, and mad science.
And the next program point is our ritual, our morning circle ritual. You didn't see this, but normally we start the day where we meet in Kepler's garden and we make a circle. We close the eyes, we breathe, we hold our hands. And this is actually a little snipsel out of this. I am happy to welcome my dear colleagues Veronika Liebel and Crystal Bauer. And I start with, it was a very intense day yesterday. We will talk about that, but the intensity of the day brought that I haven't seen and met these two women the entire day, and I am interested as being responsible for both of them. Where the hell were you? No, how was your day yesterday, Veronica? Where did you hide?
It felt actually like a constant video conference, to be honest.
Wasn't it a constant video conference?
Yes. I started off with a video conference on a panel, then I moved into a workshop on business models of online contents with really, really exciting participants, a closed workshop actually. Then we had another video conference and another one, and finally I had actually a physical event, the soiree in the evening, where the Bruckner Orchestra played really in a wonderful, really magical way. So yes, a good mixture of programs yesterday. A little bit too much video conferencing for my sense, but it was really a fantastic day yesterday.
Indeed it was, and Crystal, so...
Well, I was not in video conference, but I was constantly in streaming studios. And I really missed the outside. I really missed that festival spirit where you walk around, you run around, and you actually get to see how the artworks and the artists are doing. It felt like a perennial event where we were stuck in a room with more than 20 people, constantly going from 1, 2, 3, channel 3, and switch. And this in the times of seconds. And then at the same time, I was also watching, of course, the big concert night, just not from outside, but from the streaming studio, being responsible to make sure that the camera is working and that the people get the Bauchbinden, the lower thirds, that those are correct. And
yeah, this woman wears like 20 different hats. And we have entirely 40 hats, and this woman on the other side is wearing the other 20 hats. That brings me to one very important point. I mean, that we guys are able to sit here and to make jokes about the world that we are currently in and that we created a little bit on our own, including the mess that we created into our own. I'd like to briefly link to the team that is behind these cameras. In the rooms here, in the cellar rooms here of the Kepler Hall, our colleagues are doing an incredible job. We started and kicked off 4 days before 4 streaming channels, and we never did that before. I said yesterday that the luck or the sun that is shining us is on the one side the same lucky situation as we could start without any breakdowns and major failures into this journey, into this adventure. And this is not only luck, it is because of the hard ambition, passion work of our wonderful team, and I'd like to hug you all and congratulate you all, and I want the world to know that it's not us, it's us.
Yes,
okay.
Definitely.
So there was an intense day yesterday. There was the soirée yesterday, as Veronica mentioned. It was not just the wonderful Bruckner Orchestra. It was many other musicians and actors who would focus on the topic of freedom. It was a journey into the history of freedom, into the history of these moments where humankind has equality embedded. And once this is triggered, we generate energy, power to go out, to raise our voice, to tell what is wrong and to fight for this. And that was yesterday, from my point of view, a big one. I was sleeping so good afterwards, and I felt so good. But anyways, Now we have actually a program. Our colleague Anna Grubauer, always in the background, I wonder why she's not joining us, is always preparing with our communication team a little bit of a program, and it's us then to mess it up and to change the plans.
Sorry to the regie for us messing this up.
But today we want to be good boys and girls, and Crystal, I think you have a clue what we want to talk about.
Well, yeah, we have actually really a full day planned ahead for you guys, and not just online, but also actually physically. It is the day for our visitors to come here to the festival.
Yes.
And they are coming and coming and coming, and outside you really see, I just made a tour before through the exhibition, and it is already festival mood there.
Yeah.
And what I want to introduce you actually is to our conference program. Walter Oetsch and Renata Schmidt-Kunz, they prepared an incredible 3-session panel that is happening live here and in a physical form at JKU, but of course is live streamed at the same time. The topic is COVID-19 and what kind of future scenarios could we imagine. Walter Oetsch invited incredible speakers such as Sieghard Neckel and Antonia Birnbaum. Sieghard Neckel is a professor at Hamburg University, mainly researching into the change of society and what that means, especially now looking at COVID, what kind of economical changes do we have, what kind of societal changes, and he has a rather serious approach on that. On the other side, we have Antonia Birnbaum coming from the Angewandte University in Vienna. And she is trying to, especially from the philosophical point, find a little bit more positive view on the current situation. So follow this discussion, it will be very interesting. And now we have actually a second part of the program, that is the performances program, that will first we start with conferences, then we have performances, then conferences again, and you can follow this. Martin, would you like to say something about the performances?
That basically I like performances. Yes. I'm struggling between like and love performances, but at the end I have a very open and positive attitude to performances.
Should I say something about the artist now?
No, as Crystal said, the day today has 3 shifts. So 3 shifts means that we have a total capacity of 1,500 people. Each shift has a max capacity of 500 people. If we have now the morning shifts running out there, 2 hours are reserved for touring around the park and having a look at the exhibitions, at the projects, and 1 hour is actually in the last hour we are prepared for doing performances on the Seebühne.
Exactly.
And who is on stage?
We have actually 4 incredible artists. For example, a project called Moreover from Jennifer Walsh and Wobbly. She is actually singing and performing with an artificial intelligence. So actually this whole program is part of the AI and Music Festival. Then we have Bias, Artemi Maria Giotti, and her colleague Szilárd Benes from Hungary is playing the clarinet together with an artificial system that is actually deciding by itself whether it wants to follow along the music, whether it wants to improvise on it, or whether it just stays silent for the moment. The third one is Hexorcismo from a Mexican artist that is based in Berlin at the moment, Moisés Horta Valenzuela. And he especially looks into the talisman in poetry, actually. He works with language. He tries to understand what kind of networks and ancestral technologies of the spirit can, in a combination, do together. The last one is Gnava Machine, a French-Moroccan duo that actually has 2 independent computer systems that follow along the clarinet and the bass from the musicians and then tries to play with it. So it will be an incredible journey, and now we will have actually a short insight into what Hexorcismo from Moisés is all about.
Yeah, this and many more on the stages, on the performance stages of the Ars Electronica on-site garden, the Kepler's garden here in Linz. By the way, thanks to Hannes Franks, the wonderful Hannes Franks, the guy in our team who is responsible for these stages, and his colleague Petra Freimund. Thank you guys, if you listen. We love you, you're doing a wonderful job. But now to another very, very interesting set of programs that is going to be introduced by Veronica. It is about journeys that, in a way, got selected by us, or let's say the protagonists doing those journeys.
Exactly. So this year's really exciting format is we have commissioned about around 30 artists for video journeys, and they are guiding us through their daily practice, but they are also guiding us to really exciting, inspiring and creative places. So we ask them to take us on a journey to places they inspire them, and also to present us what they are or introducing us as art thinking. We've done this in the framework of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab and our STARTS program in order to bring on this interdisciplinary discourse also between artists and scientists. And the outcome is really fantastic. So please have a look into these journeys. You can see from a drive through Paris in a garden costume to a really, really exciting tours also between artists and scientists into scientific labs and places, or sunset tours. So their variety is amazing, and you will be able to also follow this interesting discourses between different collaborators, for example, in residency programs, but also collaborators in between artists and research organizations and science organizations. As I said, we have done this partly also within the European Artificial Intelligence Lab, and this is a whole program of Ars Electronica we're doing together with 12 partners all over Europe. We are presenting in 3 years more than 200 programs, exhibitions, conferences, performances, workshops, whatever you wish will be presented in these 3 years. And of course, this festival, Ars Electronica 2020, has also a strong focus on this AI lab. Our core mission of this AI lab is to invite artists to, of course, experiment with this technology. So they should use artificial intelligence and machine learning to experiment with their artistic practice, but also we invite them to reflect on topics beside the technological and scientific directions. So we want them, or we engage them, to also present educational, ethical, cultural dimensions of artificial intelligence. As I said, we are doing this in a large partner network, and many of them are also involved with gardens this year in the whole festival. So please just go to the website and select the tag AI Lab, and you will be redirected to all the wonderful garden partners doing also AI programs. Tonight, one suggestion, please have a look into the AI and Humanity Conference on the New World channel. We are hosting this in collaboration with Amnesty International. It will be really an absolute highlight of the festival, and we are investigating how AI can also be actively used to protect human rights. Maybe you want to have a short look into what we in the whole consortium are doing in the form of the AI lab, and also enjoy a couple of nice pictures and reminders from last year's Post City. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, Post City. Post City is Post City, Kepler's garden.
The
latest developments in artificial intelligence truly are astonishing, and they will soon be advancing exponentially with the increasing scientific and economic power that is invested by research and industry. However, artificial intelligence and machine learning are also difficult to understand, not only for the general audience, and also to be trusted. So innovation and artificial intelligence needs a drastically stronger commitment to contribute to an increased understanding, trust, legal framework, and also ethics in order to allow the adoption of the technology. Artificial Intelligence Lab, which is co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union, focuses also next to these scientific and technological topics, also on legal, cultural, ethical, and educational aspects of artificial intelligence. Over the course of the project, over the course of 3 years, we're realizing 26 residencies, 64 educational programs, 9 performances, 150 training events, and also 22 exhibitions.
Oh, that was a little bit of a sentimental journey back into our past. But post-city is post-city. And as I said, Kepler's garden is the now. And in the now, we have many, many other things to introduce you. And the next thing is that we have actually a festival in the festival running since years, focusing on a specific genre, focusing on the animation. Who
I can say a couple of words about that. Actually, yes, Jürgen Hagler, the director of the expanded animation of the Animation Festival, is focusing this year's program on expanded animation. And he's not just organizing a 1-day, but a 3-day conference that is streamed online. And 2 days already passed, but today is the 3rd day. However, you can, of course, re-watch the program from the last 2 days. But coming to today, he actually has, as part of the program today, Deep Art, an Austrian art collective that is not just talking about their works in his symposium, but that are also presenting their newest project on the main square as part of the Art University program. It's a huge, huge, huge projection on the facade of the Art University when you are standing on the main square here. And besides that, as part of the program is also Friedrich Kirschner. He is the guy that you need to go to if you want some advice in how to develop virtual spaces, how to connect theater with digital programs. If you are interested in this innovation, that means, for example, in this context of digital theater. And that guy is actually in Linz at the moment. He is running workshops at Johannes Kepler University as part of this program, the collaboration between Ars Electronica and the Johannes Kepler University. The project is called Enacting Innovation, and it focuses on the topic of what does innovation actually mean, and especially now that companies are asking for this, asking their team members to be innovative, but you just don't just be innovative. You need some processes, you need some advices, and he actually created a tool together with his collaborators where you can run through a workshop and this innovation is in a way triggered automatically. And
I mean, the key question there is also what environment innovation needs, or if innovation can be created with a specific set of environment. And that's actually a very interesting research question, and even more interesting looking at the social distance thing that we have between us since COVID-19 came. It is really more than ironic that they are enriching us this year with this participatorial piece of a project.
Exactly. Should we continue?
I think so.
Then I think we have a last program on our list that we would like to talk about, and those are the Ars Electronica gallery spaces. Many of you probably have encountered them on their walk through Post City, through the basements of Post City. A wonderful exhibition enriched with talks and artist presentation. This year, of course, this is not possible in the physical space, but we are extremely happy that many of our partners that usually came to Linz are also joining us in this new format, partly online, partly physical, in their own spaces. So as you can imagine, especially for the galleries, the art market system, COVID-19 really kind of triggered something because they could not follow the usual daily program anymore. They couldn't simply open their gallery and welcome visitors. And especially this gallery system is based on a very personal interaction. So what now this need is really for a sudden digitalization in a way of the art market system and the way of experiencing galleries and their projects, which could actually potentially be a huge chance for especially media artworks that are until now not so well represented on the art market. But here, this year, we have an incredible number of galleries also that we haven't worked with before and that now see this advantage in working with Ars Electronica, with our partners and our artists together, or artists that we work with together, in order to enrich their programs. They moved online. They founded new ways of presenting their works. They created games. They created virtual sceneries, for example, in Mozilla Hubs. And also, many of them started to digitalize their collection, such as, for example, the Telecom, where we will have now a brief insight into.
Once information has passed into protein, so this is main reference to research about DNA, but also how information circulates around the world. Just starting installing, which is super long process because each element is connected. So we need to just follow 3 or 4 manuals for preparing this installing step by step. So it is also important that it's actually the biggest work for Telecom Art collection, so I'm very happy. It's also a little bit stressful because it's a lot of responsibility to make this very good. So first I was working around basic ideas. For me it was important to match to the idea of networking. So of course I came to this point that it must be DNA. Basically I'm just composing a set of elements which I want to repeat. In this case a repeatable hexagon system. In some point we start to install colorful element made in copper, and these colors referring to DNA components. There's like also theory that DNA coming from the chaotic meeting of few components. And in evolution, we became like human, yeah? So this is quite beautiful. I want to just create some kind of base for discussion that we're coming from the same source, like information. This is absolutely about networking, information, big data. It's not only about DNA. I think main critical approach is that we forgetting about real contact, because life right now is so fast and sometimes we're just losing this contact with reality. What I like the most in this situation, it's place in public space. People from the street will be coming and they will be viewers, so it's better context to share ideas.
Yeah, rather interesting program. To mention is that this is actually a collaboration between the Deutsche Telekom and the Ars Electronica with a specific focus on Eastern media art and emerging artists. We will see what the outcome is. Next festival edition, I would think we see more materialized. But now, and this is actually the last sequence of our Morgen Kreis. I said before, okay, we were lucky because of kicking off 4 channels. I said before we were lucky because here the weather in Kepler's Garden is so incredible good, and I don't want to even think about it or what it would have been when it was raining. But we were extremely lucky because of another reason too, and this Veronica is going to explain us.
We were extremely lucky because just yesterday actually the government in Austria announced that from Monday on there will be extremely tight regulations on events again, on cultural events. So we would have not been able to realize this event from Monday on. We are very fortunate that this was possible still until Sunday night, when we are closing actually, because the numbers here in Austria are rising so drastically currently that the government had no other possibility than to tighten the regulations sincerely again. I hope all of you are safe, all of you are healthy out there. I hope we will also have the situation again in Austria, that we will be able to tighten then the regulations again after this tightening again.
Yeah, okay. Closing with such a sad news is actually, not the finest, but it is our reality, and we were literally lucky. It could have, it could have happened that they kind of stopped us in between the festival. But it didn't happen, and nevertheless, we go on. Corona is actually the reason why we meet here in the studios. Corona is also the reason why this wonderful setting of this Ars Electronica edition this year came together. And the wonderful partnership out there is still firing program into our channels. And I say thank you to you guys. I wish you a good, intense day. I think I promise you.
Hey, thank you guys for watching us.
And I'm looking forward to having you here tomorrow again in wrapping up actually on the last day of the festival.
Really?
It's already the last day tomorrow, but
let's get today over with first.
Ladies and gentlemen, I say goodbye to those ladies, and I'd like you to introduce you now to go further with me into our journeys. And it is about a journey learning from the commons, a keystone towards the rewilded future. About the project, as part of the European Media Art Exchange Residency Program, Stefan Laxness explores the potential of rewilding in Europe as an operative territorial strategy with far-reaching consequences on how we occupy space and engage as citizens. I think super interesting and important topic, and I'm sure you will like this next video.
Hello, my name is Stefan Laxness. I am a London-based architectural and spatial researcher. I have been exploring the exciting prospects but also the consequences that large-scale environmental restoration ambitions might have on our territories and how we live and occupy them in the future. My practice is strongly influenced by my time at Forensic Architecture, a research agency that investigates instances of human rights abuse through spatial analysis, and my own academic research at the Architectural Association, where I explore the latent potential of near-future trends brought about by climate change through architectural proposition, by advocating for territorial transformation and institutional adjustment. My project, titled Learning from the Commons, a Keystone for a Rewilded Future, is undertaken here at Laboral in Gijón in the context of the European Media Arts Platform residency program. The Monte Vecinale and Mano Común are communally managed forests linked to one or more villages forming a parish. Each village, with its orchard, its shared productive land, and its communal forest, forms a type of basic territorial unit, which for a long time guaranteed a form of self-sufficiency within a network of villages. In the 1940s, the Franco dictatorship forced a policy of monocultural afforestation on the Monte Vecinal, excluding traditional practices such as livestock grazing, and hence radically shifting the production of the Galician territory. A large fire in 2006 and the collapse of the price of timber following the 2008 economic crisis provoked some communities to rethink how they managed their forest, reinvesting in them and moving away from monocultural plantations in favor of a more resilient and diverse forest. To this day, this involves local communities managing their forests sustainably in a way that is environmentally friendly, but also economically profitable, creating jobs and reinforcing biodiversity in the process. Today, the Montes Vecinales cover approximately 22% of the Galician territory, showing an overall good practice of agroforestry, environmental, and territorial management. In the coming decades, the continuation of the processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, compounded by climate stress, will intensify the societal and ecological decline of both Spain and Europe's territory. By 2030, more than 20 million acres of agricultural land is at high potential risk of abandonment, an area roughly the size of the United Kingdom. Countries such as Spain are already feeling the pressure of rural depopulation, with 10% of its territory officially deserted and 85% of its population effectively living in 20% of its land. Project seeks to study and learn from these communal forests, or Montes Vecinales and Mano Común. My research here at Laboral is part of a long-term investigation which posits that in the future a network of commons or recommon land could form a key framework for tackling these ongoing processes and producing a more equitable and participatory environmental restoration project. Rewilding is the process of returning vast tracts of land to their pre-agricultural state through the reintroduction of apex predators and keystone species. Rewilding requires large-scale wilderness engineering and connecting previously fragmented ecosystems. A key principle of rewilding is to create a network of restored ecosystems passively managed by these reintroduced species and limiting human involvement. However, its interpretation and implementation varies greatly. The concept of rewilding has taken hold in Europe specifically because of these ongoing processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, which promises to free up the appropriate amount of space for such projects. But very quickly I observed what could be understood as the lack of participatory spatial projects when discussing large-scale environmental restoration, in particular in the context of rewilding. So my position became that instead of creating even more sanctuarized ecological areas within already marginalized parts of Europe, we should instead actively try to re-inhabit them by reinvesting in our environment, but also in the infrastructures that strengthen community bonds. And while the communities of the Monte Vecinales are not actively advocating for the return of, say, the wolf or the bear, by collectively managing and negotiating their communal forests within their territorial unit, they are constructing a form of biotic community which promotes sustainability and resilience both environmentally and economically. I wanted to explore whether you could register or sense the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, the two processes that make rewilding a possibility. But also, in the case of the Montes Vecinales, the spatial consequences of a collective environmental restoration project. I became fascinated with the growing number of environmental activists developing their own open source environmental sensing techniques, so I set out to create an experiment with my own. I was particularly interested in exploring the use of Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, or NDVI. NDVI is used for agricultural production and the forecasting of fires, for example, and is preferably used for the global vegetation monitoring from satellites. NDVI visualizes the amount of infrared and other wavelengths of light reflected from vegetation. Put simply, it produces a snapshot of how much photosynthesis is happening and is helpful in assessing the health of plants. The NDVI equation is run for every pixel of the source data from an infrared or near-infrared image and of a visible image. The result is a new image in which every pixel has been given a value between -1 and 1. To this image, we can apply a false color gradient which differentiates between low and high photosynthesis areas. Practically speaking, it allows you to register natural processes invisible to the naked eye, a sort of glimpse into the secret, slow-changing life of trees, revealing the photosynthetic signature of the world around us and inviting us to reflect on the quality of a particular environment. By rigging my modified NDVI cameras to a simple balloon, I engaged in a series of sensory walks, sometimes lasting up to an hour at a time, through lands known to be undergoing the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, and in some instances, parcels of land known to be commons. The balloon, inherently unstable and subject to changes in the environment, became a sort of mediator between myself and the land I was walking on. As a device, it forced me to engage differently with a given area, to be more attuned to its spatial complexity, and to pick up on more subtle cues such as wind, temperature, vegetation, and terrain. carefully moving through the brush, navigating the spatial thresholds of communal land, private property, and abandoned parcels, the walks provided a near sensing of the land. The success of the captured image would be determined by the careful interpretation of the environment. The uncertainty of the balloon and the almost willful misuse of the NDVI, in opposition to, say, high definition, highly stable aerial drone footage that we're used to seeing today, came to encompass one of the key issues facing large-scale environmental restoration projects. The need to set up an infrastructure of uncertainty, one that allows for unforeseen and unknown ecological processes and cascades to occur. In the next phase of my project, I will undertake a second field trip to Froxan, Galicia, a small village with a monte vecinal, in collaboration with Fundación RIA and the Barbanza Eco-Social Lab, to document and participate in a collective action to clear a communal forest of eucalyptus. First, the ambition is to scan and record the monte vecinal and the components that make up the sum of its parts. Second, to sense or register and reflect on the spatial consequences of a collective project of environmental restoration. Today, I believe we have a collective responsibility to advocate for deep systemic, territorial, and institutional changes in response to the slow and fast violence of climate change. As an architect, I see my responsibility as one of revealing crises through spatial analysis and to learn from alternative modes of spatial occupation. By understanding our built environment and taking a critical position in regards to present and future policies, I tried to mobilize spatial evidence and architectural proposition as a means for discussing citizen engagement, representation, and participation. Perhaps more importantly, the combination of analysis and proposition, or speculation, can become a powerful tool for countering the prevailing narrative that the deep systemic changes we must make in order to respond to climate change must lead to sort of austerity, scarcity, or be violent, and instead produce an alternative narrative that demonstrates that these large-scale changes can be positive and productive.
Hello, welcome and good morning to the Ars Electronica selection channel. It's 11 o'clock and we start with a journey around the world. So, on the Ars Electronica Gardens channel, you can now watch a lecture on performance and interaction by Dr. Ruairi Glynn, director of the Interactive Architecture Lab in the London Garden of Heterotopias, hosted by the Bartlett School of Architecture, the University College in London. The Bartlett School of Architecture, along with its partners, centers its contribution to Ars Electronica around arts and technology of care in a garden of heterotopias to create an environment of inclusion and inspection. 2020 has seen turbulences across the world at a magnitude and in varieties that humankind has seldomly encountered. And we are faced with unprecedented challenges in an entangled ecological emergency. Technology and the arts play an integral part and hold potential to engender change towards manifold heterotopias. And Dr. Ruairi Glynn will give a talk on notions of antidisciplinarity in design for performance and interaction, and emerging new types of practice. Switch over to the Gardens channel if you want to watch this, and here is a short video. and next a recommendation for you. Now, live on the Voyages channel right at the moment, you can watch the panel from the Daejeon Biennale Garden by the Daejeon Museum of Art in Korea. The 2020 Daejeon Biennale brings together works that harness advanced AI technology in pursuit of an expanded field of artistic expression. The range of displayed works, in which elements of art and science exist in fusion, present multidisciplinary approaches to AI, in which as they take their sources from various fields such as literature, cinema, data science, etc. The panel's title is AI, Sunshine Misses Windows. And anyway, gardens have a long history as the form of art in Korea. A garden is more than a place for enjoyment of plants and other forms of nature. It's an embodiment of a philosophy of life. The garden reflects the transformation of a vaster cosmic universe. And if we glimpse at a garden with the lens of artificial intelligence, the garden is the special time and space where nature and human beings coexist. Society and human beings interact, and human beings and AI pursue co-evolution. And there is a nice quote in this panel which says, AI says that sunshine misses windows. We reply that we never miss sunshine in the garden. So, and next to the Ars Electronica Garden Taipei in Taiwan, called the Kaleidoscope of Taipei, hosted by the Virtual and Physical Media Integration Association of Taiwan. The Garden Taipei gathers the most outstanding local artists and teams whose works center around various fields relating to Taipei's local character and visual elements such as its history, nature, environment, folklore, politics, culture, and travel. These brilliant works address different topics, from the delicate to the popular. And we're going to take a closer look at the project Bodiless by Xin-Chien Huang, who's got an honorary mention at the Prix Ars Electronica with the following video. Bodiless is from director's childhood memories, which depicts the reduction of humanity by military government during the martial law, the colonial culture, as well as the digital era into a story beyond reality. A political prisoner becoming a ghost returned to the living world to visit his family, but found out that the house is empty. An ominous force deteriorates the spiritual world and reduces human forms and memory into simple geometrical shapes. Coming up next here on the Selection Channel is another Stars journey with the title Between by BeAnotherLab, which is a transnational interdisciplinary collective formed in 2012 that investigates, reproduces and communicates individual subjective experiences with a focus on generating perspective-taking toward pro-social behavior. Based on an inclusive distributed model of action research and collaborative design methods, their work has developed in over 25 countries in the meantime, ranging from cultural events to neuroscientific experiments to conflict resolution workshops in the struggle for a culture of peace. And their journey presents a meditation on the uncertainties and sensitivities inherent in transdisciplinary collaboration. Guided by the metaphor of the stars and the universe in continual expansion, they discuss the borders between disciplines as sites of emergent possibility. An invitation to listen to an interrelated narrative where sometimes you need different words to say the same thing, and familiar words gain new meaning.
Almost everybody likes to share personal stories. Listening in another space. Creating freedom and connection. Intimate. Sensitive and uncertain. Finding comfort. Feeling my body touched on my skin. Unlimited experiences into another life. Conscious about myself. Curious toward the other. Exploring different realities. And shifting between worlds. In this moment and space, reflecting and understanding. Almost symbiote. Realizing how different we are. And yet, so the same. I hope to share this experience with you. I'll see you soon.
I've often had the thought of finding a double of myself, a duplicate. I imagine finding him, me, from a perspective that is unusual to the way I regularly see myself. Perhaps because I find myself lost between the first and the third person. I lately see my most vulnerable space more often, my skin. I guess it's in between where my skin lies. It's both the most vulnerable and the most visible. My soft bounds, my living scars, my anxiety, my care. And how can I learn to listen to my skin? What types of dialogue are we neglecting? When believing in the observer and the observed, in the normative world and an idea of the self separated from it, what world are we constructing? For me, the beauty of our collective lies in knitting spaces for dialogue. For a dialogue that goes beyond the verbal, where we melt into each other, observer and observed, not with answers, but in listening to and with our skins. And I find this important, but it's not easy. We are not very good at it, maybe. Or it's just not compatible with the pace of our world. I work in science, and there it's different. I don't often find space for the words of the skin nor the dance of the voice. And by working there, I'm sometimes afraid of feeding and justifying a way of knowing that I find obsolete for transformation. Not to say that science and validated knowledge are not important, but we seem to insist in disregarding affect. Congruency is difficult in our uncertain world. With this uncertainty, academia is settling. An opportunity for me to stay in Europe, for example. I guess living in between perspectives, between academia and outside of it, between borders, ourselves and our skins, it's easy to not have clarity and to walk in a very loose ground. And having found in mutual touch a space of resistance, a pillar of our common work, who knows what lies ahead with this pandemic.
Between what it is and what it could be, I drift on what if. What it would be like if care and love sprouted everywhere, in everyone.
Papai.
If everyone, without distinction, could be considered a fundamental part of the notion of we.
La pequeña Marina va al parque. Y el corderito. Sí, mi amor.
Could this world be built? You know, the feeling of giving something up to offer to someone? What if this someone is anyone?
Ela tá muito cheirosa, essa plantinha. Aquela lá também quer.
Vem, pega aqui.
Tá bom.
Com muito cuidado.
Eu sou a mamãe dos bichinhos.
É, você é a mamãe dos bichinhos.
Could it be that simple? Maybe just the effort of trying so, step into each other's shoes, is all we need to make it be.
E agora ficou muito cheia.
É verdade? Muito cheia.
Maybe we're like babies, craving to feel and share belongingness, craving to respond through love. But as a mature society, we have a responsibility that urges to care and take care of all. To cultivate a world in which it's possible to sing Akuma Halemarke.
Talking about magic. So magic is this feeling of being connected to everything, this idea of having your eyes open to look for the signals, discovering the mystery, and then you see things. Basically you see relationship between ideas, between physical stuff, you know. So magic is this emotion, this moment in a space and time that in which you feel really connected. Let's say the flow, let's say this moment of light in your heart and in your mind. Papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca. Estando en el pajar empiezo a escarbar, me acuerdo de la idea de la aguja, entonces empiezo a escarbar y de repente ¡pup! Ahí estaba una aguja debajo de 1 metro de paja en un sitio totalmente random que no tenía ni idea. Y lo interesante es que de alguna forma encontré esta sensación de alguna forma de incertidumbre, pero en el sentido de que no sabía si lo que pasaba era un invento de mi imaginación, si era real, si era lo correcto, si era lo que tenía que estar destinado a pasar. Y era un momento, digamos, de indecisión, ¿no? De donde algo no correspondía, pero al mismo tiempo todo correspondía. Y entonces me cuentan que posiblemente lo que pasó es que la aguja no estaba ahí, y que lo que yo hice fue que yo materialicé la aguja, que yo creé materia de la nada, que todos tenemos ese poder, que todos tenemos esa capacidad. Who should I listening to? To my mama? To my papa? To my amigos? Should I listen to my brain? To my heart? You should listen to Chueco. Chueco is the part of your brain, of your thinking, that doesn't know what it's doing. That's the Chueco. Comes from the heart, from the soul, the spirit, the crazy, the salsa, the cumbia.
My creative practice consists of writing. Writing in isolation and failing. This is not uncertainty, with its qualities of the unknown and of open-endedness and the sense of hope that might lie in there. This is precariousness, with its implication of being dangerously likely to fall or collapse. And uncertainty never scared me. My creative practice consists of dialogue, the conversational exchange between people, the literary forms that depict these transfers. Keine neue Welt ohne neue Sprache. No new world without a new language. It's one of Ingeborg Bachmann's most quoted sayings. New words are needed for any endeavor, be that marketing or world-changing. Words are not my allies, and my dialogues are imagined, fragmented, and short. My creative practice consists of voice. Voice is a materiality, an embodied practice, as well as a metaphor for representation. Ideas about voice, about language and speech are like everything, not universal nor natural, but culturally and historically specific. These ideas have repercussions for collective life, how voices are heard and recognized. Amanda Weidman talks about ideologies of voice. Voice ideology in Euro-America associates voice with interiority, truth, and self-expression. Keine neue Welt ohne neue Sprache.
As I moved to Switzerland, a few days before Europe was going into a complete lockdown, I faced a strange isolation, a mixture of safety and distanciation from my loved one, a shrinking of my social circle. In Switzerland, where the virus is neutral, people haven't felt the pain and anxiety other places have. As I strolled through the woods surrounding my apartment, I reflected on the new pace that was forced upon us. I've been wondering how my safety in the distance could be useful to others, how practicing restraint in my practice and my thinking, finding the right distance to be able to recognize the other and maintain our humanity. In the unfolding meltdown of the fabric of society, how we think as individuals, how we think as a species, will need to be adjusted. No amount of privilege, no amount of poetic justice will make any of this right. Not even the heroes and artists of the fourth turning.
From the perspective of someone who works on conflict, both intra and interstate conflict, in addition to being part of BeAnotherLab, as someone who happens to be at the UN, I also think about conflict fragmentations. Now, at the same time, you have growing mistrust in governments and any form of authority. You have the spread of mis and disinformation. In the midst of all of that, one of the things that I'm most inspired by in philosophy and systems thinking is the phenomenon of emergence. What we're trying to do as BeAnotherLab is find ways to create space for others to come in and occupy space when it comes to whatever access we have. How do we use those entry points that we have to create space for others to come in and occupy and fill in unique, artistic, playful, but also politically engaged ways that some type of transformation or the beginning of some type of transformation can happen. Then allowing, by creating those openings and by creating that space and by engaging in a deep listening exercise, allow for a range, a constellation of factors to come together, to make space for a type of emergence. In general, I think we have to think at an ecological level, that whole of ecological approach. You have humans and humans behaviors, you have machines and machine behaviors, and you have systems and system behaviors. And how can we observe and analyze and understand where all those things are, how they're working together, and think about what things we can tinker with here and there in order to nudge things in a different direction. By ensuring that we create a space for listening, we can get others to listen as well. Emergence, deep listening, creativity, and thinking at the level of machines, humans, and systems, and how they intersect.
What is in the in-between? Confluences between rivers on sea, tension between tectonic plates, misunderstandings and understandings between you and me, space between stars, between atomized, specialized, isolated, disenfranchised, alienated. Uncertainty fills every space between the discrete and certain, between a beginning and an end, life and death. Yet who we each are is defined by the spaces between us. Vulnerability, for sure, but also, maybe, possibility. How do we shift the spaces between, not to collapse them, but to expand and nurture that uncertainty into possibility? Trust in different ways of knowing, in different ways of listening. Where do we learn how to listen? More than silence, listening requires space, carving it, holding it. Like any space, when there is a sound, it reverberates, it resonates and echoes back. I've learned that listening requires not just the attention on an external source, but also an awareness of its resonances within oneself. How does this resonate with my own contexts, experiences, knowledge, concepts, memories, emotions? And in echoing back these resonances, we find another step in listening, another step into reconfiguring our constellations of knowledge, practice, and affect, expanding what is possible between.
Para mí, cuando esto me lo dijo un amigo, ¿no? Pensé, vale, pues es que tienes toda la razón, porque así es la vida, ¿no? Cuando el trabajo, las relaciones, cuando estás en un momento donde todo puede pasar, o bueno, o malo, o regular, pues precisamente en ese momento es donde tenemos la posibilidad de ser creadores, ¿no? Creadores de agujas como momentos, como emociones, como posibilidades. Entonces hay veces pasa que no sabes que lo que pasa es lo que tiene que pasar, pero una vez abres los ojos y lo ves, pues ya no tienes la indecisión.
So this was the Start's journey from BeAnotherLab. Our next feature here on the Selection channel comes from Poland. It's about the mini concert for web applications in the Point Nemo garden in Wrocław. This garden is hosted by the WRO Art Center, which is an independent NGO organization that initiates, develops and supports cultural and intellectual dialogue, research projects and collaborative undertakings with artists, theorists and art institutions around the world. Paweł Janicki's show in the garden is a journey toward Point Nemo, a geographical construct denoting the spot in the Pacific Ocean which is farthest from land, the pole of inaccessibility. The mini concert for web applications is performed by the WRO Art Center team, exploring the full potential of web applications by the artist Paweł Janicki. Let's have a short look into this. Yeah, and next we're going to go on an EMAP journey with Kasia Molga from Poland and the UK, asking the question, how to make an ocean? Can human tears sustain sea life? Kasia Molga will narrate her journey from the conception of the project, inspired by dealing with personal grief, through the impact of COVID-19 on her initial idea, through the crazy setup of a makeshift wet lab, to learning how to cry on cue. Her efforts to keep tiny sea creatures alive in her tears, and attempts to develop an AI moirologist, a crying bot to help us all shed some tears. There will be conversations on ritual, environmental anxiety and technology with fellow artist Professor Teresa Dillon, while Margate and the North Sea will provide some context and an atmospheric backdrop. The video commissions for the EMAP journeys are co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union in the framework of EMAP and EMER.
What makes an ocean? How many creatures are in the drop of a seawater? What are they? And what is their role in making the sea? And if I was to create it, how should I start? I grew up on the open ocean, traveling with my sailor father on the merchant navy vessels. To be surrounded by big muddy water is my natural state of being. Now I live in Margate, by the North Sea, where I can get my daily dose of ocean. I look at the ship anchored offshore awaiting the entry to harbors, just like the ones where I spent my childhood years.
Hello there. My name is Kasia Molga and I am design fusionist, which really means a master of none and a serial beginner. Or in other words, artist or media artist, designer, creative technologist, and a sort of storyteller. I am passionate about the deep interconnections and relations between us humans and what I call non-human makers, or in other words, earthlings. That is, entities and organisms which constitute life of this planet.
It's called Coral Love Story. It is a wearable.
Our relation to them is increasingly mediated through thicker layers of technologies, altering our perception of so-called nature as well as our role within it. So what I try to do in my practice is to human and centered that technologies, to amplify very intricate and inherent interdependencies on our environment and presence of the aforementioned non-human makers. The sea now is different from the sea of my childhood, and I don't need to tell you why, because the news has been delivered. Beautiful living beings keep disappearing before we have a chance to meet them. It is impossible to imagine the devastation inside of this ginormous big blue. Yet we have entered the time when we mourn its losses.
months ago, I experienced a loss too. There was an abundance of tears. My bodily reaction was to produce some form of H2O with molecules formed by my hormones and proteins and some bacteria. How to make an ocean? Can my human teardrop be a start of a new marine habitat culture which, when cultivated, can provide a nourishing foundation and remedy for the impoverished seas? Can I, while destroying, become a healer? This project, like most of my projects, has a lot of layers and complexities, and so to help me unpick some of them, I invited my friend and fellow artist Teresa Dillon to conversation. Dear Teresa, I have the pleasure to report that some creatures are thriving in the potion made out of my own tears and a few drops of the North Sea water. I suspect there are a colony of Stylonokia. For some reason, in Polish, it is called pantofelek, which in direct translation is really a little stiletto. I wonder what is in my tears which made them thrive so well. That made me think about emotional impact of bots. Heavens forbid if you are passionate, as we both are actually, about the environment. The bots around me have created the most paralyzing, anxiety-inducing feedback loop of doom scenarios which makes it difficult to spring to any sort of action. At the same time, being used to this narrative, I find it difficult to emotionally respond to it, and perhaps I have become a little indifferent or immune. Tears, as I have researched, both using myself as a case study and by reading scientific papers, have a huge beneficial function to our physical and mental well-being, and the well-being of little stilettos too, it seems. But crying also helps us to gain clarity. Clarity over the situation which causes us that distress, clarity and space to make a decision and to spring to action. I wonder whether we all need a little session to pause for a little while and have a good cry, especially when stuck on the endless Facebook feed. And so I thought about making an AI moirologist, a bot which would help us to cry and find relief. Hello, Teresa, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, how are you? I wanted to share this book with you, which is The Chemistry of Tears, which is something that I read many years ago. But it's when I was doing this project also around not harvesting tears, but also learning how to sort of cry on the spot and exploring the chemistry of tears. This is a little extract from it. So page 265. He told me that tears produced by emotions are chemically different from those we need for lubrication. So my shameful little tissues, he said, now contained a hormone involved in the feeling of sexual gratification, another hormone that reduced stress, and finally, a very powerful natural painkiller. What is that one called, I asked. Leukoprene encaplane, he smiled. I wrote it down. Now I know that's a bit of a mouthful to say, but I had looked it up and at the time and also kind of got into this interesting fact about how our tears, as you mentioned, contain opioids which help to alleviate pain, clear our body from toxins, let us know if there's a foreign agent, in a sense, attacking us. But this emotions can also kind of come in as a foreign agent into your body. Loss and grief, in a sense, are so bound up with tears in a way, and crying for emotional relief and catharsis and acknowledgement and understanding your state of play. So I think that this other layer that's in your work at the moment around that, specifically with the tear itself being the medium, the canvas in a way through which to kind of make this connection again from your own body to the ocean's body, What's interesting also about this book is that it's actually the story which kind of crosses time of a museum curator who has lost her lover, but she was the lover's mistress and she can't really grieve for him, but her boss, who's at the museum, knows that that's her situation, and so gives her this project, which is an automated, I think, mechanical duck or something that she has to go and find the history of and trace it. And then that duck, it turns out, was created for somebody in the 1800s who also lost their son. So there's these grieving stories that are connected then through time, through the technology, through the mechanical duck, so to speak, the automat, which I think is also really interesting, which kind of led on to this other point that we were discussing over the last few weeks in your work about almost the AI crying. And it did remind me actually of the chatbot that Microsoft released actually in 2016, Tay, which I forgot to speak to you about. And I wrote this performance a couple of years back where I took this technology from each year of my life, and Tay was the one that came out in 2016. But Tay basically cried in the end because she got released and there was a load of bad language and a load of people abusing her straight away. And in the end, she's just like essentially going, I give up, I cannot go on, I give up. And it's the machine, in a sense, was almost crying back to us in this emotional kind of language in a way. So we will have intelligent systems or robots or toys that will be, doing the human labor sometimes, which is in relation to care and repair and restoration and maintenance.
Within this technology, we need to create a sort of space and the time for us to let ourselves to slow down, to sit down, to grieve, to cry, not to be scared, to be vulnerable, not to be scared to actually show it to other people.
I guess the thinking in this moment, like that professional crier, in a sense, the performativity that is sometimes necessary to allow ourselves, even in its most extravagant form, that can create an atmosphere or a space that holds us and holds all of us simultaneously, even if you may register that feeling at a very different level than another person. It still creates a container through which that we can step into legitimately and collectively to acknowledge what is happening. And I think this acknowledgement that we're speaking about is this extinction that we're living through at this moment in time.
So I'm going to take you to the makeshift lab, which I had to construct it because I couldn't go to conduct my residency at Ars Electronica in Linz in March because of the COVID lockdown, naturally. So here it is. That's where I sit and consistently and slowly observe creatures from my local North Sea. And I look how they behave in different environments. So for example, I look at their behavior in synthetic tears or tears which comes from my own body naturally. It took about 3 months to complete. That was because during the lockdown lots of deliveries were disturbed, and also certain biological substances which are made by professional laboratories and corporations, they didn't want to send it to places which weren't institutions, like for example that tiny guy, which is a very small amount, 1 milliliter or 1 milligram of human epidermal growth factor, which is extremely important for creating synthetic tears. It's a powder version of hormones and proteins and bacteria which lives on the surface of human face.
So, where is a space within the algorithmically driven digital world where my tears can be held and even celebrated, and where my mourning can give way to care? Moirologist was a job in the past whose task was to cry and mourn during occasions such as wakes and funerals, visibly and audibly to encourage others to express their sadness and sorrow. This has prompted a series of other questions. For example, What, aside emotional memories and real-life confrontations, can make me cry? Where shall I find these stimuli? Can I learn to cry on demand? Is there a possibility to create a moirologist bot? All of which obviously have one objective: to provide more H2O and nourishment for my tiny marine habitats. What triggers my tears, for example, is seeing other people cry. Together with one of my main collaborators, Eric Overmeyer, we decided to write an algorithm which would look for crying eyes in YouTube videos. But first, we had to find a lot of images to be able to train our algorithm. Then, after hours of training, needless to say, it needs still some training. I also tried to train myself how to cry on the queue, so that when deprived of real-life causes, I could resort to this technique to keep my mini-oceans alive. Besides, if successful, I could share it with the wider world for the benefit of others. Call it open source crying ritual. And so I watched a number of actor coaching videos and gathered all possible stimulus. One is music. There is a selection of tunes associated with very painful memories which have devastating effect on me. It is a cultural and personal conditioning. I cannot listen to them too often because I fear that I will become immune to them. And I won't share it with you because it is too personal. So I decided to look for help in machine learning algorithms and explore the Aeolian mode or natural minor scale, that is a selection of musical notes which is used in dramatic and tear-inducing compositions. There is still a lot of work to do on this one. Lastly, I created a crying ritual which hopefully at the end will be completed by help from my AI moirologist. The set contains colors and objects carefully curated to create a calm, tranquil space. I designed tools for tear collections, which I called tear spoons. Tears then will be stored in bottles or fed directly to my mini oceans. There is a sound and of course my willingness to start crying. On the monitors, there are visual stimulus, for example, commercials from the Philippines, the ads for products and services with heart-wrenching storylines. So goofy that I feel embarrassed to admit that they made me cry. But they do, and needless to say, the choice is a result of a quite lengthy research for what can be my tear trigger. How to make an ocean at this very moment in time is still very much work in progress. The final artwork, like most of my previous work, will be a combination of various forms: alive mini oceans in beautiful containers, jewelry like tear spoons for tear harvesting, an audiovisual piece made by an algorithm, a bot, and a specially designed space for you to come and join me in shedding some tears. This work is not for faint-hearted. One must be brave to engage in such a journey. But so we have to be brave in order to tackle the environmental crisis at the moment. We have to acknowledge all habitats, all life, and a difficult job of repairing it all. As I always have said, after all, I am a secret agent of multinatural democracy. And as such, I want to be able to provide for species and habitats which are out of our field of vision.
Yeah, and now live on the New World channel, you can enjoy yesterday's performances from the Kepler University's performance stage here in Linz. Like, for example, Talk 1 by Moritz Simon Geist from Germany, who is a performer, musicologist and robotics engineer. He started down this path because he wanted to invent the future of electronic music with robots. Geist's projects range from robotic music performances to robotic sound installations. The music robotic system Talk 1 explores the sound properties of physical objects. It can be used to squeeze sound and rhythms out of almost everything, from music instruments like drums to experimental materials like metal sheets, household items, or old car parts. The robotic actuators are mounted on clamps to be attached in a free manner to surfaces, objects and instruments. These actuators are controlled with standard music systems like Ableton Live or a keyboard. And here is a short teaser for Talk 1, and if you want to see more of the performances, switch to the New World channel. So now let's turn over to the Ars Electronica Garden Paris with the title Heartbeat of the Earth by Google Arts and Culture Lab. On the Ars Electronica Gardens channel, you can watch a Q&A about the project Diving into an Acidifying Ocean by Cristina Tacquini and Frédéric Gazot. Cristina Tacquini from Italy and France created an interactive data visualization, inviting you to dive into the ocean and explore the impact of rising temperatures and in turn rising CO2 levels on marine life over time. The artist uses point clouds to visualize data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and has created a unique virtual marine ecosystem. The project shows the change happening both on water molecules acidifying and animal particles reacting. The technique was used to simulate water flow while visualizing the data within it. It also allows us to generate currents and simulate, at its best, life underwater, and helps us visualize the data in this flow of water. You can actually join the Q&A with the artist who created the online experiment and the scientist who advised her on the Ars Electronica Gardens channel, and here is a short teaser about the project. Yeah, this was about the garden in Paris. And now welcome to Porto, the city of makers, where high-tech meets traditional craftsmen and craftswomanship. For centuries, this region in the north of Portugal has been known for connecting the highest technologies with ancient techniques, hence the name of the garden there, which is simply Welcome to the City of Makers. And since 12 o'clock already, on the Voyagers channel, you can watch the Philosophers Roundtable, Social Impact and Ethics in AI, hosted by FNDMT. Fernanda Torre, Joana Ir, Francisco Marques Teixeira and Juana Lacerda are talking about how artificial intelligence and big data analytics have brought to surface the social impact of technology, and also about the responsibility in applying automated solutions into people's lives. Let's have a look into this. Yeah, and next we have prepared an interesting artist talk for you with Maja Gehrig from Switzerland. And she will tell us about her project Average Happiness, which won the Award of Distinction in the computer animation category of the Prix Ars Electronica in 2020. And this was the jury statement about Average Happiness. This short film co-opts the visual language of capitalism, reanimating data graphics of charts and graphs into abstract landscapes, finding sexuality in the bars of graphs and the spheres of pie charts. It reminds us of the patriarchal domination of the business world. Through its questioning of the representation of data, the film also critiques the status of quantitative data as a source of objective evidence that can be summed up in the phrase lies, lies, and damned statistics.
I'm the director of Average Happiness, which won the Prize of Distinction for 2D animation this year at Ars Electronica. And now I'm invited to discuss the following question with you. What is animation? For me, this question is almost as difficult as the question, what is your favorite film? Because I like a lot of different films for different reasons. And animation can be different things. So animation can basically be anything, and that's probably why I like it so much. Animation is moving image, mostly with sound. It is to make things move that normally are static, like a drawing or an object or a graph, in the case of Average Happiness. Animation is more than that. Animation is characterizing drawings, objects and graphs. It's bringing them to life.
So the way that we get around this problem is to add what's called a random disturbance term, whose movements cause movements in one or more other variables. The movements that cause the variables that we're trying to explain is usually called the dependent variable. Way back at school, you probably learned.
How did I use animation in Average Happiness? First of all, the graphs are found footage. So there were already a lot of given parameters, how they looked, what color they have. So I used those parameters to think of a way how to move them and how to animate them. But mostly I was just intrigued by their forms and shapes and colors. It was more looking at those diagrams, thinking of how they could be understood as body parts or bodies. 4 turns. But what I liked very much about working with vectors was that I could use the mistakes that you normally try to avoid to have a surprising effect. So what I did is I had these diagrams built in After Effects already, and I was jumping from one point in the timeline to another and just erasing anchor points. With some of the diagrams, I realized that if I erase the anchor points like in a specific order, they were doing very beautiful movements, wavy movements that looked very uncontrolled and very natural. So I liked this effect very much, and I used it quite a lot in the animation of Average Happiness. Like for example with the red arrow, I fixed the arrow in the front and I used this effect only like in the body of the red arrow. But with other diagrams, the movement is entirely made by erasing anchor points. I used a lot of replacement, for example with the population pyramids in the demonstration and forest scene. So when I had, for example, a population pyramids from the 1950s, the 1970s, the year 2000 and the year 2050, there were 4 different keyframes, and I rendered the in-betweens in After Effects. I used found footage from the internet, quite a lot of different shapes, diagrams, colors, contexts. So in the end, maybe more important than the actual animation was the setting, the composition of the image. Because Average Happiness has not a single topic. I mean, it has a topic being surrounded by diagrams that try to explain everything, like even trying to measure happiness. But the diagrams, they have a single topic, or they are in a specific context. And I didn't want to make a film about financial world or gender issues or weapon sales. So I needed to find a way to use as many diagrams as possible in the film to show this overdose and to show our use of these diagrams. First I thought of organizing the diagrams in a white cube to use, for example, many bar charts and just put them in a space, in an abstract space, layering them and playing around with them. And then I exchanged the white background with a black background, and the image I got reminded me of the skyline of a big city in the night. And that was somehow the starting point when I decided to go for this setting, that the diagrams are actually a city and some of the diagrams are characters in the city. A very important role in the dramaturgical process was Paul Busch, and it was for me very interesting to work with him. We discussed a lot and he also gave me some inputs, and then I used the city symphonies of the 30s to find a dramaturgy, still be able to have some sort of narration by using the city as a place and using like one day in the city of diagrams as a dramaturgical thread. Then I had another dilemma, because I liked these diagrams on a white screen very much, and somehow I didn't find the images I wanted in this city. So I looked for another framework, and I decided to use a PowerPoint presentation as a framework. The film is set in a PowerPoint presentation and people doze off and have dreams. And in this case, in the PowerPoint presentation we have diagrams and they doze off into a diagram city and go on a journey in that city.
In practice, of course, a linear relationship doesn't mean that the points have to lie exactly on a straight line, simply that they have to lie roughly on a straight line. For example, if we
quite difficult to find the right PowerPoint presentation, because I wanted to have it found footage as well. First I was checking for TED Talks, but the TED Talks have this selling mood. It was too enthusiastic for my taste.
We're wealthier than ever, but unhappier than ever. We're more prosperous, but more depressed. We're less satisfied. I remember being shocked the first few times I went to Africa. What shocked me wasn't their poverty, but their happiness.
Then I was looking for other lectures that were too nerdy, too jargony.
So here we have the first derivative of the loss function with respect to p bar, and the optimal level is equal to 0. We just write the same equation, and we analyze just part of the left-hand side, and we know that this is 1 over 1 minus theta beta.
And finally I found the lectures of Chris Brooks about econometrics, and that was just the right mix between jargon and being enthusiastic about a topic, being involved in a topic, because also it was important that this voice was appealing and not just annoying.
So to give you a very simple illustration, the first thing we should do is to plot the data in a scatter plot and just to have a look at the data and to see what its features are.
In addition, I use the cursor as a narrative element. I also use the cursor to show how the lecturer is losing control about his PowerPoint presentation. And in the end, the cursor is even stimulating or triggering the diagrams. Making average happiness was a long process. That's normal in animation, but for me it was very interesting. It was a very interesting experience. Also to animate non-human figures. I like to work with metaphors, that's not something new. I like to give coincidence space in my work, but average happiness was really something completely different for me. The next step of this project is to develop an interactive version. So that was already a plan from the start. And we are now developing a concept for a game or an app where you can stimulate statistical diagrams and increase average happiness in the world. For me, that is a completely new field to work on interactive narrations, and I'm very curious how this is going to take average happiness to the next level. Thank you for your attention.
Our next artist talk with the question, what is animation? How do you animate the work? Introduces you to Imge Özbilge and Sine Özbilge from Turkey and the project number 21XOXO, which got an honorary mention in the computer animation category of the Prix Ars Electronica in 2020. It's a witty and sassy commentary on the fakeness of social media and online dating from a female perspective. The pop art style reanimates the logos of social media brands to pastiche their permeation of contemporary culture and how they get inside our heads as we re-perform their brand values. Have a look into this.
Hello, we are Sine Özbilge and Imge Özbilge, an animation film directors duo and the makers of #21XOXO. Firstly, thanks to Ars Electronica for the special mention. We are really proud and happy to be part of this year's festival. In this artist talk, we will talk a little bit about what animation means to us and how we specifically animate the work. Firstly, maybe it's important to say that animation can take many forms and techniques, and in its essence, it is the art of bringing things to life, and each artist finds their own way of manipulating matter, or footage, or drawing. And this leads to the shaping of an illusion of movement, life, meaning, whatever you want to call it. I think it is very important that we talk a little bit about how animation actually brings surreality and why surrealism is so important in our work.
To many artists working with the medium of animation has been very intriguing due to surrealism. The possibilities in surreal expression has attracted many artists into experimenting with this medium. For example, Salvador Dali's failed collaboration with Walt Disney on their movie Destino is a very interesting example. Or the exhibition in 1936 at the Museum of Modern Art in New York called Fantastic Art, Dada and Surrealism included also 4 works from the Disney studios. Jan Zwangmeier and the Quay brothers are also very inspirational artists whose films work heavily around surrealism. To us as a directors duo, surrealism is certainly a very dominant point of interest. It is not only exciting to be able to mirror how the creative mind can work through surrealism, but it also opens up the possibilities in going into the subconscious mind and therefore enabling the approach to reach the audience's psychology, actually. One can create emotional confrontational moments with animation by reaching out to the psychology of the human mind. An example for this that I always like to bring back is, for instance, Aphex Twin's very powerful music video, The Window Licker. The uncanny valley character created by attaching Aphex Twins' head on a sexy woman's body is so confusing and yet intriguing at the same time that it's quite difficult to erase from your mind. And we will never exactly really know why it is so disturbing and at the same time appealing to us. So I believe surrealism will continue to play a dominant role in animation.
We have also been inspired by, for instance, Alice in Wonderland, which was also back in the days a huge source of creativity for almost all of the famous surrealists. They included the book in their library of must-reads, and I think even though this is such a old Victorian book, it's still very relevant in the sense of that it sparks so much fantasy and gives this nice path to exploration, especially for a female figure. So for hashtag 21XOXO, as well as for some of our previous work, we can say that many surrealistic content was some of the bricks to develop this project. Apart from surrealism and the relationship to animation, it is also important that we talk about the medium that we use and how, as in every art form, the medium that an artist uses has an unquestionable effect on the artistic formation of a work. This was obviously the case for hashtag 21XOXO. We tried to make it more contemporary and to really have the right feeling of the zeitgeist of now. We wanted to use our society's current digital devices in the making of the film itself, and with current digital tools we intend devices which have infiltrated our everyday lives and which are changing our perception of cinematography itself even. Some examples include the smartphone cadrages, for instance, fisheye lenses, Skype angles. Take this video, I mean, these are all very specific angles that we are very used to. Surveillance cameras and even GoPro footage. In one scene in the dates, we have used GoPros that were circulating the actors to be able to achieve the kind of imagery we were looking for. we use these devices to shoot our film, and furthermore, we filtered the footage through the transformative filter of animation in order to create a second layer of reality. Therefore, animation for us was a conceptual choice also to strengthen the artwork and to create a game of realities. And the reality game was created by using the clash of live action and animation. So the animated world became a sort of representation of social media and cyberspace.
Another aspect that we find intriguing in working with animation film is that by the recreation of figures and characters, you have the possibility of changing perception about certain archetypes. For instance, once we see a character in live action, we are conditioned to immediately look at its persona attached to certain personal prejudgments. Let's say it's a businessman in a suit, and then we're immediately linking him to success and hard work, for example. But to take the audience out of this judgment, you would need to lay out a certain story and explain how you want to portray this character in your film, which requires storytelling. Whilst in animation, by recreating a character through drawing or CGI, the director has the reach to a different approach in introducing its audience to this character. For example, by caricaturizing it, by exaggerating certain elements, and also by having the possibility in disconnecting your audience from reality. These are the benefits that the recreation of images bring with it. However, it can also work as a disadvantage. Creating an emotional connection with the audience is much easier when working with actors, whilst the superficial feeling an animated character can bring turns into a challenge in creating this emotional connection. This also, of course, depends on how you would like your audience to pursue your characters. But it is an important point to keep in mind whilst working with animation.
So what Inge is explaining about character creation between animation and live action was also very relevant in the creation of the characters of #21XOXO. Let me briefly explain. We tried to keep the characters still very human, but we also made them very digital and emotionless. For instance, they don't have pupils. And in animation, the eye is the fundamental element that gives the drawn character life. In #21XOXO, because they are real people and because they are alive, you still have this feeling of human, but because of the stylistic form and, for instance, the digital voices that we are using, these characters seem to lack some sort of soul. This was all intentional. We also used, for instance, the backgrounds of Photoshop or other digital remarks to strengthen this feeling, and we hope that we created an eerie, uncomfortable yet intriguing feeling in the audience.
Animation comes from a very analog background, from an era which everything has been made through manual labor. We have now found ourselves today in times which I would personally call maybe even the digital renaissance. Whilst the process of digitalization is a more contemporary approach in some other fields within the arts, in animation it has played a leading role throughout many years. In fact, I think it wouldn't be wrong to state that the digitalization process of animation has started with the invention of computers. For us as a directors duo coming from an école of Casques founded by Raoul Servet, Sina and I believe that the strength of an artist comes from the personal voice. Therefore, we find it interesting to combine the digital possibilities with traditional techniques. Because the hybrid of both worlds allow us to experiment between mediums, which can result in very interesting, surprising and unexpected outcomes that can lead to more unique approaches rather than following the mainstream.
For XOXO, we tried to create a fragmented editing process, which mimicked specifically the scattered and fragmented experience of social media. The feeling you get from like scrolling down your Instagram feed or by endlessly browsing through your Facebook, the feeling, the anxiety that these digital devices create in us were very important for us and served as some sort of anchors in our montage, this feeling, this inspiration. The film has also a strange disconnection. The audience has a disconnection, while somehow everything still fits together, still flows, it's still in a continuous flux. This was also based on the online experiences that we have in cyberspace. And we hope that we could create this eerie, anxious feeling in our audience while still having them enjoy the film and its content. So that is all we have to share for this part. We hope that you enjoyed it, and we hope that we could give you some insights on the making of our movie, #21XOXO. We would also like to thank the Ars Electronica team really from the heart, because it is really wonderful that they are still making this festival, even though we are globally in a very difficult situation, especially for artists, festivals, directors. So it is nice that we have the opportunity to share our artwork, and we hope that everyone enjoys it. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
After these artists' talks, it's time for another Start's journey. Now with the initial question, morphing matter is? By the Morphing Matter Lab from the US. As a physical embodiment of AI, morphing material is an emerging concept in science and technology. However, solely technological-driven solutions are often short-sighted, biased, and sometimes middled. We use our own voice and creations to interpret and reinterpret the meaning of morphing materials. When our physical bodies are separated by a global pandemic, our minds are still together. Through the video, Morphos from Morphing Matter Lab hope to bring audiences out of reality for a moment to create a hopeful world where morphing matter can contribute to solving the social, environmental and political crisis we are facing. So, and for me, it's time to say goodbye now. For the next 2 hours, my charming colleague Christel Bauer will take over, and I say, have a nice day, enjoy your festival.
The fall of 2020 is going to be one of the hardest semesters for my students. And it is perhaps going to be one of the hardest for all students around the world. We want to share our story to encourage each other. I'm the director of Morphing Matter Lab. I joined Carnegie Mellon University 3 years ago as a junior faculty. Together with my students, we call ourselves morphers. We think we're design alchemists who can make matter dance. To us, materials are physical manifestations of digital information. They are also physical embodiment of artificial intelligence. We use chip memory plastic to design self-folding structures, learn from nature and design responsive plants, create art drawings that can become alive, grow and evolve robots with genetic algorithms, print breathing fabrics responding to our body, or cook pasta and see if it can morph in water. Because we work with physical materials, you would have always found us in labs. You will find us conducting printing experiments, operating a sewing machine, tailoring clothes, observing samples with different scientific equipments, or occasionally in a fashion show or photo studio. In that sense, we are all supermakers, and we are proud to be called a supermaker. I never imagined we will be forced away from our lab until COVID hits us. Last week I went back on campus to pick up a power supply and realized my labs were so quiet. Our normal life, being able to stand side by side, working and chatting and laughing and inspiring each other, becomes a faded memory. And life like this will continue into the fall or maybe the next year. I was worried, and I'm still worried. However, this video is not made as a complaint or an expression of panic. Our work and life as morphers have been going on for the past months indeed. Since the work from home order, many of my students have gone home in some states in the US, even in Asia, Europe, and Africa. But also many stayed. We kept going. If we promised to wear masks and work alone, we could even occasionally work on campus.
I am a computational designer. To me, morphing material is artificial nature.
I'm currently a PhD student in human-computer interaction. To me, morphing matter is a way of thinking about how to take some of the specialness of physicality, which is to say some of the ways that tangible stuff is so culturally, aesthetically, and physiologically meaningful to us as humans, and to blend it with the specialness of computational processes, which is the way that computation can make everything fungible, negotiable, remixable. The pandemic has disrupted some of my specific research. So, for example, I did not have access to the Textiles Lab knitting machine that I use for a lot of my knitting-related research. But honestly, I think the pandemic has also really underscored the importance of the physical world and human relationships to the built environment, as well as all of the ways that people maintain connections and improve their surroundings in every way they can.
I am a material scientist. To me, morphing matter is nurtured. Nature has always been the source of our inspiration. For example, a pine cone can open up all the scales to disperse seeds. A dandelion can fly with the wind. And there are few species that are able to shoot out their seeds and even bury them underground, according to the weather condition. All these natural plant mechanisms are interesting and intriguing to me. So since I joined Morphing Matter Lab 2 years ago, my team started to develop this technology to help plants grow better and thrive in different situations. Like, we can use this in a farm to help crops to grow, or use it to restore ecosystem after mountain fire. I usually conduct experiment that uses harsh chemicals in our professional wet lab. And suddenly we were told that we're going into self-quarantine for the foreseeable time. So I brought home some essential equipment, and I converted part of my basement into a home lab. I share this household with 2 roommates. We have been utilizing the basement more often than ever since the lockdown. Gladly, there is enough space for all of us to put extra stuff, and it actually made the basement more organized than before. It is not easy to coordinate teamwork at this time. but we were able to manage that part well, while still complying strictly to social distancing rules. We wanted to verify that our technology can be carried everywhere, with aerial deployment, like a dandelion. So we started to learn how to fly a drone, how to equip it with a loading dock to carry our prototypes, and how to control the deployment. The pilot test gave us a chance to better evaluate the technology outside of our lab.
I am an industrial designer. To me, morphing matter is all about harnessing natural phenomenon and getting inspired from nature.
I am a computational designer. To me, morphing matter is aquatic. The ocean is such a splendid world with incredible beauty. Yet the other side is its fragility.
I was deeply moved when I heard that due to global warming and ocean acidification, we have lost 50% of the world's coral reef cover in the past 30 years alone. So I started looking at what efforts are being made and think of how we can make a difference. This inspired us to take action. We envisioned an ocean garden composed of kirigami and branch-based structures which grow from a flat sheet, and floating islands that attract fish and provide a temporary refuge for them. Since we are deploying these structures in the ocean, we have had to be very mindful of the fine balance in the ecosystem and make appropriate material and form choices.
Hydrogel is such a versatile material that could bring dramatic shape changes by absorbing water. And we are taking advantage of this aquatic power to achieve our own underwater actuators.
Before the pandemic, Kasia and I started to explore different hydrogel combinations, and we used to meet in the lab pretty often, work on experiments together, try out different geometries and morphing strategies.
Although the pandemic keeps us away from the lab, it did not stop our exploration and determination. I set up a fish tank at home and keep experimenting with different morphing structures. I've been always fascinated by the sophisticated composition of nature. There are so many different species of corals, and they are all in different shapes. As a computational designer, I'm trying to capture and replicate the beauty and diversity of nature with the generative design tool we developed.
For me, what makes it worthwhile doing this project is that one day, and many iterations later, we will be able to deploy this in the ocean and help to revive corals.
I am an IT engineer at CMU. I love to combine technology with textiles in order to move clothing from its aesthetic function to a tool that can be used to solve human needs with the aid of technology. I see morphing matter as the intersection of these two viable tools. It gives me the avenue to identify the unexplored opportunities for technology in the field of apparels and clothing. I flew back home 3 weeks ago. After waiting for the next available flight since the past 2 months, I just couldn't wait to see my family and loved ones. Coming back home has provided an opportunity to validate our project in a new setting. Our project is to leverage on the feedbacks from the breast cancer survivors and to explore the inherent yarn properties to design a one-piece bra prosthetics that meets the needs and the expectations of the breast cancer survivors.
I'm a designer. To me, morphing matter is composed of single or simple materials combination. But it can be triggered by external stimuli to reach different states for different purposes. In a word, it's customizable. In our project, we aim to leverage the power of morphing matter to serve the community of breast cancer survivors. Now, I'm on my road trip driving to Atlanta from Pittsburgh. For the past few months, I've been working at BeAnotherLab since March, when the pandemic just started. It's quite unfortunate that I never got a chance to work physically in the lab. However, it is because of this experience I realized that doing research can actually be anywhere. And it's even better if you could work with the right community. And to me, it's here.
I'm an architect engineer and a computational designer. To me, morphing matter is enhansive. You can design and fabricate active prosthetics that animate the body in a playful way, even augmented beyond human spectrum. Just imagine a self-actuated exoskeleton that could make a paralyzed body dance, or self-morphing tank tails participating in the underwater locomotion of an amputee. During the pandemic, the school facilities closed. I needed to conduct experiments to understand the mechanics of human body underwater and think of ways to boost it. But I had no easy access to swimming pool or sea while being in the US. Therefore, I decided to return back to Greece. I transferred my office to the safest place, by the sea. I used a set of exercises to understand the kinesthetics of swimming in my own body. Then I recorded other fully enabled bodies and also a good friend of mine while swimming both with and without her prostheses.
I am a computer science student. To me, morphing matter is evolved. Most of the time I'm writing code. I always have a dream that is to simulate and evolve the world in the computer. But sometimes I also need to validate the result in the physical world. For that, I brought several small tools back to my home, like LUTSpot 3D printer, Formlab printer, vacuum pump, bandsaw, sanding machine, and a UV curing box. Sometimes they are quite noisy and power-consuming, but I am getting used to live with them.
I work at the intersection of classical handcrafts and robotics. To me, morphing matter is about redefining the way we relate to material and craft. Over the summer, while in lockdown, I was working on a research project trying to integrate aerial robots with garments.
I am a mechanical and biomedical engineer. To me, morphing matter supports the human body.
I'm Fang. I am an electrical engineer. To me, morphing matter is self-healing.
I'm a product designer. To me, morphing matter is integrated.
I am a physicist and designer. Morphing matter is ethical.
I'm an industrial designer. I believe morphing matter is ecological.
Thank you, dear BeAnotherLab, for this wonderful journey and actually for submitting your work to the Prix Ars Electronica, as we are lucky to display them above in our exhibition. Now we are continuing our journey, this time not too far, just to the center of Linz, to the Ars Electronica Center and into the deep space. Here we very often show gigapixels. Gigapixels are high-resolution images of, for example, different artworks such as Klimt, but in this case of Jan van Eyck. This is on occasion of the Jan van Eyck year 2020, and we have this wonderful opportunity to showcase his most famous art piece, the altar piece in Ghent. And we will not just show that piece, but we also have a high-profile art historian here, an expert on Jan van Eyck, Till Holger Borchardt, who is also the director of the museum in Brugge. He will now give us live an insight into the artwork that you can follow on the New World channel now. But to continue, if you are not interested in Jan van Eyck, but would like rather to stay with us, we are moving to Utrecht, still in the Netherlands. Here our partners, the Art University in Utrecht, has prepared an incredible exhibition for us with their students. They developed their works in the last semester around this topic of demystifying technology and are asking the question of this black box of technology, especially now speaking also about artificial intelligence and AI. Sorry, about AI, of course. What is behind all of this? And what they are trying is actually to hack those systems and to find alternative ways, for example, artistic usage or artistic displays. One of the projects is, for example, that they were hacking into the system of public surveillance cameras. And this is what they're going to present you now in a dialogue between the artists about this topic of demystifying technology on our channel, Gardens channel. And here's a short teaser about their projects. Thank you, dear university team, for this wonderful preparations and actually for being part of our fantastic network. We are continuing our journey to Sonar plus D, to Barcelona. Here it is not just one partner, but several that are hosting a garden. This time I want to speak about Sonar and about our collaboration together with Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst. Holly, I think for many of you, is quite known already, prepared a podcast for us where she is speaking about her recent work, her album Proto, and this topic of that artists should actually have a spot at the table when we think about the development of certain AI processes, as this is very essential in a special different contexts such as biases. But we are incredibly happy to now show part of that project live at Ars Electronica, as the second part of this podcast will be shown next week at Sonar Festival. And now we have and now we immediately continue to Santiago de Chile, into the fungi kingdom, a garden that has been created by the Museo del Hongo. When we received the submissions from the Chilean partners, this is one that immediately caught our attention because it had a completely different view on what a garden could be. What could be a garden, for example, from the perspective of fungi? And especially thinking about that we humans influence our planet quite a lot at the moment, and that has huge critical outtakes, especially thinking about our climate crisis. They developed a garden and especially an online exhibition in Mozilla Hub that looks at this topic from the fungi perspective, that asks how we can observe how the fungi kingdom works, how they, for example, turn dead matter in something usable again. And you see incredible artworks there and can follow different different conversations on that topic. One thing I want to mention in that context is actually the Stats Prize winners, Design for Decay, Decay for Design from Andrea Ling, that also has a similar approach to that topic. And now we have a short teaser from Santiago de Chile.
The semantic universe of the word garden is often related to a designed outdoor space, either for leisure or the cultivation of edible plants. In the same idealized imagery, the fungi kingdom is represented through bright and colorful mushrooms. But what is the role of fungi within a garden? Invisible organisms acting underneath the soil, carrying information through the ecosystem. Digesting dead matter, fungi are one of the most active components in a garden sustainability. However, today it is estimated we only know 5% of the world's fungal biodiversity. In times when human activity is altering the balance of our entire planet, learning from our natural recyclers will definitely contribute to a more sustainable future for humanity. How would a fungus garden look like? A fungus garden is a digital exhibition which invites you to know more about the importance of fungi and the marginality in which they have been for being associated with death. Fungi provide us with beautiful metaphors that question our own living, approaching degeneration in the human body as a symbol of mystery and beauty. Through mushroom 3D models, video art, live performance, and sound, a fungus garden claims justice for the forgotten pieces, for those invisible that are, nevertheless, key parts of an interdependent existence, and that make life possible as we know it today. Welcome to a fungus garden.
Thank you so much, dear Garden del Longo, for this wonderful exploration, and don't miss their presentations in Mozilla Hub, as they are constantly changing roundtables, artworks, and performances there. We are going back to Europe, to Dublin this time, and we take you on a journey that was prepared in collaboration with the Science Gallery Network as well as the Trinity College. This journey takes us actually back into the past, but into a very contemporary topic. We are visiting ancient Neolithic tombs that is called a monument of Carrowkeel, that is named after the city where it was found. Here, the geneticist Lara Cassidy will take us on a journey into the genetics and the history of those tombs. And this whole research has been featured in Nature just recently. But I will let her speak by herself. Please enjoy these beautiful images of Ireland.
The Irish landscape has been shaped by successive generations of people who have occupied the island for some 10,000 years. However, it was only in the 5th century AD that the human population of Ireland was pulled out of the darkness of prehistory and into the written record by Christian monks, some of the earliest historians in Western Europe. From this point onwards, the comings and goings of people on the island, their languages, cultures and religions could all be gleaned from direct account. Wars and treaties were documented, as were plagues and famines that devastated the population. The evolution of entire legal and political systems can be traced across these pages, as can the ever-changing social norms and roles that guided the day-to-day lives of individuals. But what of those invisible Irelanders who lived out their lives in the depths of prehistory? How can we begin to understand their worlds? While these ancient Irelanders might not have left any paper trail, their existence is etched in the landscapes all around us. No human can move through this world without leaving a mark on their environment. The forests we fell, the plants we gather and grow, the animals we hunt and farm, our garbage and our most beloved possessions, our homes, monuments, and our graves. We leave all of this behind us when we die. Even if we leave nothing else, we leave our bodies. Attempting to piece together past worlds from these diverse and scattered remnants is what we call archaeology. Of course, some remains leave a more visible mark in the landscape than others. The megalithic tombs of Western Europe have survived the passing of time so well, it seems their architects must have intended it this way. Built as houses of the dead, these large stone structures can be considered the world's oldest surviving buildings. And it is in Ireland we find megaliths at one of their largest densities and diversities. From massive monuments such as the Newgrange Passage Tomb, which still attracts thousands of visitors each year to gaze in awe, to small, simple dolmens we stumble across when out walking through local fields. Regardless of their size, the sacred nature of these places still permeates today, much like small parish churches, imposing cathedrals, and everything in between. The importance of these monuments to the societies that built them is clear from their placement in the landscape. Passage tombs in particular were built on high ground, visible from long distances. The dead were not hidden away, but remained in the eye of the living. Perhaps nowhere is this more evident than Carrowkeel, one of the largest passage tomb cemeteries on the island. Following the Ballysadare River and its tributaries inland from near Sligo town, we reach the peaceful Loch Arrow. It is atop the hills and mountains overlooking this lake the Carrowkeel passage tombs are perched. Communities farming and herding down in the valley would have seen these houses of the ancestors watching over them each day. The cairns of stones covering the tombs appear from a distance almost like little sentry huts. The labour effort required to carry these boulders up the mountains must have been extraordinary. Craftspeople, engineers and priests perhaps camped out overnight on the hilltops to oversee the construction each morning. And then, for many centuries after the tombs were completed, the remains of the dead would have been carried up these hills to their final resting place. This may have occurred after post-mortem modifications and rituals, such as defleshing and severing of limbs, marks of which have been found on unburnt bone from inside the tombs. We can only ever imagine the prayers, songs and dances that might have accompanied these ceremonies. The megaliths probably served many religious needs of the society beyond the immediate funerary rituals. Ceremonies might have been held on important days across the hilltops when the living remembered and perhaps worshipped those buried within. The solstices and equinoxes seem to have been particularly important to passage tomb building societies. A tomb called Cairn G at Carrowkeel has a roof box over its entrance, which funnels light from the sunset into the inner chamber in the weeks before and after midsummer. Comparisons are drawn to the roof box of the Newgrange Passage Tomb in the east of the country, which conversely captures the winter solstice sunrise. At midwinter, sunlight travels down a long passage ending in a cruciform chamber. The large stone slabs comprising the tomb were covered with abstract megalithic artwork, whose meaning is lost to us today. These stone carvings seem to be specific to the passage tomb tradition and are not seen in other tomb types, such as the portal and court tombs. Megalithic artwork can also be found at Carrowkeel and the older neighbouring cemetery of Carrowmore, close to the Bellisodare estuary. These designs give us a tantalising hint of the belief systems of the people who built the tombs. The movement of the celestial bodies was of clear importance. Traditionally, both farmers and sailors have had reason to pay close attention to the passing of the seasons, and the megalithic builders of Ireland had vast experience in both of these occupations. For they were not the first inhabitants of Ireland. Their boats landed on its shores about 6,000 years ago, bringing with them a whole new way of life: agriculture. Before this, a heavily forested Ireland had been occupied for many thousands of years by hunter-gatherers. These were an isolated people, most probably dark-skinned and blue-eyed, cut off from the rest of Europe. There were perhaps no more than 10,000 of them living on the island at any given time. They lived in small, mobile groups who followed their food sources: wild boar, fish, birds, hazelnuts, crab apples, and mollusks from the seashores. They are perhaps the most invisible of all Ireland's people, leaving very little of themselves behind, except the remains of a few campsites, their stone tools, and a handful of inconspicuous burials. When the megalith builders arrived, they certainly made their presence known. In their boats, they brought with them their cattle, sheep, and goats, new cereals like wheat and barley, as well as pottery vessels to store their products in. They arrived in great numbers, clearing forests and building large rectangular houses in small clusters across the island, much like the sparse distributions of farmsteads we see in rural Ireland today. These people were the descendants of an unbroken chain of migrants who spread into Europe from modern-day Turkey, one of the earliest cradles of agriculture. Along the way, they mixed with the local hunter-gatherer groups of Europe, but remained majorly of this southwestern Asian ancestry. This ancestry persists today most strongly in the people of Sardinia. These early Irish farmers were skilled seafarers whose ancestors had leapfrogged across the Mediterranean and through the river valleys and Atlantic waterways of Western Europe. After their arrival in Ireland, they maintained contacts with sister populations in Britain and the continent, with whom they shared a common culture and likely a language. The solstice-aligned passage tombs of Ireland show remarkable similarities to those built in Orkney, off the north coast of Scotland, Anglesey in Wales, and Brittany in northwest France. Together with communities stretching from southern Portugal to Sweden, these regions formed a megalithic cultural sphere, with some architectural traditions, such as passage tombs, showing a decidedly coastal distribution. Trade networks also stretched inland, bringing jadeite axes from the Italian Alps to the wet and windy fields of County Mayo. Were the people who settled in the Loch Arrow region of Sligo 6,000 years ago aware that they were part of this larger cultural identity, a chain of voyagers who transformed the face of Western Europe forever? We can only guess the stories and origin myths they told each other around campfires. But what of those who came before, our invisible hunter-gatherers? We know their gene pool was completely swamped by these new migrants. However, there are snapshots of interactions between these two very different peoples. The genome of a man buried in a megalithic tomb in the Burren, County Clare, showed he had a recent Irish hunter-gatherer in his family tree. Perhaps Irish hunter-gatherers also contributed to the early farming societies of Loch Arrow and Carrowkeel. But if they did, they left no trace in later farming populations, their genes diluted like a small drop in an ocean. What must our hunter-gatherers have made of these newcomers that arrived on their island and immediately started to erect these megalithic monuments? A farmer and a hunter-gatherer have very little in common. Farming creates food surpluses and allows for a sedentary lifestyle. territory and property becomes important. Wealth can be accumulated, women can have more children, and population sizes grow. Some people can stop farming and invest their time in new crafts and scholarship. Elites emerge who control resources, territory, and trade. The result is a domino effect of technological advancement and population growth that has led us to where we are today. But at what stage in this chain reaction were the early farming societies of Ireland? Their technological feats are impressive, from staging a mass maritime colonisation of the island to their astronomical and engineering knowledge. But how hierarchical were their societies? The answer lies hidden within the stones and bones of their megalithic tombs. The genome of an adult man buried in the beautifully decorated right-hand recess of Newgrange reveals him to be the son of first-degree relatives. Such unions are a universal taboo for entwined biological and cultural reasons. The only confirmed social acceptances are found among elites, typically in societies that are complex enough to have a rigid hierarchy, but primitive enough that they lack the bureaucratic and military means to enforce this power. Breaking rules and incest taboos provides a way for the elite to separate themselves from the general population. Extravagant monumentalism and public ritual can also be used to achieve the same ends. Leaders are both religious and political figureheads who are given godlike attributes. By marrying their kin, they keep this divinity undiluted. In rare cases, this leads to sibling marriage, which is typically restricted to a royal clan. At Carrowkeel, a distant relative of this Newgrange man was found, linking the sites not only by their solstice alignments, but also through family ties. Another, earlier individual from the Carrowmore Passage Tomb Cemetery near Sligo town also fits into this web of extended kinship, suggesting that the major passage tomb cemeteries in Ireland were built by a related group of elites. It remains to be seen whether this network extended beyond to the passage tomb building groups in Britain and the continent. While this all may have happened long before the first Christian monks put ink to paper, the memory of these societies could have been passed down through oral tradition. Early Irish folklore associates the megalithic sites of Ireland with a tribe of gods, the Tuatha Dé Danann. Magical manipulations of the sun by these beings is a repeating theme in myths concerning Newgrange and other passage tombs at Brúnaboinne, leading some to speculate an ancient folk memory of the solstice alignment. One particular myth, concerning Doubt Passage Tomb, has a builder king restart the daily solar cycle by sleeping with his sister. Could this be a surviving echo of the long-lost elite interred within these great monuments? The farming societies of Ireland underwent great transformation in the Copper and Bronze Age, when a new group of people migrated en masse into the country. These people trace their origins back to the pastoralist populations of the Russian steppe grasslands, and it is their gene pool that laid the foundation of the modern Irish population today. While much of the world of the megalithic builders will be forever lost to us in the darkness of prehistory, the constant development of new technologies such as ancient genomics will continue to provide us with little flashes of light.
Hello, and welcome to the next Studiotopia Creative Question Challenge. Studiotopia is a residency and research program that's happening with 13 different artists and scientists collaborative groups across Europe. It's focusing primarily on the sustainable development goals and the challenges that they have shown us, and we are looking at how to deal with those particular challenges. The residency program runs for 17 months, and it worked in a sort of inverse model, not like how we usually have artists and scientists working together, in the sense that scientists were actually applying to work at artist studios. It only just started. The artists and scientists that will be joining us now have only met 2 weeks ago. So I would like to introduce them. Our artist is Austen. She likes to describe herself as an artist and a person, and her research focuses on participatory practices. Lawrence Gill is a professor in environmental engineering at Trinity College Dublin, and his research focuses on airborne and waterborne pollutants. Indre Schlebert is a professor of life science informatics at the University of Helsinki, and her research focuses on data science and paleontology and evolution. So we are facing a climate crisis, among many other crises. For the last decade or more, we seem to have been just facing an onslaught of various existential, economic, health crises non-stop. Our governments have often refused to defer to experts, in the sense that expert opinion, informed opinion, scientific opinion are just on par with their opinion. So what I would like to ask is, experts and expertise, who are they and what is an expert? And most importantly, how can we not defer responsibility by just saying we are following the experts, but how can we work with the experts? So I might first cut to Austen, if you would like to follow up on this question.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, well, as you say, Studiotopia and my practice of focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, to research and innovate and provide solutions that will help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we need expertise from across the board, from all disciplines. And that goes for, what we traditionally think of as an expert, so people who have trained intensively in a particular field. But to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals is also a collective endeavour, and it requires change also from everybody. And in order to find solutions that will work for everybody and which can be kind of assimilated by everybody, and to find motivations that will move everybody, we need the perspectives of everybody in society, which means that we also need the expertise of people about their own lives and about the practices that may not immediately impact on what we think of as solutions for the Sustainable Development Goals.
Lawrence, would you like to follow up on that question?
Yeah, hello everybody. So I work in environmental engineering, environmental science, and the older I get, the more I kind of struggle with the idea of what an expert is in that particular field, because from an engineering background, I understand that you can have a highly controlled system, like a beam or water going through a very defined channel, and you can develop real expertise about how that material functions. We can put equations around it, etc., and make predictions. But then once you start to get into the wider environment, if we're looking at the climate or big catchments, all of these assumptions about how material works, and there's so many different things going on. There's microorganisms, there's different chemicals, and the more I research, the more it makes me realise how little I actually understand, or how much more there is to understand, and how sort of almost ill-informed I am. As a sense, so I find this concept of being an expert in a certain area, often it means that you understand what there is more to know and what you don't know, I think. And then, once we broaden these questions out to Sustainable Development Goals type topic, as Kat said, I mean, it's not just, when we're talking about climate, it's not just the chemistry, etc. We're dealing with people's society, people's actions, and you throw that into the mix with all this other chaos that's going on in the natural world. It's very, very difficult to make predictions, and so I feel everybody has a valid opinion on this. And I mean, just as an example, quite often I work with farmers, for example. We're in agriculture, looking at contaminants, and they often know much better than what I come with my fancy ideas. It's just totally obvious to them what I say to them, because they've been working there their whole life. So and it's very valuable information if we're trying to take the science forward to try to come up with solutions, for example. So yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
And Indre, how would you answer this?
Thanks.
Yeah. So from the animal world perspective, I was just thinking while my colleagues were answering. From the animal world perspective, we can think of specialists and generalists. So if we think of an expert, we usually think of a specialist, very sort of deeply and narrowly who deeply and narrowly investigated a specific topic. But we also need generalists in a sense who can sort of make links and connections from topic to topic. So those would also put the pieces of the puzzle together. So yeah, so both highly specialized people and highly generalized and versatile people are needed, and those who can translate from one area of expertise, one specialization to the other are crucial, I think.
Following up on that, this notion of translation, of kind of the knowledge of the expert or the specialist in this sense, how can we, as does the artist perform a role in translating, and also in the sense what Lawrence was saying as well, when he's speaking with farmers that have a very particular and special knowledge that is not sort of like they're connecting with the normal natural sciences or hard sciences. How do we get that connection, that translation between the farmers to the scientist, to the policymakers, to the public, and does art perform a role in this? And on the topic of, to both you, Lawrence and Indre, now starting a collaboration with an artist, is this something that you see as the role, perhaps, of this residency program, to translate expertise and non-expertise, which would be is really just another type of expertise? I might start with Kat on this.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Nice, tricky question. I mean, I would say I wouldn't like to generalize about what art doesn't do too much, but I would say that I've made an artwork that tries to translate the experience of a non-human coral to humans, so that it's human understandable, to engender empathy with coral in human beings, right? So, I mean, translation, I think, can be, I think, it's a form of communication, and I, as an artist, and other artists I know, without wanting to generalize, do indeed affect this kind of translation or communication through their work, because they're creating work in a communicative media. But I wouldn't say that the outset is necessarily always to translate or make understandable, or to be illustrative of other forms of knowledge, but rather to work with different forms of research, artistic research, to try to create a different kind of understanding. So I think that the real value of collaborations across disciplines is that people bring together their different perspectives and different methods, and can hopefully achieve something that would not have been achieved by just the summation of them working independently. And I suppose, yes, I would say that, on the broad scheme of things, artists will generally be working across knowledge hierarchies, and working with traditional knowledges as well as embodied knowledge, and bringing in knowledge from experts on all of these fields, including knowledge from scientific expertise, helps to create like a rich tapestry. And in that way, an artist can, but does not always, act as a bit of a kind of interactional expert in bringing together and synthesizing all of these things to create something new. Yeah.
With knowledge hierarchies, this when you, as a scientist, you're working very much towards communicating to your peers. That is the sort of, would you describe this as the main sort of role with your research and your research papers, is to kind of communicate and share knowledge to your peers and to build that in this certain area? And or do you also feel that's very important for the scientists to also work on communicating this sort of difference idea of not necessarily knowledge, but an idea of an understanding to the broader public? Lawrence?
Yeah, so I mean, I think traditionally it has been the case that a lot of academic endeavours, you're trying to mainly, well, maybe more in the sciences, you're trying to relate your ideas to other academics. But I work very much in an applied field, environmental engineering, and there's an increasing. So inherently, a lot of what we do is coming up with solutions. So you're interacting with the public, etc. Working on those types of projects. It's not just pure science, as it were. But then equally, there's been a big shift, I think, recently for everybody in the university in terms of making the public understand. Public perception and understanding is the term that is now used. What it is we do and why it's of value to the society. So I work for a pan-university geoscience centre called ICRAG in Ireland, and there's a big section now called Public Perception and Understanding, who specialise in these forms of communication and trying to get us in our little ivory towers to come out and try to explain what it is we do, from school children up to adults, the general public, and why is it important, and there's various variety of different ways of communicating this. I think art is one method. I mean, I don't think art has to do that, but I think it can be a very valid form. I mean, one thing that always strikes me when I give my lectures is, say, music. You can hear a tune from when you were I don't know, 8 years old or something, and immediately the words come back to you if you haven't heard it for 20 or 30 years. Whereas the words I say in lectures, I'm sure 10 minutes after I've spoken them, don't come back to students. So somehow that touches some other part of your imagination. And if you could somehow wrap these ideas, these more complex scientific ideas, in something that touches that other part of your brain, to make it more accessible to people, that would be an interesting concept. So I'm just trying to sing my lectures, maybe. I mean, smells, that's another thing. You get these very evocative smells come back later, and somehow that, it takes you straight back to a place. So I always thought that was an interesting concept. I'm trying to communicate what it is we do.
And Indra, you work with large data sets, like going back thousands of years as well. How do you kind of translate this sort of information? Is it a method of translation, or is it just a process of kind of collecting and just curating, is using an artistic term in this sense, or are you actively involved, and when you're using sort of like natural language processing or any sort of AI systems in that way, is that acting as a form of translation of this type of information or knowledge?
Yeah. In a way, it does. So we actually look for patterns and try to understand processes of how the world works, and how the world works today by also looking at how it was in the past and what we can infer from the record. And so the translation aspect is there during the analysis, the computational applying computational methods or developing computational methods themselves. But even more so is the aspect of communicating it also to the public, as my colleagues also mentioned, not to limit ourselves to our scientific peers, but to go back to the public and explain to them. And their translation matters because we somehow have to make it personal. We need to tell a story in a way that people can relate themselves to that story. And sometimes we need to make that story personal and sort of bring it closer to the people, closer to the general public. And that's where I think, or I hope art can play a big role as well. So I think the important part is in this expertise and translation business is to make people not indifferent. So when I think back, for example, now at the pandemic, at COVID situation, and compare it in my mind to climate actions that were going on during this winter, and climate actions, people were sort of watching TV, looking at the protests, but general public were not that much involved. But when the pandemic happened, immediately it was personal. It was felt that it can hurt everybody, and the actions happened immediately. Flights stopped and isolations happened, and just instantaneously reaction. So I think personalization and making people not indifferent matters, and then whether people agree or disagree, whether they hate or like the message, that's important, but that's a secondary question. Being neutral or indifferent is sort of the worst situation. So I think that we can sort of provoke people to have opinions or to form their opinions in art and science collaboration. I hope we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I've kind of been like discussing this sort of expertise and to this idea of communicating expertise and this idea of translation, is that we are in this climate crisis right now, and there's what happened with the COVID, as you just said, is that at the very, very beginning of COVID, there was that personal feeling, there was this urgency, there was this togetherness also. There was very much this community sense that we're in this together, this is a crisis, we need to react to it. And this kind of seemed to have like dissipated after a little while. And it's sort of, the beginnings where everyone's like on the street applauding each other and the health workers. And how do we sustain this sense of urgency? It's the climate crisis. There's been moments like in sort of public discourse, like with the Fridays for Future, there was the sense of urgency, and then it kind of like drifted off again. And I don't think it's not necessarily that there's no personalization. I think it's like, how do we embed an embodied understanding, an embodied urgency of this crisis, and how do we sustain? How can we sustain the sense of urgency? Kat?
Yeah, I think this is the sort of crucial crux of it, right? And I don't know that I have an answer, but I would say that this is what I've been striving for with my work over many years now, is to understand how we can convey in an emotion, like a deep felt, long-standing emotional way, this crisis that we're in with the climate. But as you say, as we've seen with COVID, even something that's much more kind of tangible to us, or much more close to us in terms of time and space in the West, like it becomes normalized very, very quickly. Humans are wonderfully adaptive. We face adversity and we manage to normalize it and carry on. And I think the thing is with, of course, the climate crisis is that I don't think that we have the time to adapt that we're going to need before a lot of suffering. And so, as I say, I don't think I have an answer, but what I've been trying to do is to convey some of the kind of felt aspects and the reality of the climate crisis through my work, through using sound and installations that kind of essentially work on the emotions to really try to convey this kind of dreadful urgency that we have. But the challenge of maintaining that urgency, I think, has to be tempered, you know, if we're thinking systemically, has to be tempered also with achievable changes that people can make to their lives. And that's a quite other challenge. When it comes to maintaining urgency, I suppose the only light on the horizon is the fact that many people are continuing to work and create work all the time that addresses this question. And so the amount of attention that is given to it continues to increase. So, and that's, you know, not just across the arts and sciences, but also people protesting, also people coming up with entrepreneurial ideas, also the media covering it, you know, that we are increasing the dialogue, and we see that whenever there's a really important report like the IPCC report for 2018, it creates more impetus again and again and again. And I think that it's such a hard problem that we feel so removed from, that we do need all of these kind of informational devices, but we also critically need art that addresses the problem and it incorporates all the complexity that we get from multiple scientific perspectives and multiple perspectives from other disciplines, and creates something that really creates a movement inside people, because that's really the thing that you cannot ignore is your emotions.
Lawrence, would you like to follow up on that?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of your original question, how can we maintain the urgency? I mean, personally, I don't think we can unless there's personal impact on people. I mean, that's what it seems to drive a lot of people's actions. I'm not saying that's ideal, but as we've seen in the COVID, you know, people are becoming a bit sort of blasé and starting to question some of the restrictions, because the majority of people, well, certainly here in Ireland, aren't actually dying of COVID. I mean, that's the reality of it, and I don't really know anybody who is. So unless there's a continued personal impact, and the same with the climate. I mean, I study a lot of aspects of climate change, like hydrology, etc., and there are changes going on. I know that, but these things don't impact on us that significantly day to day. So, whilst, you know, we like to think of ourselves as an intelligent species, and we can sort of plan ahead and all this. Most people day to day are working, as Kadov said, off just emotions, and, you know, we're all busy running around doing our things, and unless something jumps out in front of you, it doesn't retain that sense of urgency. So I think in terms of the climate crisis, I mean, it's going to have to be down to organisations, people who are used to taking long or are paid to take longer term decisions, like governments who can be much more strategic, or things like the IPCC, more kind of global organisations, and by just continually reminding people that this is coming. And I mean, I think things are changing pretty quickly, actually, for just the normal people in terms of the perception of climate change. So I think it is starting to have an impact on society more at large. But it is from this continual effort and just continually reporting the figures, highlighting it in news programmes, etc. I mean, on the flip side, something as a hydrologist that sometimes annoys me is the way and it is to do with kind of short-term perceptions, is that often every time there's a big rainstorm, you know, it's attributed to climate change, and that's also isn't. I mean, it reminds people of climate change, but, you know, statistically and all this, that may not be the case. You know, weather is fairly random, and we do have big events throughout history, recent history, but that being said, although it annoys me as a scientist, I think, well, maybe this is a good thing because it's constantly reminding people that the climate is changing. We are going to get more intense rainstorms, etc. Like that particular rainstorm may just have just been a fairly normal rainstorm that we get this year, but at the same time, it's keeping it, bringing it back into the front of people's heads, into their perception, and it goes back to, I know day-to-day troubles come into people's heads, but it's there somewhere, and it keeps getting brought back to the front, and hopefully it will people start to change their actions. And if people start to change their actions and opinions, that will change governments, because we vote in the governments, and then the whole thing gets cycles round, doesn't it? And we should get faster and faster the movement, I think. And
Indre, we're running short of time, but can you also sort of give a perspective on sustaining urgency? You work in paleontology across time frames that are beyond conception for most people.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of the long run. And when you asked how you sustain the urgency, well, immediate businesses came to my mind. So should we think how businesses sustain urgency? And there are two types, basically: those that keep sustaining, keep inventing new and new urgency again and again, and discarding sort of something that may be not necessarily outdated. But there are also long-run perspectives, like we hear of companies in Japan running thousands of years, where reputation matters and the long run matters. So I'm even thinking, should we even sustain urgency, or should we sort of go for the long run, which is maybe not urgency first, but reputation and long run and sort of consistency?
So consistency over urgency. So we're running short of time, and we've got about a few seconds left, but I'd like to just hear from each of you just kind of one question that's kind of come up in your mind over this discussion. That is the question that we should be asking, and it's the question that you guys can be asking each other in this residency over the next 17 months. So Kat, just one question.
How do we create a new, better way of being?
Lawrence? One question?
How can we change, how can we nudge society towards achieving sustainable development goals?
Indre, it's a rush, I know, but...
Where do we go from here?
And yeah, where do we go from here? So thank you, everyone. This is the Studiotopia program, and it will be going on for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you, dear Kat, for this wonderful excursion into your projects. And dear Andrew, thanks for moderating this that well. Kat, we are looking forward to welcoming you actually in Linz, also for the residency then later. Now we are continuing our program again into our garden in Linz and on the stream of the New World. It is the second session of the Kepler Garden Talks that have been curated by Walter Oetsch together with Renata Schmidkunst. And now they have invited two incredible, interesting guests. Leonard Dobusch, who is teaching at the university in Innsbruck, and Evelyn Bodenmeier, who is actually the leader, the director of the German Zero Initiative in Berlin. They will be discussing what impact and what options civil society have, especially regarding the current corona COVID-19 crisis. Here, and the take that Evelyn brings into this discussion is that she says that people are no longer waiting for politicians, for states, for government to make decisions in terms of resolving this problem, but they take action themselves. And this is what she is actually supporting and pushing very much, that she brings together the civil society in meetings, in discussions, in active involvement, so that they can continue actually to make their own decisions on what our all futures could potentially be. Please have a look at the new World Channel. We are continuing our journey to actually my home state, to Bavaria. Here we have an incredible collaboration with many different partners that was initiated by the XR Hub in Munich. The other partners are actually Augsburg University, the Technical University in Munich, as well as the art historical background from the LMU in Munich. They have been working with their students exactly during the months of COVID-19 on what does it mean to meet and to talk in those times. Their topic is extending realities, and they created especially well-designed Mozilla hubs for you guys, where you can experience their projects. In the talk now on the Guardian channel, they will tell you a little bit more about their projects. They will give you an insight into their hubs and into their artistic research in the past weeks. Have a look there.
You didn't understand the thing. The motivation has gone down, and maybe that's the reason why everybody is like not understanding subjects.
Being exposed to everything, the tensions were definitely very high between every single person that walked in and employees.
It was strange coming home from the UK to my home country, and then having to isolate in a place that didn't really feel like my own.
Thank you, dear Silke Schmidt, for initiating this wonderful project. We move forward, and actually there is another CQC Creative Question Challenge that is happening on the Voyages channel. It is this time a Greek initiative that brings together the artist collaborative multidisciplinary duo HyperConf that will discuss together with Marco Digenis about this topic of examining organic and digital ecosystems. Please have a look there if you want to follow up on another CQC sessions. We will actually move on to Poland, to Warsaw, where we have a new partner that we have never worked with before, the Adam Mickiewicz Institute in Warsaw. They present this time a unique collaboration, actually a concert between the re-owned Polish composer Marek Cholomiewski and the British percussionist and composer Chris Cutler. They have integrated two systems into this performance. It is actually a BCI that takes the feedback, the biological feedback, from actually much more the movement of the muscles than the actual brain activities, and translates them into sound. Then we have Marek that is actually playing exactly with that feedback, on composing on that feedback. Here is a very short teaser into their project.
This part of this project, as I understand it, is that coming into it should be a bit like walking into somebody's head.
We use two brain sensors. We capture our brain activity live, and then how we control selected media, both sounds and video.
The brain is constantly firing, constantly being stimulated by new things, which fires more neurons, and your synapses are going crazy. So this, with all the lights and with all the sound, and with also no coherent narrative center.
We are focusing on our memories, which have a very special structure. They are not quite clear, especially when we folding and unfolding memories toward things that we are not sure whether they happened or not.
It's necessary for people and necessary for artists, if they want to actually make their art about the world that they're really living in, to take the elements of that world and try to bend it to their will. So in this respect, the problem for artists is to figure out how to use the technology and not be used by the technology.
Thank you so much. I think the concert will be incredible. Now, a jump over to São Luís. And I'm this time not speaking about São Luís in Brazil, but actually in Portugal. Here, our collaborators from Cultivamos Culturas, namely Martha de Menezes, will introduce us to an incredible exhibition that they have prepared for the festival. For this purpose, they translated their actual exhibition space, a huge, very beautiful old barn, into Mozilla hubs. And they were thinking about how can they display an exhibition where at the moment not really a lot of physical people can go there, into a new digital format. They were encountering the same difficulties that we all have. What does it mean to transfer an exhibition, and actually a public space in the end, into a digital format? How can you facilitate that actually people meet there, that they can connect, that they can talk with each other, and that also the artists get the feedback and the responses that they are looking for? What they did is exactly this. They created this exhibition online, but they are also hosting guided tours where you can get in immediate contact, not just with the organizers and curators, but also with the artist. So please join them in the Garden of Acquired Immunity to look at the artists such as Katie High or Kira O'Reilly, Adam Zaretsky, and Ken Rinaldo. Please enjoy a brief tour through their garden.
Cultivamos Cultura presents Acquired Immunity, a creative response based on the production of antibodies never seen in nature before.
Taking place in an old farm in the south of Portugal, and in the digital garden created for Ars Electronica 2020.
Acquired Immunity, an exhibition of experimental artworks brought to you by the curator Marta de Menezes, artist Adam Zaretsky, and immunologist Luis Graça. Welcome to Cultivamos Cultura, where the local and the global merge, a space dedicated to the interwoven exchanges of human and non-human.
Com essa luz está muito quente.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are confirmed to go for orbit. Roger. 8.5 down, 20 feet. 15 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely, 200 feet. 4.5 down, 5.5 down. Within 50 feet, 6.5 down, 5.5 down. 9 forward. Good. 20 feet. 100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward. 5%. 185. 75 feet. That is looking good, down a half. 6 forward. 60 seconds. Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. Good. 40 feet, down 2.5. Picking up some gusts. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward, just into the right a little. Ready? Down a half. 30 seconds forward, just. Good. Ready? Contact light. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hello and welcome to another session of Inside Festival, where we talk about artificial intelligence and the ever-increasing interconnectedness of the world with regard to the festival topics of autonomy and democracy. It is with pleasure that I introduce our guest today, Joanna Bryson. She's a professor of ethics and technology at the Hertie School in Berlin. Her research focuses on the impact of technology, to be more specific, artificial intelligence and information and communication technology on human cooperation. From 2002 to 2019, she was on the computer science faculty at the University of Bath. She has also been affiliated with the Department of Psychology at Harvard University, the Department of Anthropology at the University of Oxford, the School of Social Sciences at the University of Mannheim, and the Princeton Center for Information Technology Policy. She has also taken part in a lot of formats in this festival. For example, she gave a keynote on Friday 11th from 7:30 to 8:15, and she took part in the Radicalization by Design panel. And it is also a pleasure to introduce Gerfried Stocker, our artistic director, who has also a background in information technology as well, which could be interesting. So, Joanna, for starters, I wanted to talk about a specific paper you wrote, which is co-authored, which is very interesting. I mean, of course, all your papers are interesting, but I want to specifically talk about the impact of AI on human behavior. And could you maybe flesh out some of the key points of the paper? I'm talking about the narrative about AI and the idea of AI as prosthetic nervous system and prosthetic memory.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me here, and I hope I'm unmuted. Secondly, congratulations. I'm really sorry I'm not in Linz, but I love the artistic direction the year that I was there before, so I wish I was there this year. It was touch and go. We almost did it, but just didn't seem it was the best year for traveling. Yeah, so, and I think you've probably read that paper more recently than I did. I mean, it came out pretty recently. Or I'm not, no, I don't think it even has come out. It's coming out in 2021, but we wrote it, of course, last year. So, but in general, I think the best understanding of artificial intelligence and of technology more generally is of enhancing humans and/or human agencies, right? So sometimes we use a technology like the smartphone. Well, your smartphone is both making you more powerful and more able to do things, but it's also sort of making you an extension of quite a lot of corporations who are gathering information about you or through you, you know, even if it's not about you. You know, I remember the first time that I saw a Google map that gave the pedestrian directions that involved a break in a fence, you know. And clearly, you know, Google had not mapped the break in the fence, but rather had tracked where people were walking just by seeing where they were walking, you know. And so they're building up advice to people, route planning advice based on that. And sometimes that can go horribly wrong, because at one time, in fact, speaking of Oxford, I was late somewhere and I was using the Google map to get across like a bunch of parks and things. And I wound up being somewhere that only students could get through the door because they all have swipe cards. And again, they were the main people walking back there. So Google has no idea that I didn't have a swipe card and all the students had a swipe card. And so I was just stuck there until somebody came through. So, but anyway, the point is not that, you know, the AI isn't perfect. Of course, no intelligence is perfect. AI is just a combination of our intelligence. But the point is that, going back to the question you asked, that it changes what we know and how we perceive. And, you know, you mentioned that I study artificial intelligence and I study ICT, the information communication technology. But I think the most foundational thing about information communication technology is the digital. It is the fact that we can move something, anything, something of value so far, so effectively, and so inexpensively, so quickly. It's not instantaneous, it's not cheap, it's not perfect. We do lose a little bit of information, but still it's a fundamental change from the way transportation has worked in the past. And that changes what governance does. It changes the nature of business, obviously, and it changes the nature of conferences. But I think that's part of why we see a lot of the disruption we see right now, is because governance can't, governance through governments can't work as it has done previously. So we need to, when we innovate technology, particularly when it changes communication, both like human communication, like talking, but also communication in the more technical, physical sense of just transporting between regions. Then we have to also come up with innovations to handle the governance problems that emerge from that. And I think that's the stage we're in right now, which is why I've moved to a governance school.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then I want to come back to the narratives about AI. We already have talked about it, that there is a lot of fear-mongering with AI. And one thing I noticed in the paper, you consistently also stress the positive impetus of AI it could have on our society, which is also important to point it out as well. Could you dive in that a little bit?
Yeah, no, I'd love to. I don't know when it became that I was one of the people that's being seen as more positive. It used to be that people thought I was more positive because I thought it was ridiculous that robots were going to take over the world. People might take over the world with robots, but robots themselves are not the actors. So, I mean, it wasn't that positive enough argument. But people are like, oh, you're such a Pollyanna that the robots aren't going to, suddenly rise against us and, become human. And it's like, no, that shows ignorance of what it is to be human. But anyway, but that I digress. The point is that I do think it's really important to recognize that lives have been massively improved. We've had AI for decades. It's increasing. It's becoming more pervasive. The technology is becoming more pervasive. We're becoming richer. More people have these things than ever before. One of the things that's happened in the 21st century, just from the year 2000 to the year 2015, something like half of humanity stopped being in the state of extreme poverty. They moved out of that constant state of food risk. That's incredible. We in Europe barely understand that. We miss like a day or two of food and we're freaking out. But and I don't mean to undermine the people who have for the first time been locked down and had their I had colleagues who were locked down in Italy whose neighbors literally couldn't find food for their kids. So I'm not trying to minimize that. But that was the state a lot of people were in all the time, and that's changed. And a lot, part of it's changed because effective altruism is effective, right? So people have gotten smarter about how they donate money. Part of it's changed because we stopped donating money. A lot of the money that was being donated by governments was getting captured by other governments who were getting money because they had these problems, so they kept the problems, right? Kind of like certain governments who decided to deny that there's a climate crisis when they're run by real estate guys who like to rebuild a lot, But anyway, but instead you got investment from a nation who just wanted to get the resources out. And I'm not saying that was entirely altruistic, but it still just paid wages, and that was more effective at getting help to the people who needed it. But I do think that a big part of it, from what I've read, and this is still open research in the social sciences, but it looks like a big part of it is just mobile phones. That people could find out how much their stuff is actually worth, so they could find a good market for whatever it was they were doing, so they could know what the weather was. We take weather reports for granted, but, for like a century, but it wasn't something available to all people. So these things have really, really changed human life. And, I don't know anybody who's like sitting around watching a professor on a Saturday afternoon. There's a decent chance that you're also a gamer. People that are gamers think that that's a new art form, and or some of them do, and that has pluses and minuses. It's fantastic that we find ways to connect, new ways to connect, new ways to form identities, and new ways to express ourselves. But it also means that we don't have as much motivation to go out and connect with other people directly. I think one of the really interesting and important things about again, at least in Europe, and I don't want to diminish the problems other parts of the world have had, but is that we've had more time to be embedded in our neighborhoods and with our families, and we got back those, whatever 2 hours or whatever that we had been spending on commuting a day. And yes, for some people it's been very isolating, but for a lot of people they've connected, to the building that they lived in, if they lived in at least somewhat urban area, or to the place they chose to live actually wasn't that bad, and they started connecting with people more like themselves, and they've found that enriching. So at least in Germany, the statistics I saw showed that mental health has improved during COVID. And I just saw new results indicating that fear has declined and trust in the government has improved. People are even less afraid of disease than they used to be. They're less afraid of immigration than they used to be. And I think it's because they've learned that their government really is competent relative to other governments. They hadn't really believed it before. They were believing the hype. So this is both positive and negative, because you don't really want this large of a crisis to be the thing that communicates to people the facts, that demonstrates. You want some other form of transparency so people can go out and find out who to trust. And I think that's one of the big challenges of AI. Going back to these. So if you've got AI as your extended brain and it's going out and finding things, but which reality is it plugging into, right? and who are you believing, for as your ground source of information? One of my own family members, I don't want to name names, but said to me at some point, "Why do you believe the National Institute of Health but not the president?" And that person was believing the opposite, right? And I was like, where do I start? As a scientist, it wasn't only, it was a National Institute of Health study that was published in the Lancet. So I was both trusting one of the big prestige journals in the entire academic publication process, and a study that was done with like thousands of people that was, the scientific method. And the idea that any one person, whether or not they were like a particular politician that we won't necessarily name, and not anybody current. This was a while ago we had this conversation. But anyway, it was just sort of it was like you realize then that you're having no basis to start your argument with unless you really have a lot of time, But you have to find some ground on which you think like there's been a regularity that if you look over time, this stuff tends to work. And most people kind of know that about science. I think some people will go out and be really anti-science, anti-rational, but they kind of know that medicine has been improving overall, and so they still mostly believe it. It's very much the George Orwell doublethink sometimes, when they say they don't trust doctors, and then they freak out if they don't have access to a doctor. That's Anyway, sorry, I don't know if I'm digressing too much, if that's the way you wanted to go.
No, at this point I wanted to bring in, because of the collaboration, which is very much to do with what we are doing this year, finding new forms of collaboration with the tech we have now, which of course maybe you want to pitch in on on this topic.
Yeah, well, I think collaboration and communication is so essential to trust building, and you referred now a lot to these important things of confidence and trust. And I mean, basically, this was always the issue with any type of technology that was brought into society. But of course, because of this very nature, and maybe even just the term artificial intelligence, suddenly we have actually a very wonderful situation, because so many more people feel entitled and encouraged to join this discussion about artificial intelligence. And the interesting thing is now we have a really nice intermingling of voices and opinions coming from the usual directions, the sciences, the academics, but we have also the politicians participating much more in this discussion, but also many laymen. And I think this puts a very interesting position also for cultural institutions, because we are in a certain way a kind of complementary part to the educational system. And I think the more also we really bring this discussion out of the domain and the competence only of the scientists, but in the layman hands, even if probably many things we are discussing are just stupid because we don't have the means to understand it. But participating in the discussion, I think, is extremely important. And this is something I would be very interested to ask you maybe, because you have this super overview of all the European activities. You are advising basically everybody in Europe in these questions. And we always say Europe, but of course Europe is a very diversified way of how policies and governances are taking place. So maybe the question could be, which of the countries is actually most suited to find or to lead a European way that could be coined by a very good combination and balance between bravely going into the technology, not shying away from it, but still considering that the European way, of course, has to be a kind of humanistic way to say it like this.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was such a large intervention. I'm not sure where to start. I really want to, so there's at least 3 themes there. One of which is the notion of trust in technology. And one of the things I try to emphasize is that trust is a relationship between peers. You need to figure out who you can trust. And you're basically allowing them to be autonomous, to go out and innovate in ways. And I think that makes more sense between peers. The more powerful an entity gets, the more you need not just trust, but actually accountability and governance and and to be able to demonstrate responsibility. But when I say that, I'm thinking about governments. We need to be able to hold our governments to account. We need to be able to hold our corporations to account. So we need to be able to understand. I mean, I don't think there's even good models and framings of all the NGOs that have come up and as you mentioned, the incredible role that art plays. That was a digression I want to go down to. So that was one digression. But anyway, let me say, some people think that we ought to trust AI. And you have the European Commission saying we need to make trustworthy AI. And I think that's absolutely false. We don't want people to trust AI. We want them, they trust it too much. They think they understand it. They throw it into this belief that it's human-like, that they've watched Star Wars enough that they get it. And so then they have this robot, and they think that robot, just like the phone, right? They think the robot is an entity with which they have a relationship, but that's false. It's an extension of several corporations and some hackers, right? That's sitting in their home listening to them, right? It's not their friend. It's a device that is controlled, hopefully by them. If it's cyber and it's a legitimate product, then they control it. And if they don't control it, then someone else is having a huge impact on their lives and has access to huge amounts of information about them. And so I think it's really important that we understand, just like that characters in movies are fiction, that robots that we play with are not just fiction but products. They're products that are connected. They have open connections to people we may not even realize that we're having a relationship with. It's like unsafe sex. Yeah. It's unsafe intellectual sex. Anyway. And then the other thing is that I first heard this idea that arts was the means to communicate science to the masses in Edinburgh, which I loved. Very, very good Enlightenment city. I love the city. I don't really like the idea. I kind of, and I don't know, it's important. Communication really matters. But I love art for itself. We all have to find reasons for our lives, but I like putting art at the apex, And if, just like, I also think blue sky research is absolutely essential. So I just said I'm doing something useful. I've gone to a governance school because I saw that there was something that needed to be done. Well, first of all, I think we're basically sort of in a time of warfare right now, where the people are literally using the affordances to assault institutions that create safety for a lot of us. So I think it's very important to pitch in. But secondly, I'm old, right? But I wouldn't be where I am if I hadn't done a huge amount of blue sky research for decades, partly because I was really bad at raising funding. but I kept being able to pursue what was interesting to me. And now I have the resources, like the knowledge resources, to come in and try to tie some knots together and bring people together to solve some problems. Mm-hmm. So I like it when we serve, when we find ways to serve, but I don't like to say that's all art is, and I'm sure that's not what you meant.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think
finally,
we have to make a very big difference between this idea that art can work as a kind of catalyst in this field of communication between the worlds, or whether you expect art to be the explanation for science. I mean, this is not the job of artists. I mean, this should be the job of journalists, of designers, or whatsoever. I think we totally agree with this.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree about the catalyst thing. I mean, I think art is a catalyst of a community. It is a form of communication, and when you get, or if you feel like you get a piece of art, it becomes a part of your identity. That you say, yes, I'm aligned with this. I get that. But anyway, then finally about the different. I sort of rebelled against your question about like which European country should lead. I think one of the strengths of Europe is that there are so many different countries, and they are taking such different tacks. And then they come together and they can solve, they can solve a lot more different kinds of problems. It takes them longer because they have to then negotiate and argue about it. But even that we're getting better at. We're starting to innovate ways that disparate actors can collaborate. And then those innovations that we find, we're trying to then bring out to the rest of the world, because it's an ever more connected world. And if other regions have problems, they become our problems. So it's better to help to use everything we learn to make sure that everybody's doing well. Yeah. So I don't want to say that there's a few countries leading but I will say I've been very impressed by Macron. I think he gets it. I think he gets that. One of the things I loved was that he said at some point, ultimately, the one thing that AI cannot do is my job, to be responsible. And I'm like, exactly. Yeah, yes, that is the most key important thing that I was trying to communicate. And I did some work with the OECD, so maybe you heard from me, but I don't know. But anyway, I totally love that. I also, one of the things I totally love about Germany is that, they've had this interesting connection about how they integrate labor into corporations from back, like the Russian Revolution, basically, but right after, I guess, World War I. And so that has, famously, it again slows some decisions down because, you have to bring the Workers' Council along. But, I was a member of the teaching union in Britain. I was engaged with that. I think it was important. But if you're not sitting on the board, if you're, you would see places where sometimes the union really did disrupt the corporation so much that it collapsed and everybody lost, right? So I think that it makes more sense to have good, strong representation of labor in these important decisions. And how that relates to AI is that in Germany, the labor ministry and the education ministry are with the economics industry together, the three ministries in charge of regulating AI. So apparently that leads to all kinds of contention, but it's nice to have that contention happening in the government, within the government, they're having those discussions. And they really, I think that's cool. Yeah. I don't know that much about other people's policies. I know a bit about what the Swiss are doing. I respect some of the work that their Science Foundation is doing in terms of really looking at the social integration of the technology. I've heard, I used to live in Vienna for a while, and I was back visiting, and they told me about that the digital economy had overtaken the artistic economy there, which is saying something. I don't think the artistic economy went away, but it just meant that a small country of 8 million people was in a decade able to expand and explode their digital, which is great. I think it isn't just I really love the OECD principles of AI, their emphasis on sustainability and human rights, as well as the basic things we need to get straight, which I think the British got straight first, about the accountability and responsibility and transparency, and understanding that AI is not an end to itself, but rather something that needs to be human-centered. But the OECD is, of course, not exactly the EU. But again, that's one of the things we need to be able to do. We need to be able to make agile collaborations. Some things you need geographic contiguity, some things you don't. And we need to find partners. And I think that's empowering for a lot of other people. The fact that the EU was able to force the GDPR through, and right up to the last minute, big tech was saying, no one will do business there. Yeah, right. We're like one of the largest economies in the world. Nobody was going to turn their back on all these rich people with money in their pockets. Of course they were going to actually comply. And now other regions, even small players, if they band together, they can become an important enough market that people will listen and negotiate with them. So we're learning new ways to negotiate with these. Unfortunately, I don't know if they should have been there, but they are there now, mega corporations. So I think I may have taken too long a turn. Sorry.
No, you haven't. Actually, I wanted to continue here a little bit. We have 5 minutes left, so maybe The last question, because we have been talking about this in the last session before, that we need larger entities when it comes to policy and legal laws, because I get the feeling the national policies won't cut it when running up against globally active corporations. It's maybe too slow, so we need the European Union in a way.
Well, no, that's sort of what I was just talking about. Yes, you need things like the European Union, and right now the European Union is leading on that kind of collaboration. But a lot of other regions are also finding out how, that giving up some autonomy can actually give you more autonomy, right? So you're giving up autonomy on one level, it gives you more power on another level, and so learning how to coordinate that. And then learning how to fend off assaults. So like, for example, we're having this problem now with the digital tax that two countries get picked off. We have a rule about consensus. What do we do about that? Well, one thing that you can do is, again, if you get enough other large countries to say, well, okay, we're going to do this, then you don't have to take the whole EU with you initially. And then the other countries can say, oh yeah, we did want to be a part of that if they want to, So that's, I think that looking ahead, we are going to want to have more agile ways to configure and deal with all kinds of problems. One of the really interesting things, again, about the COVID crisis was that it showed that having such an efficient logistic chain wasn't good. That there were two. You can't just have one, even though if in theory you could have one system, like GPS, we could have one set of satellites, right? It's just better to have redundancy. It's better to pay the extra cost to have, I think right now we have 3 kind of GPS. There's like a European, a Chinese, and an American one. And we had to be really careful. When Europe did that, we're like, to America, like, we're totally friends. Yeah, we're totally best friends. But just in case, it's good to have 2. but and that was before the sort of the current lunacy. That was like a decade ago. So. I think that we're also realizing that with respect to other forms of logistics and just making sure people are able to take care of themselves. But it's not a return to complete nationalism and ridiculousness. It's just about saying, let's get the balance right. Let's have multiple ways to thread it. And we have recovered, as far as I know. And again, I haven't kept up with the whole world, but it has been an incredibly agile response and not taking as long as you might think to get to reallocate resources, for example, from businesses to homes because people are at home more.
Last question for the last 2 minutes from my side, because we are here in a university, and there's a lot of discussion now. How should the university of the 21st century look like? Is the old model of a technical university good enough to lead us into this world of AI?
Well, that's a great question, and maybe 2 minutes is a bit short. I would love to see, again, I'd like to see more agility. I think universities or other people will become certification bodies, but I still think there's an advantage to going and becoming a cohort. We definitely saw that in the computer science department at Bath. People came in already very competent computer scientists, but they realized that having that degree and getting to know other people gave them a leg up in the rest of their life and the rest of their ambitions. And sometimes they even learned something, in some classes. But universities are a kind of institution that, of course, we have to continue justifying, and we may have to alter our models to different amounts of time. I mean, Hertie School actually has 3 different ways that you can get through your degree, depending on whether you're working right now or not and how you want to do your master's degrees. So I think we're going to see a lot of that kind of agility. But at the same time, it's not a complete university. And if I want to really get the research done, I need to be able to work with other people from the city of Berlin at other universities. And, hopefully I can.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was nice to have you. And,
yeah. And if there's any other questions, you can always try to get me on Twitter.
We will.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah.
See you.
Really great to talk to you. Thank you very much for your input.
To you guys too. And next time in Austria.
Yes. Hopefully. We hope so. Great. Wonderful.
Okay.
And now we will leave you with a video, a garden tour through our science park, and Louis showing artworks and installations at the physical festival site in Linz. Roll it away.
Hello and welcome here in Kepler's Garden in Linz, Austria, the place where the Ars Electronica 2020 edition is taking place. We would like to introduce you and invite you in a little journey where we want to show you the main elements of this year's festival.
The main elements are different parts of exhibition projects. We have the Starts Prize winners, the best what this combination of art and technology for the benefit of society can offer. Then we have the projects coming from the university. And besides this, we have a garden exhibition of an incredible range of artworks that are exhibited, not inside, but outside.
Yes, and many different aspects are there to find. One main aspect is Create Your World, which is the festival for the younger generation. What they are going to do there is not to exhibit in the traditional sense. They are actually exhibiting themselves. They are using this festival in this time of a pandemic to meet for a social gathering. And then we have the LIT projects, a collaboration between the local institutions and creatives, artists from outside. With those, we want to show that there are alternative ways for creating innovation.
Exactly, and then the garden exhibition. So this is the third part of the trias of those exhibition projects. And they give an additional, not just an aesthetic aspect, but also quite a humoristic one. When you walk through the parks, when you meander around the buildings, and you find artwork that highlight very ecological topics, very pressing ones, but also have a charm in the way they introduce those topics. And as as the last part, actually, we have an insight into our online festival, into the world of the more than 120 partners.
Yes, and yeah, back to the place. This all is happening in quite a wonderful place. If you remember back where the last edition took place, in the cool environment of this post-industrial, post-city, we landed now in a wonderful environment, close to nature, close to the elements, close to rain, and we hope you enjoy this.
We are in the Science Park of the Johannes Kepler University, amidst the building of Exposed Building, the artwork that is created by the Institute of Network and Security, represented by Michael Roland and with a lead artist called Michael Meyer. They created a sound sculpture, and the whole building actually is the artwork.
Yes, an entire building, one artwork. What is this? What the guys did is that they simply hacked the lock systems of the entire door system here in the house. And if you don't have this in mind, every opening of a door means that you have this beep sound, a little MIDI sound. In closing and opening. So if you put that in the right musical context, you have an instrument. This is not just a playful instrument, what we have in front of us. It is also very critical but poetic insight into the world that surrounds us with technology. It is an insight into the topics of privacy.
Exactly. And the interesting part is that you can create, of course, this beeping sound, but they were able to not just hack the locks, but actually find out that those locks have different sound qualities, and thereby really create an instrument, an orchestra, when you walk through that building that you can experience.
And we have it to do with a wonderful sample where a local institute of the JKU University is in collaboration with creative minds from outside, and the wonderful result is in front of us. So we are here on the next step of our journey through the Kepler's Garden, through our curated exhibition here on site in Linz. This is Science Park 1, another place that is actually a place for the many, many different institutes the JKU University has. We meshed this area up curatorial-wise with art projects that are kind of in a counterbalance or are in dialogue with the local institute's research topics. Many of those are opening their laboratories and give insight into projects that are developed under the flag of the lit projects. You know, these collaborations with third persons coming from the art and culture area. There is a magic dart machine where you would, whatever happens, not fail. And there is a bicycle that would, whatever come, not fall over, and many, many others. But now a focus on this beautiful art piece where we are currently standing, and Crystal is going to explain this a little bit.
We're standing underneath Pluvial, an artwork from Kerstin Ergänzinger. And this art project is actually part of the AI Music Festival that we are lucky to host a second time again this year. And what you can hear is rain falling on us. Rain generated through data that was taken from the amount and the strength of rain that is falling onto the oceans around the world. And it is a generative artwork that is controlled by this data, but it is mechanical, it's not electrical, and you can see the strings that are made out of nitriol that lengthen or shorten based on the electricity signal that comes through them. And those 80 drums are then controlled by the strings and generate their sound based on those data every time new.
We are now on our way back from Science Park 1 and Science Park 2 and make a stop here underneath the bridge. Underneath the bridge we have positioned rather provocative and interesting project from actually the Stats Prize. And it is about Paolo Sirio, who is a very well-known artist in the legacy of Ars Electronica, especially of the Prix Ars Electronica. He's a Golden Nika winner there.
But being presented here within the section of the Stats Prize actually gives it the project and the artist also a completely different legacy, especially looking at the topic that is represented here. Stats Prize is situated at this nexus of art, science, technology, and especially the industry and innovation. And talking here about patents, about surveillance, about those topics is, again, a completely different level.
It's a different level, and as Paolo Sirio has always been a complete different level, a specific category where, with his critical mindset, he always was able to put exactly the finger on the point where us as citizens, we give, in a rather uncritical mindset, our data into social software, into Facebook, and so on and so on.
Exactly.
And he is raising his voice and his finger to create awareness about ourselves and our privacy.
Exactly, and what he actually did is he downloaded 20 different patents from Google Patents. 20,000 different, of course. And he made them available on a website that he created specifically for this. And he is pointing out especially patents that are attacking, in the end, our society, that are surveying us as citizens, that are using our data, and therefore, we as citizens, as society, should look at this rather critically, making sure that our privacy is safe.
So we are here on the next stop on our journey, on our tour through the Kepler's garden. It is the so-called Louis. What we have around us is actually the natural circumstances, the habitat of media art needs. Darkish, silent, cool. Behind us, there is a nice sample of an art piece from a local artist. Her name is Marlene Reichel. And Crystal, will you introduce us?
Well, it's a morphing tree, as you can see. And the artwork very much reflects on this idea that should we believe what we always see? Should we believe of kind of the reality that we are confronted in? Or should we actually think about changing some of those topics? Some of those things, especially reflecting now on the topic of climate crisis, the topic of ecology, that is a very important one, not just in this work, but in many others of the physical works that are presented here, but also of the international ones.
Hello. My name is Michaela Kavdanska, and I'd like to invite you to follow me over the next 2 hours of Ars Electronica journeys around the world and around the festival locations here in Linz, Austria. Do you want to find out how plants can travel and tell stories? Join me for a visit to the Ars Electronica Garden Paris and get to know the Traveling Plant Project. The project will trace the voyage around the world of a plant, real, artificial or fictive, as she tells her story and the stories of other plants and creatures she encounters. This journey will unfold slowly over 2 years in line with the plant's rhythms. This is also the umbrella title for a series of artworks and events held around the globe at different places and times. Diverse formats will be created by international artists, curators, and local organizations. Let's watch the video.
The traveling plant goes to Kepler's gardens. Where do you start when you are a plant that wants to travel the world? What kind of plant are you, actually? Real? Fictitious? Imaginary? Artificial? Which carriers are you going to take? Which routes are you going to follow? How do you seek for recommendations? Is it safe? The veridical travels around the world of a true imaginary plant.
Welcome back. Have you ever thought that Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale The Shadow could inspire the creators of the hologram 4D box to stage an immersive experience with the participation of an AI algorithm, a performer and the audience? Let's pay a visit to the Click Garden in Helsingør, Denmark, and watch a battle where the human mind fights against AI algorithms harvesting of user memories. The performance is followed by a discussion with the artist and the Culture Art team. Hi again. Now we will visit the Space Art Garden and get to know more about the Space EU project. The project uses space as a source for inspiration, for space engagement, education and outreach. Ars Electronica has a long history of working with space-related content and narratives. The project Space EU allowed them to open new collaboration on a European level. Together with 11 organizations, Ars Electronica developed and produced a wide range of activities addressing youth, families and teachers, and developing various tools for educators. Space EU has received funding from the European Union's Horizon 2020 framework program for research and innovation.
Ars Electronica has a long history of working with space-related content and narratives. The EU project, Space EU, allowed them to open new collaborations. Together with 11 organizations, Ars Electronica developed and produced a wide range of space engagement activities addressing youth, families and teachers. Within Space EU, the universe is the source for inspiration, unlimited and endless. It allows youth to imagine their own universe, and that contains great potential for learning. Through on-site workshops, the Step into Space online exhibition, as well as a printed home version of the same exhibition, various levels of engagement and interaction are possible. The Space EU partners offer activities and events related to space at this year's festival. Artistic contributions from the US to Ukraine, from Bangkok to San Sebastian, from Slovenia to Castello Rodrigo allow us visitors not only to explore space topics from different perspectives, they also allow us to kind of travel to space. Explore space art at this year's Ars Electronica Festival, on the web, on Mozilla Hubs, and in our live program. Keep an eye out for Ars Electronica Space Art Garden on our website.
Hello again. The Ars Electronica Garden in Barcelona aims to account for the diversity of ways in which the arts, sciences, technologies, and thought are facing the endless possibilities that fly over our times, especially the present pandemic times. Interconnecting in many ways the keywords uncertainty and ecology, a network of individuals, nodes, clusters, and hubs connect between each other in Barcelona and from there with the whole world. They've put together a program consisting of roundtables, exhibitions, music events, and artist studio visits. Now let's dive into the studio of Mario Santamaria, who is one of the artists from Catalonia working in the field of interdisciplinary practices and experiences.
Introduce yourself, who you are, and what you do.
My name is Mario Santamaria. I'm a visual artist, and much of my work is about the concept of the observer as a phenomenon. And I'm interested in matching visions, interfaces, technologies that build our recreations or representation of the world.
What are your inspirations?
Maybe art practice for me is like a reaction or response to something. And from this point of view, maybe we have too much inspirations and not time. In 2016, I decided to travel to my own website, and in the same way than data packets. I like this idea to move my body in the same way that mathematic process or internet protocols communications. Now try to escape to this idea of subjectivity and try to incorporate something from outside and try to see what is the effect. I like these games where not everything is open, is access, is 24/7, working every day. No, try to generate other spaces, temporalities.
So your website works for you because every time that somebody sends you an email, we get a response that I am sleeping. So you sleep while your website is working in a way?
Yeah, I want to sleep more. But I like this idea to the sleep is like the limit of the capitalism, no? Because we don't consume, buy nothing during we are sleeping, and it's like I don't know. I think people hate me for this out of office, but it's like experiment with my own relaxations. No, I try to. What happens if I say to people I'm sleeping when they want to work and they want a very fast response, and I don't know.
Okay. And can you tell us what are you working on at the moment?
I have like 3 different lines. One is about the image, the condition of the digital image. Other is more about time, temporalities. This idea of 23/7 for me is like a concept, and I try to put things inside. And other is in relation with this travel to my website is about geography, telecommunications, infrastructures, and now I want to continue with this idea to move in different way, move as email, move as other, I don't know, options.
What do you think about the relationship, or can you reflect a bit about the relationship between science, arts, and technology? I work about this idea of the observer, the phenomenon of the observer, and I think it's very important in science, no? Because it's a problematic. Where is the position to see the world and create knowledge? And in some way, I critique in some positions from this knowledge from science, but at the same time is very attractive the metaphors that create from mathematics or science. What are your feelings, your impressions, your thoughts about ecology?
In my work is not very evidence the ecology or the relation with the natural sources. I have a project, for example, it's like touristic perversion, and we rent a bus and we go to visit different places like a touristic travel. But we visit the internet infrastructure. No? We want to visit this very strong materiality that are in the city and is part of our telecommunications, relation with the world. And for me, this idea of teletechnologies have relation with how we stay in the earth, no? How we create our cities, our relations. Now with the
COVID situation, it's like this image of the world, transparent, flat, now becomes blur. Something happened, no? But at the same time, so in the same moment, it's like the world lost resolution, but at the same moment, the synchronization is more strong, and different powers start to recreate this resolution, no? The visibility again in other ways, because something that we don't see, we can see, is changing everything, and our world is based on this visibility. And yeah, now the situation is very weird.
Welcome back to the new uncertain future of our everyday lives. There is the need for a space to discuss the essential questions rather than easy solutions to problems. In the next session of the Creative Question Challenge, live from the Ars Electronica Center, the discussion will revolve around the future of art in education. The two speakers from different disciplines and backgrounds are Professor Elisabeth Gutjahr from Chancellor Mozarteum University Salzburg and Horst Hörtner, CTO and Managing Director of Ars Electronica Future Lab. The so-called catalyst, Yoko Shimizu, researcher artist at Ars Electronica Future Lab, will facilitate this 30-minute discussion. You, the viewers, are also welcome to join the conversation by posting your comments or questions in the YouTube live chat.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Ars Electronica Future Lab Creative Questions Challenge. My name is Yoko Shimizu. I am an artist and researcher at the Ars Electronica Future Lab. I will be your catalyst and moderator for this talk session. Today we're coming to you live from the Ars Electronica Center seminar room. The Creative Questions Challenge CQC is a 30-minute brainstorming session where two panelists exchange their creative ideas in a dialogue. Instead of finding one answer to a question, we want to explore the question from all angles, 360 degrees, so that we can expand our creative ideas and vision. Our visualizer, Kirsten, will map all of the keywords, ideas, and questions on our Creative Questions map, which will act as a compass that leads us to the creative vision or mission in the end. And you, the audience, are also welcome to join us. Please post your comments on the YouTube live chat section. The selected comments, ideas will be included in our creative vision map. Today we have two very special guests with us, Professor Elisabeth Gutjahr, Chancellor of Mozarteum University Salzburg. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you.
And then we also have Horst Hörtner, CTO and Managing Director of Ars Electronica Future Lab. Welcome.
Welcome.
And then we also have Kirsten Vladimir, our visualizer. She is an artist and designer of Ars Electronica Future Lab and my colleague. You can find more information about the panelists on our CQC website. So let's start the discussion. Today's theme is art and education, and the initial question is, what is the future of art in education?
If I may start with trying to widen the perspective a bit in order to find the right visions of the talk and missions. The concept that I see when it comes to education is that we are talking about, you know, a huge portion of science and scientific and research work, science that is generating knowledge in all the different levels, like the scientific approach, like the academic world, like the education in the higher education range. That is kind of one realm to contribute to the discussion. So science creating knowledge. Technology there as in this triangle, also super relevant as technologies giving us possibilities, and technology is not only the tools that we use, but also in a form the way how we use or misuse technology, which forms a good portion of our culture already, the way how we use technology and incorporate the technology. And the third portion, that is art. And whereas science is creating knowledge and technology is giving us possibilities, art is creating meaning. Art's been reflecting since the first cave paintings on our contemporary environment and helping us to understand and interpret our environment that we're living in. And from that perspective, this artistic perspective in this triangle is just like circling around in the same way as the others around our society. And in this society, education is a major role when it comes to the future. So the question, what role plays art in our education, can't be underestimated. I think it's a very, very important contribution, especially when it comes to higher education, but definitely not only when it comes to higher education at that point, I think.
I agree completely. I would just comment it a little bit. For me, all three positions, science, technology, and arts, can be and are research-based. So the development of the three has quite different methods to do research or to come to knowledge. Even arts leads to knowledge, but this is another knowledge. And aspects of humanities, for example, intuition, social relationship, the concepts of individuality, concepts of community, concepts of future in specific societies. All these are influenced by the research and the production of these trees. But because, of course, science is producing something, not technology, of course, but also art. And both to research, to go into things with questions, and to go out and to produce something, mental concept, real concept, technology, and to jump in again and to research again and to continue to work with this process is the thing what education has to be aware and to structure with a lot of freedom, I think.
And historically, that never has been that separated as it is at the moment.
You're right.
Like science, technology, and art was more or less one thing.
Yeah.
And we've started to separate them.
Yeah, you're right.
And don't you think it would be about time to kind of get them closer together?
Yes.
Like they're tearing down the fences in between not only the faculties but also the disciplines.
Yes, I think the magic word is transdisciplinarity or interdisciplinarity. I think you're absolutely right. You know, this digitization we observe worldwide is maybe a kind of key, because digitization is going through everything. So it's inside the body, outside the body, it's in machines, outside machines, it's everywhere. So we can use this technology to go in a new education design. I think this could be the challenge and at the same time the chance really to go to future.
Which is actually super high relevant for Linz these days, as we all know that our chancellor has decided that this new university, technical university, digital university, should come to Upper Austria. And from that perspective also, I think it's, or maybe a question, do you think that it would be enough to establish the same, how can I say, construction type, but organizatorical construction around the disciplines and faculties as we are used to it, or would we need an entire new understanding of the organizatorical forms of such a university for the 21st century?
Yeah, I think there's a good word which means a dynamic society has a good balance between culture and structure. And in all society comes moments where you are in a quite comfortable zone, you try to secure it. And the more you develop fear because something could change what you can't control, the more you get unmobile, the more you get strict. While I say this in this kind of abstraction is, if we are continuing in that way we are developing universities here in Austria the last years, this model of university will be unable to develop something new and relevant. We are in a kind of over-structuring everything, curricula, infrastructure, quality assurance, everything is becoming now more and more narrow. And I think it would be fantastic if Linz would take the chance, the moment, to develop something new, to find new formats, other kind of way of thinking, not only to think, in German you say Ausbildung, that means you have an idea what should come out. And if we start a study and we now know what in 5 years should be relevant, we are lost. And we should be more aware that everything is in a kind of development, even in the social media, in the digitization, it's an enormous dynamic. And to be aware that our own structure has to be mobile, our own structure has to be open, and no fans anymore.
Yeah, so how would this new type of university look like, and would there be similar kind of curriculums or learning or teaching methods? Would that also be very different?
Yes.
Well, I think it would be fundamentally different. But the question is it enough to change the curricula, or the organizatorical forms, or isn't there a fundamental understanding between or expectation what a university should deliver at the end, and also a regulatory form that is keeping some, let's say, experimental or even failures from happening, and that's, in theory, that's a very good thing. In practice, it keeps everybody slowing down and not to risk too much, because we are not really failure resilient at this point.
You're right, yeah. But I think here with the museum, with Ars Electronica, you have a kind of format which helps universities to develop. I know you're cooperating or collaborating with a medical university or collaborating with University of Arts, because they need it. And I think this could be a kind of starting point, a kind of model to think about what do you have here but university doesn't have, or a university don't have. So maybe open space for new experience, maybe labs with a kind of infrastructure which helps to find new questions, maybe new kind of team building, other types of coaching, not teaching, but more coaching. There are a lot of good experience, of a best practice, kind of best practice, you can transfer in university structures. And of course, as a big field of good practice is social media, internet. In former times, education was that knowledge was on the one side and it was transported to another site. That was education. Someone had the knowledge and give it to someone else and try to help him to get this knowledge. Now knowledge is everywhere. Everybody has at once all kind of knowledge. Real knowledge, fake knowledge, all kind of knowledge. It's not the problem anymore to get knowledge from one point to the other. Now we need other competencies to deal with this knowledge in a kind and in team kind of shared design, which help us to deal with this knowledge in a constructive, creative, and relevant way for society, for future. So it's complete transformation of educational thinking, and there you are wonderful pioneers.
Thank you for that. But there is a question that comes up to my mind. It is, we are not a university, so we are not within the same relationship to the society, this contractual relationship to the society that is raising expectations from a university. And by raising these expectations, structuring maybe in a different way. And I can say, because I'm not really from a university, but you are, and from your experience, don't you think that this is also to a certain degree limiting freedom of science and freedom of art?
Yeah, but I have to, you're completely right. I think, but I have to say, the law in Austria is one of the most beautiful law all over the world. Here you have the freedom, innovation, creative moment, really student-centered studies and so on. The law is fantastic, but the way we live this law is not fantastic. We are really, we are struggling ourselves with such a lot of limits in the curricula, in the quality assurance, in the kind of very stricted, limited documentation. So we are in a way, we are much smaller than our possibilities are founded by the law. And this is maybe related to a kind of a contract thinking in society. Society give us the money to do work or to build up universities, to work there. And it's a kind of confidence what the society gives to the institution, that this institution really lives their freedom, their creativity, their knowledge, and also. And now the society, or some of the society, maybe they are not really going on in the right way with this freedom. Maybe they have to do some more activities in the exams, and after 4 years they have to stop, and so on. So the society more and more has fear or no more confidence that we are dealing in a good way with this freedom, and we really do the best we could. Maybe this contract has to be renewed. Maybe we have to give more freedom and more confidence in this contract with answers we need now, for example, in new curricula or new formats, a new way of thinking study, of thinking what this time and this shared work in universities could be. Maybe, and not only for students, also for the whole society.
And that was the bell to show us that we're at the halfway point of the discussion. And so far we've had a lot of interesting keywords, and we're now at a point where we want to renew the contract and how the society is working to truly develop creative young creative generations. So how is that already happening in your institution as well?
Yes. Well, I think it happens, of course. All people try, all university professors and administration try to do the best, of course. But with creating new universities for technology and digitization, you see there's a demand, there's a necessity to, there's a feeling we should find something which help us to go via future. And I think that's why I said it before. We can learn from other institutions like museum, like a free artist, worldwide projects, social media, internet projects. We can learn about resonance between human and different human cultures all over the world, and to be more sensitive and more open for really good knowledge, good ideas, good models.
That leads also to this notion of, I mean, we all agree, and whoever I talk to, from whatever discipline or faculty, everybody would agree that we need to tear down the fences between the disciplines, and we need to collaborate interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. The will is here. And you say the freedom, contractually, the freedom would be given to do so. So what is the limiting factor that this real transdisciplinarity is not happening between the disciplines? There's still, you know, quite high fences sometimes.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. One is kind of structure. It's, for example, the quality assurance of the curricula. That is really strictly a quantity measuring from certain things. So that makes a fence growing. The other thing is it needs more time, more free time. So if, you know, this Bologna system with these credit points is a quantity quantifying studying. They say 1 point in the European credit transfer system is about 25 or 30 hours. So you are not allowed to more than 30 points in one semester. So if you build up curricula with 40 pounds, they won't accept it. And with 25 pounds, no. So we have to have 30 points each semester. And this thinking limited our thinking in a creative or interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary way. That's one thing. And the other thing that that's quite normal, also in school, is always the problem. If you develop something, you have more and more knowledge. And developing this, you have the feeling, well, that's important. I have to add this knowledge to the other knowledge I had before for the students. The next one say, I have a new knowledge. I will add this too. And the package is becoming more and more and more. And the students are coming and say, they can't learn all this during one study. It's not possible. So you have to have the courage to say, well, I do a little package and open the student to find their own track and to combine things I don't define in the starting point. And this kind of openness, and to say, well, maybe they find something I don't know. Maybe they are better than me, but that's okay. Maybe it's even what I want. And this kind of openness and this kind of freedom is a challenge for a professor. And this challenge even for everybody, for every parents, for every teacher. And this has to be one of the most important starting points, to have this open mind.
So we also think to need to explain why we think, at least, that this transdisciplinary approach, this openness, the sake for the freedom of the science and society, of course, and sake for the freedom of the art is necessary. I think that we all would agree that not a single discipline or not a single expert would find the answer to the real big challenges of the world, like, you know, name it, climate change, migration flows. Digitalization, definitely, as well, one of the big challenges coming. So we all agree that this is the reason why we need to go transdisciplinary. And in addition to that, I think that we, in the past 100 years of that curricular situation or system that we have been raised, and we all have been gone through this, one fundamental aspect I think was missing, and this is we've all learned to create systems or to come out or live with that systems that existing and build upon those systems, also in technological terms, which ended up to a certain degree on disciplines like, and I'm going to the digital world, the technical university again, disciplines like user-centered design or something, where the understanding of the user is coming from the understanding of a consumer rather than a human. And I think user-centered design is such a matter of the last millennium. And we need to construct, 5 minutes to go, we need to construct human-centered architectures, human-centered systems. And that starts with the fundamental research in our science and scientific system.
Even in human digitization or digital human identities, we need to have an idea what is human in the century or in the area of digitization. This is not so easy.
Oh, and that was the bell to signal the final 5 minutes of the talk. And so far we have had a lot of interesting discussions about providing truly transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary education where there's openness and freedom and more human-centered thinking. And through these discussions, what would be like the ultimate final question and the mission that we can move towards as a society?
I like your last question actually, that like we need to formulate what's humanism now in this digital age. And therefore an entire university for digital humanism wouldn't be the worst thing. I think it's actually the right thing to approach to.
Yes, and that's very transdisciplinary. So you only can do that. I think it's very important what you said also. Not human as a user or a consumer or a student or in kind of a function, but in a really holistic idea. Yes, and that thing is very, very important.
And
nothing to add to, even though there is 2 minutes to go. But that is very, very, I think that's the fundamental agreement that we can find so far, at least.
Maybe one thing, what human has is a really good sense for quality and truth. And art is living from that humans are always searching and are always responding on very high quality, even if we don't know what quality is. But it's an impression, it's an experience. You see, wow, this was wonderful, this was so touching, this was really truth. And I think this gives an orientation. So maybe arts give not only meaning, but give really a sensual orientation in this really complex world. And this could be a leading point for the arts in education.
Beautiful. Art as a compass for humanity.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. You're right. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that has always been the theme for Ars Electronica Future Lab as well, being able to bring together all of the different ideas of our researchers, I think, are also from different fields and different backgrounds, and being able to collaborate together always helps us envision the future in a brand new way. So I do agree that in the future it would be wonderful to have this open, free, humanized educational system for younger generations to learn and in a truly creative way.
And this is wonderful too, because this is international. So this point of the moment of the experience of something wonderful is shared by everybody, even youth and very old people, from Asia to America to Europe. Yes. It's not a question from the place where you come from, the nation or the culture. This is such a fundamental human experience. This has also the quality of peace, of course, and the quality of shared experience to be alive, to be in the world. Yeah. And this, I think, this could be much more placed in the focus of all our education and all our thinking about how to deal with future questions. Yeah.
I agree, and I look forward to actually seeing the new technology university where we can all learn together in a free and open way. So thank you very much, panelists, for your time today, and thank you, the audience, for joining us today. See you again in our next Creative Questions Challenge. Bye!
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 Hello again. Here we are at the Prisma Garden Media Art Globale in Jakarta. The Connected Art platform from Indonesia showcases 5 distinct local artists whose work depicts their views on the current situation of society and projects interpretations of their ideal world. We are about to watch a video of the String Composition Series 6 by Ruby Rusli Biru, an architect whose work reflects how he feels about the current state of urban spaces. In this intervention, he plays with lines that no longer represent buildings, but interact with real space directly. Welcome back to the Ars Electronica selection channel. How does interactive art look and feel in the age of uncertainty? To find out, we will join the curators from OCA Center for Contemporary Art at the Oberösterreich Kulturquartier for a guided tour. They will present the Interactive Art Plus highlights of the CyberArts 2020 exhibition. Since 1998, the Prix Ars Electronica winners have been showcased in the CyberArts exhibition, an excellent platform from which to observe current developments and trends in our digital age, with a special focus on their social and economic impact.
Welcome to the CyberArts exhibition. We are here in the space of the winner of the Interactive Art category.
The Golden Icon for Interactive Art Plus 2020 goes to Someone, a project by US artist Lauren Lee McCarthy. Smart devices are offering us convenience, but at the cost of loss of privacy and loss of control over our lives and homes. By substituting humans for AI, Lauren Lee McCarthy questions the role of the human in the age of intelligent machines.
Everything okay?
No someone, there's no music, there's no light in the kitchen. And Cowboy, as you can see, has gotten freaked out because he's gone under the cupboard. My friend Katerina has just gotten here. Someone, would you turn a light on in the kitchen? And it works!
What you see here is Appropriate Response, my latest work, which is about meaning and our pursuit and finding it in life. In this case, I trained an AI on 10,000s of famous quotes and epigrams where humans have tried to condense kind of the meaning of life into a single sentence. And when you kneel down on this prayer stool, you will get a sentence just for you that you can try to make sense of.
Trickle Down, a new vertical sovereignty by British artist Helen Knowles, is a complex installation which explores value systems and wealth disparity. The artwork is composed of documented auction scenes by different communities.
We started algorithmic perfumery on the premises that we wanted to give people the freedom to express themselves through scent. And for us it's about creating your own unique personal perfume based on the answers you give. Customized, personalized, about you and not about a brand.
Lynn Hirschman got for her piece Shadowstalker the award of distinction in the category of interactive art.
In 2010, an anthropology professor adapted his Pentagon-funded research for forecasting battlefield casualties in Iraq to predicting crime for American police departments. Based on the predictions of earthquakes and aftershocks, he created a revolutionary algorithm capable of stopping crime before it occurred. He named it PredPol, short for predictive policing.
The Intimate Earthquake Archive by Sissel Mary Ton is dealing with the phenomenon of man-made earthquakes in the Dutch province of Groningen. With her work, the artist wants to create an archive of the sensation of earthquakes and how it is perceived with the body. The Intimate Earthquake Archive is an ongoing research project that is also shown as an interactive installation.
Hearing these stories, I kind of started thinking of the idea of making an archive of sensory experience.
My project is called Google Maps Hacks. And the project deals with modern map-making technologies. In the project, I was using 99 smartphones and carried them in a red wagon in the streets of Berlin. And by doing so, I was able to generate virtual traffic on Google Maps. This had the effect that cars using navigation system were being rerouted around me, and after a while, the streets were empty of cars.
With her mock company Center for Technological Pain, Dasha Elina offers multiple practices for eliminating tech pain, as the artist states. In a very playful way and with lots of humor, she offers solutions to prevent health problems caused by digital technologies, such as smartphones and laptops.
Welcome again. You've just tuned into the Ars Electronica selection channel. My name is Michaela Kavdanska, and we will embark on a series of journeys around the world together for the next hour. And the first journey goes to the Ars Electronica Garden, Brussels, speculating on the future at the Center for Fine Arts, Beaux-Arts. Under the title Genetic Biotech Through the Eyes of Artists, Beaux-Arts presents a talk on genetic modification featuring artists of the Studiotopia program and scientists from the VIB, Vlaams Instituut voor Biotechnologie. The talk will be preceded by a video streaming of a guided tour in the VIB facilities in Ghent, Belgium.
Maybe we can listen to you without mask.
Alors, est-ce que ça marche?
This is what the digital people also will do. We bring them to a virtual garden.
And inside these organs, the bacteria find the perfect environment.
And so that's what we here try to do, to see how we can get molecules from this side, so from the blood side, into the black, and that's the brain ventricles.
As I told you already, we both use our creativity.
Yeah. The core value of scientific research for me is actually really similar with artistic practice.
And I would like to if it's possible, to take measure the vibration of the cell. You know? No, explain.
Hello once again. Currently, on the Ars Electronica New World channel, you can watch live transmission from the JKU performance stage with the artists Corona Improv Sessions, Wublian Walsh, Alex Braga and Artemi Maria Giotti. To tune into the performance vibe, here on the selection channel, we'll meet the 3 German artists who developed the Moon Machine, Tobias Euler, Thies Meitner and Veit Sprenger. A mobile music island, a bricolage with pneumatic instruments and mechatronic sound machines, sun umbrella, signal horns and acoustic collision warning devices. So let's go for a Moon Machine field trip and experience a mechatronic exploration of song and counterpoint.
remember a day last June. Counterpoint tunes in the afternoon. Cruising through towns like future street clowns. Shamanic routines in our loony platoon. I remember last September we gazed at the rings around the moon, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me, and our life felt like a Sunday cartoon. Now we are the Moondogs, just a trick of the light, a refraction in the troposphere, fading gently with the end of the night. And we argued while we were laughing whether that was a halo or a corona, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me and got on your plane to Barcelona. Now you're just a moondog, parasoline. If the supply ship collapses, get the module to land. That's the lesson to learn from Apollo 13. We are the Moondogs, just a trick of the light. Even Becker and Stroker made it back in the end. Walk with me gently into this dark night. We're dancing in the midnight sky, my fairest of the fair. We dance beside the crescent moon, and stars are in our hair. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs.
Welcome back. On our next journey, we are invited to dream and sink into the swamps of planetary perception. The Ars Electronica Voyages channel Cambridge presents the AI lab journey together with Gershon Dublon and Xin Liu. Does the Earth dream? Can our dreams mesh? These are some of the questions explored by the two artists from Slow Immediate in their project, The Wandering Mind. The pervasive sensing, fiber and neural networks covering our planet meet us in our sleep. They draw source material from vast online stores of field recordings and sensor data. Here is a quick look at that. Welcome back. Let's get immersified in an interactive journey through the translucent St. Stephen's Cathedral. The novel insights through the layers of the Cathedral Church were created as part of the European R&D project Immersify, which is dedicated to developing the next generation of immersive media. You're about to watch a live demonstration from the Deep Space 8K of the Ars Electronica Center. The project team will be present and talk about the development afterwards. ScanLab projects, Regal Laser Measurement Systems, Donau-Bute St. Stefan zu Wien, and Ars Electronica Future Lab are the partners. So stay with us and get immersified.
Hello and welcome from the Deep Space 8K, and today here we see the premiere presentation of the Translucent St. Stephen's Cathedral project. And my name is Roland Haring, I'm the Technical Director of Ars Electronica Future Lab, and with me here is Nikolaus Dudnica from Regal Laser Measurement Systems, who did the laser scans that were needed to create this project, but also Wolfgang and Franz Zehetner from the Dombauhütte Wien, St. Stephan, who responsible to maintain this cultural heritage of St. Stephen's Cathedral, and who are really the experts to explain us even more details about what we see here and what we can explore in this very special presentation. And we started already with the presentation a few minutes ago here, so we would now proceed, and please enjoy.
Okay, so we are right in the St. Stephen's Cathedral at the moment. We're looking here into the choir, and Mr. Zehetner probably can tell us a bit what we see here, the big altar, the St. Stephen's altar.
That's one thing that is strange for some art historians, that the mainly Gothic Cathedral of St. Stephen's has a Baroque high altar, and some criticize that this is a mixture of styles, and nowadays many also experts think that this is so special as exactly for Vienna, which always was a melting pot of cultures and natures, and of course of periods, that in this cathedral you can see concentrated the centuries. And here on the right side also small Baroque altars, but the architecture of course is Gothic.
So for all the online viewers now, we'll turn around and you can see now the main nave of the St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna. When you look back, this is the entrance door.
Just actually now we have already, and it should be opened again on the 4th of October, the organ, which now covers all the backspace, has been rebuilt in the last years, and here this is one of the seldom views where we can see this stone arch in back that has been built to keep the two western towers apart so they wouldn't incline together.
So we were talking about this before, that the western towers are still in Romanesque style, but then this view into the ceiling opens up a typical Gothic structure with the cross-ribbed vaults here. And
a very special system of vaulting, which was originally planned also to show the lines of the weight power from the top of the ceiling finally going down into the ground.
You could actually call this like a skeleton technique of building.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah. So, and also some information for the online viewers. We can fly through the scan like this. And we were in a bubble before with high resolution view, a 360 degrees view. By the way, I'm controlling our flight here with an Xbox controller. And let's take a look at the outside now. We're flying.
But here you really feel the Gothic structure, whereas the Baroque pictures are not visible.
So, and through the Romanesque part now, and then you can see even the buildings surrounding St. Stephen's Cathedral. So now we're outside, and now I can again display these points. You see there's blue points, or over there is a green one, and whenever I want to change my position into another high-resolution bubble, I just target this point here, and we fly over there, and we will have the high-resolution 360-degree view then. Yeah, and now we're looking straight at, I would say, really the landmark of Vienna, the South Tower of St. Stephen's Cathedral. Here it is. 136.4 meters tall, am I right? And
it's not on the height, it's considered to be the most beautiful Gothic tower, at least in Vienna.
In the world.
We think so.
So with the typical Gothic decoration, everything is kind of striving to upwards to the sky. And just compare it to this tower here. This is the Romanesque structure still, totally different. And obviously the older part of the cathedral anyway. Yeah, and quite outstanding also is St. Stephen's roof. And one very special thing is we can, through this transparent laser scan, now also take a look here in the attic. We're going to look for some points with high resolution pictures, like, let's take this one. Yeah, and the construction of the roof here is now made out of metal since after World War II. And maybe Mr. Zehetner can tell us a bit more about the whole structure.
Of course, right now, since all of us are still aware of the big catastrophe in Notre Dame in Paris, we can really treasure what they decided in 1945 when almost many parts of Vienna really were destroyed. They were able to rebuild this roof of the cathedral in short time. The first measurement was to make a concrete layer, which you can see on the bottom where we can move now, which was not so before. And then they built the steel structure. And the steel construction is only half the weight the wood structure had before, and the rest of the weight is now for this concrete layer on the floor of the roof. And this structure is really well done. It was, by the way, constructed by first together with Wagner Biro, the Linz company. And it's one of the parts that doesn't really make problems for me as the architect.
So I would suggest that we go a bit deeper now into the background of the whole project. How is this technically done? And this we're gonna explore now with a presentation. How is it technically done, and why is this important anyway for the preservation then also?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Nikolaus Stunitzka from the company Riegel, and Franz Zedner will speak about the Dombauhütte afterwards. We give you a small introduction in our companies and about the laser scanner. This is the product line of our company. It's an Austrian-based company with more than 230 employees, located in Horn, about 80 kilometers from Vienna. We are manufacturer of terrestrial scanner, airborne scanner, mobile scanner, and UAV scanner, so also on the drone. If you look to the terrestrial scanner, it's millimeter accurate, and all the other kinematic scanning systems are centimeter accuracy. The scanner itself, it's only one slide, has a range of up to 800 meters, a precision of 3 millimeters, and very specially we can take 50 scan position per hour, and all the scans are registered, merged together inside of the laser scanner. A single point cloud has a hole underneath and on top of the laser scanner itself. What you see is a gray colored so-called reflectance, and we have more than 22 million points within 45 seconds, together with 5 to 8 high resolution photographs. These photographs allows us to colorize the point cloud, and we move the scanner every minute to the next scan position. And so it's possible to merge all these scan data together. The whole project has more than 1,000 scan positions, and how to merge it together is we simplify the point cloud in the scanner to a so-called voxel file. In each voxel we have a plane. Each plane has a normal vector, and this data allows us with a special algorithm to merge all these scans together. 1,000 scan positions gives us a picture, for example, from the top of the cathedral itself, the catacombs underneath, the roof on top, and also the Stephansplatz, the square around St. Stephen's. If we go a little bit more in detail, this is a view never could see in the past. So it's the church underneath, or the catacombs, together with the internal room of the cathedral. The point cloud, the so-called 3D point cloud, actually it's reduced already, looks like this, and you can see on the top or on the right side how many scan positions are necessary to reduce the so-called scan shadows. I was quite impressed what's underneath the Stephansplatz, the square. You see on the left side the garage, and if we jump into the data, so I go forward, backward, forward, and you see how many rooms are inside the cathedral, outside the cathedral, and it's a lot of history of all these rooms. With this side view, it's an orthogonal side view of the cathedral, I hand over the microphone to Magister Franz Zedner.
Thank you. In this 3D model of the cathedral, you can see both the north and the south facade, and you can see some differences and irregularities. for example, a slight angle between the axis of the nave and the choir. Another thing you can see on this model is the scaffold on the south tower and on the south facade. Scaffolds are necessary for the maintenance and restoration of our cathedral, for which the workshop is in duty. Active since the Middle Ages, 20 people are addicted to the preservation of our cathedral, and this permanent work on the cathedral gives us a very intense knowledge of the structure and the problems of the cathedral. Our masons still use the traditional techniques known since and practiced since the Middle Ages. Here you can see a capital copied by one of our masons after a damaged original. On the other hand, we are active in research in partnership with some universities and also in EU-granted projects to enhance the possibilities of our restoration work. Plans were always crucial for building, maintaining, and preserving historic buildings. In the Middle Ages, they had plans for details, but also for great structures as the steeples and towers of the cathedral. Measuring equipment was very important for the masons, so not hammer and chisel are the symbols of the medieval masters. It is the angle and the circle, as here in the self-portrait of Master Anton Pilgrim, one of the cathedral architects of the Middle Ages. When people restored Gothic cathedrals in the 19th century, they had to complete some unfinished parts. Here, for example, on the south facade, but essential were intense studies of the completed parts, as we can see on the plan, which was the pattern for the completion, which was not a totally copy of the finished things, but it was just an inspiration to do independent work. Nowadays, we concentrate on the preservation and not in the copying of historic materials. In some times, however, in some cases, it's inevitable to make a copy of a totally destroyed piece. For example, here a tabernacle, which was made by craftsmanship, but the plans and the structure was constructed in a 3D CAD system on a computer. To come to the whole structure, here is a plan of the western facade based on a photochrometric plan made in the 1990s. It shows the different varieties of limestone, and the different varieties have different properties in physics, chemistry, and decay, and so they have to be treated in a different way. We also map our activities on plans like that to preserve the activities and the knowledge about our activities to future generations. This is the basis for this planning work, the 1:50 scaled photochrometric plan, but some parts are not visible here because it shows only the main views of the cathedral, and we are limited in our studies of the structure to the main directions. Survey plans are essential for the documentation of the state of a cathedral. St. Stephen's was damaged in 1945, but as we know, also in peaceful times, the cathedrals are vulnerable and endangered. We had a first 3D laser scan in 2005, and we got some very interesting studies on the geometry of the walls. Here you can see the vault of the choir, a very ordinary cross-strip vault. And you can see in some parts the axis of the cylinders and cones the vault is constructed of are not regular. In every bay, the direction of the axis differs. So the towers, which have a very, very high weight, they deform the fundaments of the cathedral and deform the walls. Here is a section based on the actual scan, and it shows very, very impressive, in a very impressive way, the cathedral from the catacombs to the top of the roof, and it shows also the structure of the vault and other static structures. And to close with this view from the western side or the eastern side, we can compare the different parts of the roof, and we can also see the differences in the western towers. If you compare them, they seem symmetric, but they differ in very, very many ways. Of course, that was known to specialists ever before, but now the visualization shows it for everyone and is accessible for everyone. Thank you for your attention, and now back to the amazing 3D point cloud.
So, and here we're back underneath the roof in the attic of St. Stephen's Cathedral. And what is quite interesting, you have seen this also on the plans, the roof is extremely steep, isn't it? Why is this?
That had historic reasons that go back to the 15th century, that others, in difference to some of the big cathedrals in Europe, St. Stephen's originally was not a bishop's church, not a cathedral, it was a public church, and the type of this church was a hall. And the hall does not have a higher central nave than the side naves, and so they had a big, Vienna had the biggest roof of all the cathedrals, and still has. And since in Vienna we have a lot of snow also, it was necessary to build this large roof that covers all the naves under one, as we say in Vienna, get everything under one head. The snow must not stay on the roof. So they built it so steep that whenever, until today, we have more than 8 millimeters of snow, the snow glides down and the roof is free.
That's interesting, of course, yeah.
And one reason why this large, more than 10,000 square meters of roof for the, at this time, not so big city, it would have formerly killed the whole silhouette, just a red area of red bricks. So they invented this nice pattern to make this huge area looking nicer.
So, and here we are now in front of the sepulchre of a very famous emperor.
This is Emperor Frederick III, who reigned the Holy Roman Empire of German nation, as it was called, for almost the whole 15th century. And he is buried in here in the cathedral inside of one of the most outstanding sculptural works of the 15th century for all Europe.
He actually died in Linz. So the last 3 years of his reign, he was here in Linz, and his heart is buried in the parish church here in Linz, and this is the rest of Frederick III.
And here you can see the structure of the hall, as I said, not a cathedral form, a hall, where you can see through the naves the whole room.
So, and I will just jump from bubble to bubble now, where we have these high-resolution views then. And where are we now?
Now we can look through the walls. The central motif is in the sacristy, and we see through the walls into the cathedral.
So actually, this is not transparent, of course, in reality.
No, that's
no. This is the sacristy.
Fantastic thing of this laser imaging.
Yeah, this is really quite impressive because you get a way better understanding of the structure of this cathedral through the transparency here.
That really gives us a new way of understanding the structure, which was a fantastic invention in around the 1200s.
Again, here a view into the vaults, and when we turn around, you can see the different styles. As of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, yeah, it's about more than 500 years, the history of building St. Stephen's Cathedral. It was firstly consecrated in 1147. So, and now it's time to say goodbye to our online viewers. And by the way, this 3D scan of the St. Stephen's Cathedral will be in our regular program from now on, and if ever you have time to come to Linz, you can visit us at the Ars Electronica Center, Deep Space.
Yes, and I would also like to thank you very much for the contribution to this project. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to show this today. It's very important to have this really, this highly valuable data, and also not only to use it for restoration, but also for the presentation of this wonderful church. So thank you very much for coming to Linz today, and also for the explanations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, but for us here, as we are physically present in deep space, it's not yet over. We can continue our exploration.
We are about to start our last journey of the hour. This time to the Ars Electronica Garden in Sydney, where the Tactical Space Lab hosts an artist-led research program on experimental VR studios, under the title Fertile Methodologies. The video we are about to watch presents the experiments, prototypes, and conversations that emerged from this VR research and incubation program, with the participation of 9 Australia-based artists. After this video, your host will be Christina Scherer for the next 2 hours. See you tomorrow.
Tactical Space Lab is a research initiative focusing on the intersection of art and technology based in the inner west of Sydney, Australia. We're passionate about sharing knowledge and improving the accessibility and legibility of emerging technologies as creative tools, and have been hosting hands-on skills workshops for 5 to 12-year-olds, high school students and adults since 2007. In 2018, we started a program of experimental artist studios to critically explore virtual reality and digital technologies, looking to address the opaqueness of VR for artists and to push its development beyond simply an extension of film and video games. The 2018 program included the artists Joan Ross, Alex Seaton, John A. Douglas and Jason Wing, and was run with the support of the New South Wales State Government and the Australia Council for the Arts. Experiments from the program led to the commission of Joan Ross's VR experience Did You Ask the River by the Australian Centre for Moving Images. In 2020, we've been working with another 9 artists across diverse backgrounds and practices. These artists are Tarek Arlet, Chidam Ayedamir, Kylie Banyard, Nick Cassie, John Gillies, Grace Kingston, Claudia Nicholson, Jason Fu, and Louise Zhang. Over this time, we're proud to have created virtual reality experiences that combine interactive technologies in novel and exciting ways that resonate with each artist's creative intention. The lab focuses on the development of new tools, new thinking, and new ways of using VR by providing a context for technology and concept-driven experimentation. Outcomes and knowledge gained through these experimental studios are shared widely through exhibitions, artist talks, adult and youth workshops, video documentation, and live streams. With the emergence of virtual reality technologies into the contemporary media landscape, driven predominantly by film and video game industries, it's essential creative practitioners have access to the skills and competencies needed to utilize, reappropriate, critically and creatively engage with, and even subvert these technologies. This lab addresses the lack of skills development opportunities available and provides a context for practice-based research contribution to ongoing development of VR's expressive potential. The lab prioritizes knowledge creation and sharing and experimentation, giving artists freedom to pursue ideas into unknown territory, take risks, and explore innovative use of technologies in their practice. Participating artists have diverse backgrounds and practices and have established themselves through the quality of their work as skilled innovators in their own fields.
Hi, Josh. So you're featuring at Ars Electronica a garden that includes 8 studios that introduced artists that don't usually practice with virtual reality into virtual reality. Tell me, you have been working with technologies that interpret reality or interpret spaces since, what, a decade or so?
I studied computer science and cybernetics back in around 2000. And what I'm doing now is sort of an extension of that. Basically, my way of looking at technology is as a set of tools for making sense of the world. When you're doing cybernetics, you have to think about how a robot or how a computer system is making sense of the world. And part of that process is trying to pick out what you think is important about the world and then represent that within the internals of the computer system.
Explain to me what kind of brought you to sort of this sort of model that you have, this sort of incubator, bringing in artists and introducing them to virtual reality tools.
One part of it was that whole idea of demystifying VR. The idea that VR in any way is untouchable. You know, I've done workshops with 5-year-old kids, 5 to 12-year-old kids. I mean, at its core, building things in VR you can think of as like doing a diorama. You know, with a couple of toilet rolls in a shoebox sort of thing. The concept behind it is so straightforward. The bit where it starts to get exciting isn't your technical skill, it's the imagination that you bring to it. So the worlds of VR that's being driven by people who don't have a lot of imagination, but they've got heaps of money and heaps of technical skill, that's not really doing us any favors. What is exciting is bringing people from all over the place with different ways of thinking about storytelling or just forms of creative practice and just showing them how easy it is to get into VR. So Joan, Ross and I decided to work together and to explore using VR in a practice, but I was kind of excited about the possibility of VR not working for a practice. So bringing that sort of 2D collage technique that she uses, trying to bring it into VR, finding that just the distracting novelty of the technology, for example, might totally blow the message out of the water of what Joan was supposed to say. I think it's really important to talk about the limitations of technologies, especially in the context of creative practices and art, where it's not just what the technology will allow, it's also what comes along with that particular way of seeing the world. There's definitely some very, very compelling things that come along with VR. For me, it feels very bodily to go into VR, and it's very hard to even really have any conscious say over whether you feel like you're in a space or not. It just happens when you put the headset on. The other reason is that it takes a form of storytelling that has definitely got a huge big history in computer games, which is a way of telling stories where you have agency in the process of progressing them. And there's all sorts of amazing things that you can do in storytelling from that particular perspective. Another exciting thing for me that VR does is it takes away the necessity of being totally habituated to the mouse and the keyboard or the console controller in order to be able to experience those. So you can put your grandmother into a space, and instead of them grabbing, saying walk forward and look over to your left and they're trying to figure out what the mouse is doing, they can actually sort of more literally do that process.
So, I mean, it's quite interesting when you're describing how the artists are creating this new experience of what VR could be, and that the people that experience this, for instance, children, you've done some workshops with children, is that true?
Yeah, I love it because it's really exciting for me to think that the first VR experience that they ever see are artworks. It's not something that's been bought, it's something that's been made by, you know, people within their local community as well often. And then the second VR experience that they see is one that they have just made. Them and their classmates have got hands on, and there's bits of their own stories and things that they've put in that's part of that. So I really like that idea.
Can you tell me a bit about the Sydney cultural scene, especially what has happened during COVID-19? Like there were spaces like Carriage Works that I know that were sort of had to shut down. How did they respond to kind of working out ways to reach audiences?
It's not as if it's a brand new thing to imagine that there are some people who can't come to your gallery or museum. And it's notable that the first time that they start putting concerted effort into providing access to these artworks is when the most able-bodied bulk of their audience is now somehow unable to come.
I saw you on social media again sort of bringing up this work with the Museums of Contemporary Art during COVID lockdown, saying, hey, you know, I built this sort of virtual model of the museum. Your museum's closed down. Do you think this would be an interesting time to sort of reinvestigate this kind of way of working with the collection that you have? And did you hear anything back? Or?
I didn't hear anything. It's an interesting time, especially because the MCA has just got into a fair bit of trouble around their policy of working with employees of colour, engaging people of colour. And as an extension of that thinking around using the MCA work, I would really like to invite a very, very broad group of people to come in and stage a virtual intervention or a virtual just sort of stating their piece within the MCA reconstruction. Me taking a sort of backseat to just provide the staging for people to present and do what they would want to in that virtual context. So I think it's an opportunity to take advantage of the virtuality of that space as a symbolic gesture.
So in this sense, I mean, you've mentioned this earlier to me, this idea of taking the magic realism of virtual space seriously. And what you're discussing here is kind of occupying a virtual space as a form of protest. Do you think this is possible to have virtual or like strong symbolic occupation of space or protesting within virtual spaces?
I mean, there's different sort of orders maybe of this symbolism and virtuality of space. So you could say, if you do an augmented reality bit of graffiti that no one else is going to see apart from other people who have sort of opted into seeing it, that's one thing that is in no way really a grand protest. But then to say, okay, well, in some ways statues in public space it's not just the statue itself, it imbues this particular symbolic meaning over that space and over that land that it's on and all that sort of stuff. And it's like that there, and all of the controversy over certain statues is maybe another way of thinking about the virtuality of a public space. Because what it's like laying claim to sovereignty in particular ways, laying claim to a particular version of history, that statue becomes a beacon out, sort of fills up that space with a particular narrative.
You're saying that the sort of symbolic representation that kind of creates a space and creates the sort of aesthetics of a virtual space. So for instance, like what you've created with your Mozilla garden for the Mozilla Hub for Ars Electronica. This is a virtual space with virtual symbols, but what we have in our real gardens, in our cities, our real parks, these symbols are also kind of creating these symbolic spaces which are essentially virtual. And do you think that by engaging with these technologies that kind of reconsider our perception of space, we have a better understanding of the virtual symbolic spaces in our own physical public spaces?
I would say one other reason why I'm uncomfortable with augmented reality is because it brushes over the fact that you're sharing space. It's almost like NIMBYism, and like the perfect Facebook bubble where it's not just the concepts and the sort of chat conversations that you're having, it's actually your shared perception of concrete things in a world that you no longer have to opt into. I think the jury's still out because there's always that problem that there can be virtual spaces that can accommodate your way of thinking without ever having to work at that idea of community building where you're reconciling difference and sort of trying to negotiate responsibility.
And this idea of like social media was kind of to really sort of amplify social communities, and it's done the complete opposite. It's sort of become a forum for sort of like trolls and hate and disinformation. And again, we have like with these virtual spaces and things like Mozilla hubs as being sort of like, I know you can't go down to the park right now and have a picnic with your friends, but here we'll put you in a little Lego body, go sort of like hover over there and try to recreate it.
I'd argue that a whole bunch of problems along the lines of things like responding to fake news, for example, and the inability for even people who come from fairly similar political sort of areas of the spectrum to be able to have useful conversation that just doesn't turn into a giant shit fight, basically, is a question of community building. Technology is a community building. So when you say Mozilla hubs, you know, if you look at it, it looks like a VR social community technology, but all they've got is like the semblance, the visual semblance of a community, but without any of that sort of thought of people coming together and working and negotiating with each other.
So this was kind of the original like sort of utopian ideal of what the World Wide Web, and what we've seen now is this platformization, these closed gardens that have even further closed by our social groups and our social connections.
The theme of garden is an interesting one. I think conceptually the idea of a garden comes from a microcosm metaphor for the macrocosm. It is kind of this reflection pool there that doesn't have necessarily any connections to anything else. And then there's all the stuff of the picturesque that comes with the garden and that idea of sort of curating or mediating nature into something that is a particular way of viewing things.
Yeah, essentially it's always this closed garden idea, that the idea of the App Store is a closed garden.
Yeah. The park versus that idea of the privately owned little walled garden might be a nicer way of thinking about things, where there's a necessity to have compromise of different interests and ideas is quite nice. Yeah, as a alternative metaphor for ways of building virtuality. It's just what is the reward? Why would you choose that as something to go to if you had the option of your private garden? I'd say that kind of this is similar to what we're trying to do at Tactical Space Lab, where we're bringing in different voices and different perspectives just to make sure that we don't have a monocultural view of, you know, what VR should be dictated by just some people, that we all mix it up together and have a more nuanced and articulated and informed view of what technology can be and how it works in the world.
Welcome back, everybody. Now you've just seen a small glimpse to the beautiful Salzkammergut in Upper Austria. Thank you to Michaela Kafdanska. I'll be taking over from here. So, on our other channels, you will see the Art in Flux Live, the UK garden. This is a live event streamed on the Art in Flux YouTube channel. What is Art in Flux? It is a charitable organization committed to the development of the media arts community in the UK, and Flux brings these ideas to the wider public through events, performances, workshops and exhibitions. If you switch to the Gardens channel, you'll be able to visit the Deep Space in Linz. The Interactive Media Art Department of the University of Art and Design Linz will present 13 new projects on cooperative aesthetics in the Deep Space 8K. Essential for these works is the interaction between all the visitors, their communication and collaboration. So we'll see a selection of those projects which have been presented in the Deep Space 8K throughout this festival. On the Voyages channel, you can visit the garden Silicon Valley in the US. So a lot will be happening there because from 5:30 until 8 the IIX Music Festival opening ceremony will take place there. And there will also be some performances which you shouldn't miss. And there's a Q&A session with the title Taming Tech, delivering a global framework for humane technology through art, tech and policy. This is moderated by Martin Rauchbauer, the Austrian tech ambassador.
Technology flings us into the future, towards efficiency and productivity and speed. What do these achievements give us, and what do they strip away? In art, we create our most profound aspirations. We recognize who we are and imagine who we must become. Both art and technology show us our horizons and seek to transcend these limits. Our world teeters on the brink of collapse. To meet this challenge, artists and technologists must come together. To imagine, to make, to create. The grid connects these two worlds by fusing their strengths. Because art powers technology.
Now you have the chance to visit Noodlefeet Lisboa. Noodlefeet is a robot, and Sarah Petku invented this robot called Noodlefeet, and he is visiting the Pavilion of Knowledge. This robot is part of an exhibition called Step into Space that visits different places in Europe. So Sarah first created Noodlefeet, or Noodle, as an illustrated robot. And one day Sarah wanted to bring him into three-dimensional world. She started to build its robotic body with 3D printed parts and some found objects, and then Noodle came to life one step after another. Now you can visit the garden in Berkeley. CINMAT, the Center for New Music and Audio Technologies at the University of California, Berkeley, is dedicated to multidisciplinary research and the creative use of sound. So something like linking a concert hall to a laboratory. This center also researches, builds and distributes software tools at the meeting point of AI and music.
Let's start the conversation by talking a little bit about the history of the ruins and how we got there. So we have worked together really since 2011. We've known each other since 1989, but we started collaborating, I would say, in 2011, and really seriously when we did the Alices. And the Alices was a piece that started as a live performance, and then it was an opera that we did at I-Beam in New York, and then it became a VR piece, a game on Oculus Rift, and then it became a Vive mixed reality piece with projections and motion capture dancers and musicians and projection mapping, and it was quite elaborate.
And it became a full live performance with interactive VR materials, with live percussionists in the Ark again.
Yeah, amazing. And so Alice evolved as the technology evolved. I think we stepped it up as things became available to us.
Yeah,
and
Alice is a laboratory.
Yeah, she's a research, she's CINMAT in a way. Like, even though Alice is totally, and all our work is very poetic and not typical research-driven work, it's certainly a laboratory.
Yeah.
Because of its consistency, the two of us over and over and over. So in the beginning, Alice is very text-driven. I used a little bit of Lewis Carroll's original Alice. I used the spamming software, not spamming, it was plagiarism. I plagiarized the voices and changed them over and over until it became crazy and irrational, and then handed those voices over to you, and you processed them and used them as a musical instrument.
The next star's journey we are going to take with Refik Anadol. He is a media artist and pioneer in the aesthetics of machine intelligence. So take this fantastic tour through his studio, because he is truly a pioneer in his creativity that is located at the intersection of humans and machines. Anadol's data sculptures or live audiovisual performances take many forms, and in his work he encourages us to rethink the creative potential of machines.
Hello everyone, I'm Refik. I'm a media artist currently joining you from Los Angeles, California from our studio. I'm also part of START's Mindspace Consortium, and I'm happy to today show you where we are, what we are doing. So please join me. So as a studio, we have been working with generally data and machine intelligence. Especially here, we will be seeing some exciting research we have been doing. Here, Raman and Nidhi working on our upcoming data sculptures using large-scale robotic printing in collaboration with AI Build and KUKA. And then we just finished a project in Portland, Oregon, which used this machine and 3D print large-scale AI data sculpture, specifically using the city's cultural archives, close like 10 million images of Portland, and transform it into a three-dimensional sculpture. Here we are. Welcome to the studio. And here is Homan. He's experimenting with expanded reality project upcoming. This is our immersive room where we will be doing experiments. And here you will be seeing some AI data painting studies from the ISS data sets, from the New York, and also from Mars. So we have been exploring mission intelligence and trying to transform the mission consciousness into a pigment for almost last 4 years. And especially here, you will be mostly exploring different parts of our upcoming performances or installations. For example, this one is from Art Tech House, New York project. If you come here, we do also work with a lot of like temporary immersive environments. Right here, I would like to show you something else. Please welcome to Infinity Room. Oh, Kerry here. So we are here working on an upcoming project, Quantum Dreams. It's an exploration of quantum computing and the speculation about near future and what will happen in a world when the machine can imagine in quantum mechanics and what will happen to our cognitive skills as humanity and how we can reinterpret this world. So Kerry is here and Toby is recording this awesome video. So hope you enjoyed this tour. So from here, we will be talking with, maybe we can go here, Toby. Today in this video, we will be talking with Kenrick McDowell to discuss our past collaboration at AMI, and hope you will enjoy this unique dialogue with Kenrick McDowell and me. Thank you. Hello, Ars Electronica 2020. This is one of the maybe Kepler's garden, or we are here in Los Angeles, in California with Kenrick McDowell. As you witness our studio structures and everything, we have been super happy as a studio, one of the first arts in residency at Google AMI program, and Kenrick as a curator, as a mentor, helped me personally and our studio to navigate in two important projects, Archive Dreaming and WSH Dreams project. And today we are together in our studio, and thanks to his time, we will be discussing our past collaborations. And thanks to his time, we will hopefully deep dive into new ways of thinking with these types of imaginations. Welcome, Kenrick.
Thank you, Refik.
Friends in all around the world for Ars Electronica want to hear things that inspired both of us. But I'm first of all extremely grateful for you to be here, because we met literally maybe 4 years ago in San Francisco in the gray area for the Deep Dream, an amazing day. So I just want to go back that day just because it was really huge inspiration. That event.
It's really interesting to look back at that moment now, especially because so much of what we were speculating about has actually come to pass in terms of like the tools that people are using, the emergence of artistic practices that are really grounded in those tools, and even the structure of engagement that we were imagining and trying for the first time that year of collaborating with artists inside of an AI research group inside of a tech company. Like that was really a proposition that was being made at the event, the Deep Dream event at Gray Area. And then here we are 4 years later, and practices like yours and many other people's have like sprung up around it. And so, you know, it's not that we take credit for all of that, like with the program, Artists and Machine Intelligence, but it certainly was part of our vision that that would be happening and something that we wanted to support. So it's really, I mean, 4 years is not a long time. But then again, the last 4 months have felt like an incredibly long time. Yeah. So it's hard to really understand time.
One thing that I remember in the event that, I mean, first of all, everyone was, I mean, brilliant in their ideas and vision, but I was probably maybe the only artist in the on the stage that honestly I didn't know too much about AI in terms of practically thinking and using it. Mm-hmm. But very openly saying this, I mean, for records or dialogues, I think that specific arts in residency not only helped me, but as a team, like I'm not alone here. I represent my colleagues, my friends in the studio, but how we learn, not only just practically thinking by code or by the available tools, but also thinking the future of what we are doing for archive dreaming specifically, and opened my mind so much that I don't know, I wish I can have the similar open-mindedness and collaboration quality and context and discourse, and like that feeling is really rare to capture. I mean, at least last 4 years, and I'm again very grateful for this type of imagination together, because also in those dialogues, what we have been talking about, which I think is today can be inspiring, is synesthetic architecture. Like this idea about like, can a building dream, or can it learn, can it hallucinate, can it become a part of our life? And I mean, honestly, archive dreaming like truly did that in a different way, but we didn't finish there. So we keep going, which is really, I don't know what other art residencies can do that, but I don't know how can I be more more productive and more resourceful. So thank you again for this.
Of course. I mean, it's an incredible pleasure to see how the ideas and the structures that are in these new technologies can be explored in a completely different way by artists. This was obviously like the goal of our program, but also maybe they're, you know, part of the joy of that experience is seeing surprises and novel ideas emerge, novel ways of using the technology, and even, you know, watching. I guess emergence is like the important word there, right? Like these things emerge out of these connections that are made inside the technology in the high dimensional space of neural nets, but also like in the relationships between people that use them and the relationships between architecture and people. So this idea that we're talking about of synesthetic architecture, you know, to me is one of those emergent properties that's in the structure, right? Researchers made these structures to train. They found ones that worked better for training AI, for training neural nets. And as they kind of converged on those structures start to show us properties of themselves. Like the high dimensional nature of it starts to show us like that high dimensionality as a form for thinking or as a form for creativity has these kind of properties that belong to it. And so this synesthetic thing, the idea of architecture as something that could enfold multiple senses and be generative and really work in a hyperdimensional spatiality, not just 2D drawings and screen media or 3D buildings, but actually, or 4D time-based media, but actually all of those three-dimensional spaces, four-dimensional temporal media combining with the high-dimensional latent space of machine learning as a new way of thinking through traditional problems of architecture or opportunities of design and art and creativity. It's that structure manifests in the work that people like you make and shows us what these new emergent possibilities are. And that is entirely the point of the Artists and Machine Intelligence program, was to create that understanding so that the people that are doing research for other applications will be able to perceive in that way.
This point is really very, very inspiring, Henrik, because as you said, like hyperspace, or especially like when a machine learned, it doesn't require any three-dimensional or four-dimensional reality. I mean, for me, in the residency, the very first weeks, I remember that we have been discussing when we talk about archive dreaming or X dreaming, X memories or X hallucinations, this idea of like a neuroscience, AI, and architecture could come together in a speculation context. But also, we were also witnessing something that when a machine defines a space mathematically or conceptually or whatever we call latent space, let's call it, right? The latent space for architecture is not existed. I mean, 4 years ago, I mean, there was no any discussions. There was no like plan for how to cut a plan or section of a machine's mind, like how we can visualize this invisible world for the architectural context, maybe mathematically and scientifically. Of course, the research was very, I mean, intensely going on, incredible. But from the architectural perspective, there was not too much things that we have been like speculating back in time. And I think when you mention hyperspace or this dimension, these n dimensions as a kind of a narrative for us as humans or speculation space for architecture, there was a whole massive like invisible beauty, like dangerously beautiful for some people because they think this will never be perceivable for humanity. But I think what we were doing with these projects, at least trying to understand, even putting a simple interface between a human and an archive, and whenever a human touches that XYZ coordinates, he or she can fly in the mind of a machine by simply touching and defining a super simple camera flying in TSNE algorithm inside 1.7 million documents, or in other projects, whatever archives existed. I think it was giving an audience to navigate in a space that doesn't need to be concrete, glass, or steel. A space in flux, a space is beyond our, I mean, Newtonian or Cartesian or physical biased world of imagination.
Yeah, I agree. I think that art is probably the best language that we have for trying to understand that dimensionality. I mean, you know, GPT-3 has come out. I've been doing some writing with it, and my experience with that is that it is also an interface, right? So the images that you create, the ways of representing this data are interfaces, and language is another interface. Sound is another interface, and that's been a critical piece of all the works that we're talking about that you've made. So when we start to put these together, like media, images, sounds that are generated, and language as a direct interface to our meaning-making capacity, when we put those together, we suddenly have a multimodal way of interacting with that latent space. And the experience of using those interfaces can be just incredible and beautiful and moving and interesting, but also I think there's a couple aspects to it. One is like, what is in there? What is being mapped and understood, right? Like how, there's the interface, there's the way you interact with it, there's the actual content. And so, you know, trying to structure that content and build training sets, understand like, what should we be focusing on? What does it mean to focus on architecture? What does it mean to focus on the landscape? What does it mean to understand these different aspects, like the way that you're doing with these projects? And then there's also the structure itself, what the structure itself has to teach us. And there's, you know, in my own experience with writing, for example, I've seen modes of meaning making and semiosis that seem to emerge from the interconnected structure itself, new modes of perception that you might have for like what a building is or what a landscape looks like through spending time in that interface. And when we start to fold into that, our perception, how we perceive starts to absorb that high dimensional structure. We feed that back in the process of creation. And so this conversation starts to happen. Well, you've talked about it in terms of memory too, which I think is really interesting and important, because when we're dealing with the systems we have now, they don't necessarily have memory from session to session unless you're constantly retraining them, right? So in that engagement between a creative human and a machine system, the human becomes a kind of memory or a kind of long-term memory, right? So like you might find, and I'd love to hear, you know, how if your experience is like this, but you may find like when working with the system, for me with writing, I was finding certain concepts would be really generative and rich, or certain types of subjects that I could input would feed back really interesting things. So I started to focus on those and to process them in my own memory and in my own imagination. And then I became, in some sense, an extension of the system as much as it was an extension of my own input. And that process of accruing and condensing memory and meaning seems to be really an important role for an artist in this engagement.
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful point, because I think we witnessed this serendipity in almost pretty much every project. We use GAN algorithms, from starting with archive dreaming. Back in time, it was DC GAN, 1.7 million documents, an archive creating almost realistic documents, but they're not real. But we were speculating what will happen in the near future. A machine can, get inspired by the past that inspires the future, or an archive in the near future, a human witness and AI learning faster, deeper, and maybe better than a human, and just that moment of witness of a machine is learning. And then in Disney Hall Dreams project, I think what we were much more inspired is the idea of a building hosting this data, these memories of a cultural institution. Back in 100 years, like, you can pretty much access every single sound recording, every single video recording, every single photography ever taken in a building. And then you were able to look at, especially Parag Mittal's incredible support to the journey. We were able to create an AI model that listened to every single sound recording in a building ever recorded. And by clicking one button, you can fly in the latent space and hear every single Mahler, Beethoven, or Stravinsky. I mean, that powerful infinity, but also possibility at the same time, it's just truly machine intelligence and a machine creativity with the human creativity. I mean, that feeling is, I think, super fresh, but also I think has an infinite potential. And I think for me, the problem was how to access that experience without being in the virtual space. And I think architecture is truly an incredible canvas that takes this information, transforms into a material by using light, which is democratically can go away if you don't like it. Not like, very strong physical materials that needs to be there. So it's in flux. It can grow, it can stay. So very similar feeling. Like, I mean, when that dialogue between the architecture and human, but in between we have the machine that has a policy or has a narrative or has guiding these interconnected feelings. It's definitely a picture of architecture, or hopefully it's one of the way of seeing the picture of architecture.
Well, it's really interesting to think about the LA Phil project in that way, because you're also talking about the building itself as a container for an organization, and as a sort of single moment, a speculative project at an important historical moment for the Philharmonic. You can, we can imagine what would the repercussions of that be, but what would it mean also to fold that understanding into the process of being an organization? I think one of the things that these systems can show us, if we're open to it and if we build them with some consciousness of this phenomena, is that we are all kind of part of larger formations. We're part of interrelated structures. We're interdependent with each other. So when we think about what a system, what an ML system in a building could show us for an organization or for a group of people, there's many kind of cybernetic feedback loops going on, and the idea that an organization could start to have this awareness of its past, this understanding of its patterning. I mean, did you see anything in the process of doing that work that showed how that self-reflective aspect of the work could play out?
And I think I think this point that you mentioned, I remember we were discussing I think it was the day we were trying to feed every single photo of the building ever taken. I mean, we basically look at the Disney Hall text and find out how the building have been perceived from the humanities perspective, and take that collective memory and feed it into the neural net and let the building one day decide or ask the question, do I need to look like this? And that freedom of thinking of a machine embedded to the architecture, and then this first awareness comes and says, I mean, no offense to Frank Gehry, of course, but saying can I at least at night be different maybe? Can I have this opportunity to look like that? Can I be that? That kind of a conscious model of space was a speculation, which I think what was amazing that with our dialogue, I remember you were also mentioning that since it's light, right? Light will go away again. It's just a one speculation. It may be wrong, it may be good, it may be whatever. But at the end, the building have this new perspective that we, as humanity, I don't think architecture needs to focus on beyond function and structure, but for the first time we have this cognitive capacity of something given to a built environment beyond just IoT thing. That was, I think, very fresh. We have been discussing, I'm pretty,
well, that cognitive capacity is also like enfolded into the human organization that is inhabiting it. And that seems to be like a really interesting place because right now we think of these systems as sort of like it's all in the cloud, or it's all one system, or it's like my device. But like, what does it mean for that embedded intelligence to be functioning for like different formations of people? It enables a certain type of thinking of like who we are and how we're organized that could break from the models that we have now, or could allow different forms of self-organization to emerge from the organization of people, machines, landscape. I mean, if you think about what it takes to train just to train a neural net, let alone do that in collaboration with a large organization, it's a certain kind of collaborative and open mindset that's required to be able to facilitate that many different people working together from that many different disciplines. And there has to be some kind of shared goal, versus sort of saying like, in this sort of more romantic notion of an artist of like, go to your ivory tower and be inspired and make something and then come back and give it to us. I mean, that's a perfectly valid model for its own reasons. But when we talk about engagements with infrastructure and with social organization that also have creativity and computer science research and architecture and things that many, many people have a shared stake in, there's suddenly like a different mode that's necessary. And it seems to me, I mean, the motivation for me in the program has always been to kind of keep that space open and allow emergence to happen within it versus kind of like dictating like what the point of it is, or, it's really more like, let's take all of this complexity and just like use the language of art, use the tradition of art and the training of art to hold the space open so that novelty can emerge and new perception can emerge. But it has to, in these cases, with these types of projects, in particular, there are certainly ML artists that are working on their own in highly idiosyncratic ways and solo ways that are very interesting as well. But with these types of large organizations and the intersections of different disciplines, there's a real need to be part of a larger formation and to, I mean, at least for me, to kind of let go of the idea that like my vision is the main vision. In fact, like what's most interesting is usually what nobody thought of that comes out of the process.
For example, I mean, of course, then these two projects also inspired other projects for us, right? Like Latent Being was in Berlin, visualizing the collective memories of Berlin, or in Machine Hallucination, collective memories of New York. So we took the same model of ideation actually, because this collaboration was so inspiring that we were trying to detach ego from data and trying to find that collective patterns of memories to let the machine inspire from that can create collective dreams or collective hallucinations. Then architecture becomes the interface for that. But we never like try to be struggled by the personal information. We never struggled with the privacy, like, because the idea was always looking for innovation and discovery. So it was never like tied into this 21st century problem. So I think it was another great feedback from yourself and the entire AMI collaboration that we never focus on personality. We always like try to find that common tone, common language. And I think AI can be that thing to let us find a language that we were maybe missing in the humanity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting problem for artists, I think, because there's so much training and conditioning around sort of like developing your own voice, which is really important. And in that process, sort of like keeping your secret techniques to yourself. And there's a risk that an artist will lose something of value in doing that. And so it's a really interesting place to see these things play out. I mean, I think that maybe the more collective nature of, let's just call it millennial culture, might resonate better with this collaboration, but there's certainly, within the industrial and commercial aspects of art, there's certainly a lot of competition, right? So it seems that there needs to be some other way of structuring the incentives to be involved that would allow for that collaboration to be a part of it.
So what maybe from artistic point of view, as a conclusion, what I found extremely grateful to this collaboration is we had like institution like LA Philharmonic, we have like AMI helping to facilitate all these like hard, challenging questions and technologies and many things. And as a studio, we are like somehow in this triangle. But what I was or in archive dreaming, like SALT research, again, with similar model, we change the institution, but we find new ideas, new feelings. And we play with architecture of library, architecture of a cultural beacon, Frank Gehry's, beautiful piece. But what I always like found amazingly and deeply purposeful and impactful is the type of collaboration that is beyond the galleries and the museums and the traditional collaboration methods that we know and we have been seeing for many decades. So I'm really grateful for discovering new worlds together. So I don't know what else can be done what else we can say to people, but this model itself, I heavily advise for other people to explore.
Yeah, I think it's really important, especially in a time when institutions are maybe questioning the models that they had in the past, or technology companies are being questioned for the way that they engage with culture overall. And for artists that are looking for ways of addressing problems that they experience or expressing just what it feels like to live in the world right now, that we need more of this kind of openness between groups to be able to come together and envision the present and the past and the future in ways that each institution can't provide on their own. I really hope that this isn't just technology making a space for artists to be inside of tech companies, and I really hope that it's not traditional art institutions kind of grabbing onto whatever seems like the most trendy or relevant technology of the moment, but actually a deeper engagement that uses the best modes of analysis, investigation, and creativity that each organization can bring to the table. And finding some kind of consensus for doing that seems really to have to do with defining who the stakeholders are for these different institutions and for artists, studios, and for individual artists. Like who are we doing this for is the important question. And at a time when institutions are probably questioning a lot of what they're doing right now, and tech companies are questioning what they're doing right now, but we have to put on the table the question, like, who are we doing this for? And how might that shift our understanding of what it is that we're doing, or shift the timeline that we think about what we're doing?
Thank you very much for these insights. And honestly, I wish that these opportunities, these collaborations can be influential for the people who are looking for understanding the unknown of, as you said, not technology, but also like the audience in this case. Like, I mean, from my point of view, what we are doing as a studio should be for anyone, any age, and any background. Like, we are trying to try to disconnect from all the bias, like audience problems of the arts, I can say. And I think what we did together, at least all these projects that have reached this public space, the people that from any age, any background in LA Philharmonic's like audience, or like when archive dreaming, like researchers from all over Europe were like coming and touching this art piece. I mean, these kind of moments were so serendipitous that sometimes we even like define the audience. Like sometimes even though we have like a prediction of like audience, but when the idea becomes accessible to the people that we don't even know, and that beautiful serendipitous communication between the N audience with the N dimensions of machine, I don't know, like these are like really the beauty of, I think, serendipity and the collaboration's depth and purpose. So anyway, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, for this dialogue for Ars Electronica 2020 Kepler's Garden. So hope you enjoy this dialogue.
I hope you had a great journey with the fantastic artist Refik Anadol. So, next, this is an artist talk with Miva Matrejek. What is animation and how do you animate work? So this artist talk with Mia Matrejek is about her project Infinitely Yours. She says about herself, I tell stories about the world of humanity and nature through performance and metaphorical experiences. I want my work to challenge the viewer to see the world differently and emotionally through symbolic images.
Hello, my name is Mia Matrejek, and I'm honored to be awarded the Golden Nika for computer animation for Ars Electronica this year. I am a Los Angeles-based animator, designer, and performer, making work that combines projected animation and live performance. My work often tries to imagine invisible systems of micro and macro scales, as well as express concepts and visualize metaphors. My new piece, Infinitely Yours, is a dreamlike, or maybe more nightmarish, interpretation of the climate crisis, born out of processing my own climate anxiety over the last few years. As part of the process, I collected news items to note-take some of the imagery I wanted to integrate into the world of the piece. Deforestation, forest fires, ocean plastics, overfishing, pollution, peak oil, manufacturing of an unimaginable amount of unsustainable and quickly disposed products. These images consider what it means for the Earth to support a human population of 7.8 billion people. I've been working in the medium of combined performance and animation since my time as a grad student in the experimental animation program at California Institute of the Arts. I began collaborating with people from theater, music, and puppetry to make interdisciplinary projects, which expanded my mind about where and how animation can be seen and experienced. Influenced by these collaborations, my MFA thesis project in 2007 was my first solo shadow and animation project. Since then, I have been fascinated by continuing to add complexity to my work, to play with illusion and transformation, and the compositions I can create with my shadow and animation. The shadow is a specific two-dimensional version of my female body, but also makes me somewhat like a symbol of a person, one that the audience might see as both real and ephemeral. The shadow is cinematic in that it could be one-to-one scale to my body or become larger than life, like a close-up. Combined with the animation, I can create POV shifts, pans, zooms, and other compositions in mise-en-scène, familiar from the language of cinema, while the audience constantly is aware that I am creating these effects in real time with my body. By being present and having the risk of mistake and failure, the shadow is a vessel to make an empathetic connection with the audience, to bring them along on the journey of the surreal narratives of the animation. Unfortunately, I can only show documentation videos for the Ars Electronica events this year rather than doing a live performance because of the global pandemic. I'm excited to show my work live again in front of a physical audience when the world is safer. I love the magic connection I feel to be co-present and sharing a space of imagination and co-creation with the audience. In my work, the shadow silhouette is not one character, but can represent a multitude of perspectives. In moments, the shadow represents the experience of an individual person, like being stuck in a car in traffic, but also in moments represent the experience of society or humanity, such as reaching into the ground and pulling out oil to eat up hungrily. Sometimes the shadow represents Earth or Gaia, watching as the surface of the planet is transformed rapidly through human history. The shadow switches at a turn from being the creator to the created, the destroyer to the destroyed. Throughout the process of making this piece and later showing it, it's been interesting that certain ruled events make the images feel resonant again and again. I first imagined the wildfire scenes from the fires in California, but the scene felt timely again with the fires in Brazil and later the fires in Australia. And of course, California is on fire again now. Infinitely Yours is made using After Effects, Photoshop, and Premiere. I tend to make work like a collage artist, deconstructing and layering images and video footage, and manipulating and rebuilding them in layers upon layers into new moving images and meanings. Even though my work is made digitally, there's a lot that relies on the handmade and everyday, from the presence of my body live behind the screen, and the paper forest object that I start and end the piece with, as well as other tangible objects in shadow, like the plastic bottle. Much of the imagery and the video footage come from my daily life. The trash in the ocean scene are my own trash that I shot footage of and animated. The oil field is built out of videos and photos I took while on a road trip in Central California. The living room is my own apartment, shot and rebuilt into the piece. All of the music in Infinitely Yours is by my friend Morgan Sorn. He was generous to let me look through his vast discography of music and find songs that felt right per scene. The music acted as a backbone for me to structure the flow of images from one to the next and gives the emotional arc to the performance. For some versions of the touring shows, Morgan is able to come with me and perform live, which is exciting. What is animation? For me, animation is giving life by visual manipulation of time, space, and ideas, a manifested illusion. By the animator's hands, image and meaning are bent to create a new reality. A dream logic of one image following the other, time and physics bending to create a visual world that only the animator can bring into being, channeled through the personality of their unique mind and hands. How do I make animation? I had always thought about animation through my body. When I was making short films, my hands, eyes, and body were often integrated into the collaged images as rotoscoped elements. Often even the original conception of my projects come from an embodied imagination, channeled through my body and through gestures. I am often asking myself questions like, what would the earth feel like to desire connection with the universe, to reach out and touch the moon? And through performing this feeling for the camera, attempt to create an emotional connection to the idea. I have rarely been interested in telling the story of a person or a character, but rather of perspectives that are often conceptual and larger than life, such as the perspectives of the earth, of a disaster, or the weather system. What does it mean to make animation with performance? I have been investigating my unique form of combining live performance and animation for over a decade. I consider my main practice to be the solo shadow silhouette work, but I also sometimes make short films, as well as work in a more theater-based way with my collaborative multimedia theater company, Cloud Eye Control, and as a designer for other theater and dance companies. For me, as a performer inside of my animations, I am very much interested in the audience's perception, what they see, interpret, and experience while watching my work. For me, telling my stories to a female body is very important. One, there are already a lot of stories about men out there. Two, this is the body I have and experience the world through. I am also interested in working in this digital medium, but infusing my work with tenderness, care, and strength, as well as panic, fear, and despair, and a wide range of other emotions. After spending almost 2 years to make Infinitely Yours, I am now in the process of a new creation, a child. I redocumented the performance for the Ars Electronica event as I felt my current body adds a layer of meaning to the themes of this piece. And it was definitely something I had been thinking about and struggling with in the process of making this work. What it means to be cared for by the earth, what it means to care for the earth, where we are now, and the future that we want to provide for the next generation. Thank you.
Let's take a trip to the garden in Rome, Transient, impermanent paintings by the artist Kasia. Kasia is a visual artist based in London, and this is a concert, an audio-visual concert for 2 motorized pianos and 2 conductors. And they are working together with generative algorithms. So imagine digital brush strokes draw on a large projection as if on real canvas. So each brush stroke is sonified with a piano note, creating a polyphonic landscape. For this project, there was a new software developed that allows images and sound to be seamlessly interconnected.
During the last years, we have been researching about the secret language of plants.
Experiencing life at full volume in this way is rare.
So you might have seen this video for a second time, but now we're going to go to the journey around the world with tips and teasers on what's happening on the other 3 channels here. So on the New World channel, you can visit the Keppel's Gardens talks. So Walter Oetsch developed 2 scenarios for the future of society, one positive and one negative one. And he will give an overview of the possible ideas for the future, both positive and negative. On the Gardens channel, you can go to a trip to Slovenia, a panel discussion about wearable technology. So nowadays, wearable technology is one of the fastest growing technologies. A few years ago, it was rarely seen, but in 5 to 10 years, wearable health devices will be built into clothing to monitor people's health. The future therefore opens many questions. How will the privacy and security concerns be addressed? Who will make those decisions, and who will own your health data, and who will have access to it? The next Ars Electronica garden is the garden in Galway. We have a teaser for that garden. It is called Earol Sparks. So Earol Sparks started its journey by exploring the potential of radio communication. And the second step was to reimagine our relationship with the sea. So the artist spent some time on the Irish research vessel, the RV Celtic Explorer. Each work now explores relationships between places and people. As we are moving into a future of uncertain intimacy, how is it possible to grow meaningful connections from a distance? Now, let's check out a drone opera at the Experimenta Garden in Melbourne. The idea behind a drone opera formed in 2014. So artist Matthew Sleeth saw footage of US drone strikes in the Middle East circulating online. That was the starting point. So a project was born to explore society's drift towards the acceptance of total surveillance. The presence of military systems in non-military settings are increasing, and so is our fear of technology. Now, let's visit the Ars Electronica garden in Chicago. Society slammed the brakes, and we are still stumbling. We struggle to reorientate ourselves in time, in space, and in relation with one another. So the past becomes difficult to distinguish from the future. But one thing is clear. The present is our moment and our chance to build the world that we want to inhabit. Disposition is a virtual exhibition space that brings together digital and physical artworks and environments.
The School of the Art Institute Art and Technology Studies' third presentation at the Ars Electronica Festival, Disposition, is a virtual exhibition space that brings together artworks by members of the Art and Technology Studies community from around the world.
A unit where I can call it home.
Using the prefix dis as an organizing principle, the artworks in the exhibition, Disposition, act as a reversing force, embracing the conditions of physical distance to foreground the inherent potential of shared aesthetic experience. The exhibition is organized into 6 areas, each reflecting on the hopes and anxieties that define our relationship to technology. Together, these artworks suggest the impossibility of a virtual utopia and highlight the urgency of reimagining our collective reality.
This department considers technology to be a material with which to make fine art. It's a department that thinks about the material philosophically and thinks about it critically, and it involves everything from creative coding to bioart to olfactory art.
Not only do we have a long history going back to 1969, we're the first program in the country to teach this discipline, but we continuously reinvent ourselves. We work bottom up. They get under the hood and they hack, they hybridize, they experiment, they create sometimes their own media materials and their own demos because what they want to demonstrate doesn't exist out there.
There is a lot of room here in SCIC to do kind of whatever you want and do whatever you need. I get to do and like jump around to each department, try new things, add new like materials to like my overall kind of my work. So I've been doing a lot of tests in terms of with material, with neon and also casting neon in resin. Really interested in kind of like manipulating and diffracting light in certain ways by encasing neon in certain materials.
What we find if you look around at the faculty and the students is that a lot of us have one foot in, for instance, creative coding, but another foot in sculpture. Someone has one foot in game design, yet another foot in sound design. One thing we all have in common, even though we all have different interests, is that we are all like equal parts poetry and savvy. And we're all very curious too.
We've been doing virtual reality in one way or another for 20 years. So we have our black box space where people can work with new technologies around virtual and augmented reality. We have all kinds of laboratories and studios and contexts for making work that cover like the whole spectrum of old technology to the cutting edge technology.
We have common goals for our students. We want them to be radically innovative, and we want them to be fearlessly experimental, and we want them to constantly ask questions and to constantly seek the answer to those questions through their making.
Well, if it wasn't for COVID-19, we would all be partying right now at the OK night. To the clubs all over the world who had to close due to COVID-19, we miss you. We know we miss you and you miss us. So, but we'll come back. Today we are streaming the first 45 minutes from the OK roof. Now, let's switch to the OK night. Let's have a beer, and we'll be back in 45. Hello and welcome back to the Ars Electronica's selection channel. As you can see, I'm not in a studio, I'm in a fitness center because this studio was designed to be a fitness center, but then Ars Electronica came and made a film studio. So welcome back. I'm gonna present to you what's happening on the other 3 channels now. Let me take a breath. So, on the Kepler's Garden Linz, there's a night keynote from Lynn Hirschman-Leeson. She is known for her groundbreaking contribution to media arts, from artificial intelligence to DNA programming. On the Gardens channel, now I've got my breath back, we are going to visit Riga in Karlsruhe, Plant Form. It's a live concert for plants and people. Have you ever been talking to plants? Yeah, I bet you have. If not, do it and you will find out what happens. So, the art project Talk to Me by Rasa Smitte and Raitis Smits, you are encouraged to talk to plants. You can choose a language and male or female voice from your message that you will be sending the plants, and your message will be read loudly for the growing tomatoes by the loudspeakers installed in the greenhouse. So on the Ars Electronica Garden channel, no, the Ars Electronica Garden San Sebastian is what we visit now. Tabacalera, yes, presents art and science. So Tabacalera exists for 5 years now. So they, it is the anniversary that they are, today at 1945, now I'm back, on the Gardels channel, art and science meets an immersive installation. So this work from Tabacalera is inspired by the known and unknown aspects of space exploration. It will be presented here at the Ars Electronica Festival.
Tabacalera is the center for creation and exhibition of different forms of art, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the creation library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new media lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of art, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabacalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabacalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Linz.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new media lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more, let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing here, this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabacalera. Tabacalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015. And in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica Festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica Festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
The Ars Electronica Festival is not only an online festival. Do not forget that there are a lot of events happening here at the festival site, the Kepler's Garden in Linz. So now, you are going to see a short preview to a project called Gnava Machine by Kamel Zakri and Marc Chemelier. They played today already, and they will be playing live tomorrow at 11 a.m. here in Linz at the Kepler Gardens.
Welcome to the Prix Electronica Computer Animation category online awards ceremony. I'm Emiko Ogawa, head of Prix Electronica, and here is our artistic director, Gerfried Stocker, as a prize presenter. And we welcome the wonderful guests via online, Miwa Matlejek from US, Randa Marufi from France, and Maya Gaelic from Switzerland. So the computer animation category has been the part of the Prix Electronica since the beginning of 1987, and still it's the development continued to display the strengths and vitality. So in the meantime, so now all animation is moved throughout computer at the same point. So the jury members was asking the question themselves that what some point the animation is or what animation could be. So for the first time since inception, the jury meeting itself was held entirely online. So what kind of artistic exploration the jury selected, which kind of technological challenge are acknowledged. So they are really discussing about the project carefully via online. And the result is, so Gerfried, please announce and introduce our winning project and winners.
The result is, as always, amazing. We have in this category 15 awards that we are giving away, 12 honorary mentions, 2 award of distinctions, 1 golden Nike. And here you see this wonderful selection of really exciting projects reaching from different kind of almost classical animation to digital imagery, and even installations are part of this selection of the honorary mentions, and I can only welcome you again and recommend that you look on our websites to see more about this really great project. But we are coming now to the top 3, and first to the award of distinctions. And the first award of distinction goes to Maya Gehring from Switzerland for her animation Average Happiness. And Maya is with us online. And I hope she can hear me, because we would like now to ask you, Maya, if you could explain a little bit about your project. We are showing the video and we hope for your comments.
Okay, Average Happiness is about statistical diagrams that turn into bodies and get to a sensitive erotic state. So basically in that film, 7 minutes long, the statistical diagrams come to a mutual data climax. And the topic of the film is maybe to be surrounded about statistical diagrams, to try to read and to understand those diagrams. And especially in our time as we are now, we are surrounded by diagrams that we try to understand, and we try to find our way in these situations. And for me, it was interesting to have these very objective diagrams. They try to be very objective and give them an own subjective life and an own story and own characterization.
Well, at the moment or during Corona, we have all seen so many data animations and diagrams, so it's really great to see the very wonderful and also humorful way that you have to approach data. Are you usually working a lot with data visualization?
I'm an absolutely naive person about data and data visualization, and I tried to keep that during the process of making the film. I did some research, but I tried really to get that non-data visualization approach, because they want to explain something, they want to make something understandable, and basically what I try with the film is to make it not understandable anymore, and to give the subjectivity and the insecurity that I feel in the world. To manifestate this feeling with these diagrams.
Wonderful. I think this is actually very revealing about the nature of statistics and data. Very often we get a kind of false impression of security from this data. So thank you very much for this really exciting work.
Thank you for the prize.
The next award of distinction, second award of distinction this year, goes to Randa Marufi for her animation Babsepta. And again, we will try the same thing. So I would like Randa to explain a little bit about the project while we are showing the video.
Hello.
Hello.
Babsepta means Ceuta's gate. Ceuta is a Spanish enclave on the Moroccan soil. The film Babsepta is kind of portrait of this city of Ceuta through the people who works in this border every day. Because it is strictly forbidden to take pictures at the border, I decided to shoot the whole film in a studio. So in this film, my will is to transcribe this particular tension felt on this small territory separating Africa from Europe, but also more general state of the world.
Really great. Maybe we can hear a little bit of the sound also of this video for a few seconds, because that's also an important part.
Otras de tráfico de ropa usada. O incluso de tráfico de personas que van escondidas en el interior de
work. How long did it take you to realize this project? Randa, can you hear me? How long did it take you to realize this project?
From 2015, I was there for the first time just to visit this border. From 2015 till 2018, it was the preparation of the project. And the shooting was in 2018, and the post-production was a very big part of the project, and it takes around 1 year.
Wow. That's really amazing, and the result is really stunning. A project that everybody liked very much in the jury, and also when we presented it here in Linz, it really got a very great feedback. So thanks again, and congratulations for getting this award of distinction. And we are coming to the Golden Nika now. This goes to Miva Matrejek for a wonderful film and animation called Infinitely Yours. Miva, congratulations, first of all, and same procedure. Hello. We are showing the video, and we would like you to talk a little bit about it while we are showing the video.
Great. Yes, I'm Mia Matrejek. I'm an animator, designer, and performer based in Los Angeles. So the key is that I'm also performing in my animation. I come from a background in making animation, mostly in After Effects, but I am projecting it from front and rear projection, and I'm behind the screen creating a shadow with my own body as a performer. So I'm integrating my shadow as part of the composition of the layered animation, and I'm interacting with the animation. So normally I perform in a theatrical capacity. I'm normally in like black box theaters and, you know, live in front of an audience. And this piece is sort of dealing with my climate grief over the last few years, kind of inspired a lot by headlines and articles and news items that I was reading over the last few years about overfishing and plastics in the ocean and peak oil, you know, like super storms and unprecedented wildfires, which is happening again right now in California and along the West Coast. So kind of taking all these different like headlines and news items, and how do I kind of like deal with my grief and express it as a series of images in a 26-minute performance. So yeah, I made it over a year and a half or so. And the process is very integrated, where I'm testing images with my body and performance while I'm creating the animation.
When did you start to work with animations in your performances? I mean, coming from theater, one would expect the stage is your primarily area, but you are combining performance, stage, and projections and animations now.
It's actually opposite. I come from a background in animation, and I started integrating performance into my animation. Yeah, so my MFA is in experimental animation from Cal Arts in California. But in the process of being in school, I started collaborating with people from theater, dancers, musicians, and starting to build pieces that have animation but integrate performers. So I've been making work like this since 2006-07 or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How do you see, something I would be very interested, this integration of genres like theater with computer animation, digital art? I mean, there are a lot of theater groups now who are looking into this kind of collaborations. Is this something that you think that has a future, or is it just a temporary trend?
I think there's a future to it in terms of just the kind of worlds and surreal worlds they could create through projection and combining it with theater. And I think for me, with my own work too, it's about being able to be in a fantastical space, but keeping a very empathetical kind of connection with a live audience, between a live performer and a live audience. And sort of the stakes of it being a real person and possibilities for mistake rather than something that's just all pre-made in the can, on film. So, I mean, I do really enjoy performing and kind of sharing this empathetical space with live audiences, which of course we can't do right now, which I think we'll talk more about later. But.
Well, anyway, this I think is also a great way to bring this notion of storytelling that we know from theater and performance into the digital media now, because it's really offering a great way of presentation. And what about the music? Are you also working on soundtracks for these pieces?
For my work?
Yeah, for your work. Is how important is music? Because, of course, in the field of performance and animation, we have a strong aspect of music as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So for Infinitely Yours, all the music was by my friend Morgan Sorn, and he's a LA-based vocalist and musician. And for some of my past work, we've had live music with a small quartet or a quintet. I also have a theater company that's separate from my solo work called Cloud Eye Control. So for that group, sometimes we have live musicians. But in general, I've worked with recorded music by friends.
Yeah. And how important is then improvisation in this? Because usually animation is a painstaking work of planning frame by frame. Performing is, of course, something, of course, you need a lot of choreography and preparation as well. But how is the moment of improvisation then taking place?
Sure. Yes. For my own solo work, so for example, Infinitely Yours, it is pretty choreographed because I am coming from an animator's heart, so I want control over every frame and every, every like pixel, even with my shadow. There's some room for improvisation in terms of like how I perform my expressions, and it's not exactly the same every time. But like I said, I have other collaborations that I do work with, and with that, there's more room for improvisation where the images might be more reacting to the performer rather than the performer kind of being choreographed to the images. So it kind of runs a spectrum of working for me.
Great.
But yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And last 2 minutes, we are now making the official awarding. So we have these wonderful 2 certificates for the 2 awards of distinction. We will send them with the mail to you so that you will have the opportunity to enjoy it. And from Eva, for you, we have this wonderful statue. Since 1987, it is given away to the prize winners of Prix Ars Electronica. This one is yours. Tomorrow we will put it in a box and send it all the way to you. So congratulations again to all the 3 of you. I hope we have more chances in the future to showcase your wonderful work here at the festival.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Congratulations. The Cyber Arts exhibition, which is the showcase of our winning project, is also available in Linz and in Oka, Katia. And also the video tour of this Cyber Arts exhibition is available online. The next program is the Prix for computer animation, the discussion part with all 3 top 3 winners and the jury members. So Miwa, Randa, and Maya, thank you very much again, and congratulations again to all winners of computer animation category 2020 Prix Ars Electronica.
Bravo, bravo.
Welcome to the Prix Forum Computer Animation category, the special edition of this year. I'm Emiko Ogawa, head of Ars Electronica. And the Prix Forum itself is the 30-minute discussion panel done together with the Prix Electronica winners and the jury member. All single artist talk can be available and you can watch via Ars Electronica website online, Prix Electronica website. And today's discussion topic is what is animation? How do you animate the work itself? This is the discussion topic for this 30 minutes. And now I would like to introduce our speakers of this session via online. Miwa Matlajek, the Goldenica winner of the project Infinity Yours. Randa Marufi and Paul Gilbert, the award of distinction winners with the project Bab Septa. And Maya Gaelic, the award of distinction winner of her project Average Happiness. And our moderator and the jury member of computer animation category is Peter Barr. So thank you for coming and joining us. So Peter, please start the session.
Thank you so much, Emiko, and congratulations to all of the prize winners here. During the award ceremony, of course, we got to hear you guys talk really briefly about your work. And so I thought it would be interesting to use this platform for 30 minutes as an opportunity for us to get a little bit more in depth into each of your works, but to also maybe use your work as a platform to jump into larger topics, as each of your artworks do. And so I'm hoping that this is an opportunity to be able to have more casual, more in-depth conversations. Before I share a little bit about myself and the other jury members, I'd like to go around and give each of you an opportunity to introduce yourself. I'm actually, since we're going to be talking a bit about more global topics, social, political issues, I'm curious where each of us is coming from. It's perhaps to start with Miwa. Miwa, where are you beaming in from?
I'm beaming in from Los Angeles, where the skies are kind of yellow and orange. Not as bad as San Francisco or Oregon, but you could definitely still smell smoke here.
And in Chicago, it's the afternoon and the skies are gray and it's soggy. Maya Gerig, where are you tuning in from?
Actually, I'm in Zurich, in my home, and there are strange insects flying around. So everything okay.
Things are still alive. There's bugs in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Randa Marufi, where are you joining us from?
Actually, I'm from Morocco. I grew up there, and now I live since 10 years in France, in Paris.
And Paul Gilbert, who was working with Randa on Bab Septa. Welcome, Paul. Where are you tuning in from? Where's your green, your chroma key void actually exist in the world?
It's in my little mail cave in Brussels.
Cool. So we have quite the international network here. So I'm tuning in from Chicago, and perhaps we'll get a chance to dig into this a little bit, but obviously with Ars Electronica happening online, there's lots of limitations of a movement that once felt normal just a year ago, felt very normal. And so while some of us are experiencing a festival in real life in Linz, there's those of us like Miwa and myself in the United States who don't even have an opportunity to go to a cinema. And so perhaps we can dig into that a little bit later, but I'd like to ground this topic in this is an opportunity to honor the awards that you guys all received, and to offer a little bit of background on where I come into this and the process that was involved in choosing your work. So I was a jury member, and our jury was all online because this happened post birthing of this global pandemic. But joining me on the jury were a number of artists and curators and multidisciplinarians, Mimi Son, Eric O, Birgitta Hosea, and Mathilde Leven. So I want to give a shout out to all of them. It was a really incredible opportunity to get to look at all of your work and so much more, so much work, and to get to discuss it with each of them. Now, the topic of this conversation is what is animation, and more particularly, how do each of you animate the work? Now, that's such a big, it's such a big platform to dig into. So maybe to start, if we go around to give each of us an opportunity to dig a little bit deeper, to describe the process of each of your projects, thinking about films, performances, or hybrid media that we make. I'm curious to hear a little bit, not just about the process of animating the film, but all of you involve a lot of different processes. So I'm curious to also hear about what does pre-production look like in your process? What are the various production techniques? All three of you, four of you, have very different techniques in the films. And then, of course, who else was involved? With all of your work, I doubt that you all are making work exclusively in a cave, even though, Paul, you're in maybe we can start with Randa and Paul. Could you guys share with us a little bit of that background on Bob Septa?
Yeah. I will just start to talk a little bit about the post-production, and then Paul will turn me to talk more about the animation of the film. Actually, Bob Septa is composed only of still shots. All camera movements are virtual. The floor drawings and signage have been added by Paul in post-production. It was very, very big work of post-production because it was, as I said, there is no camera movement during the shooting, and we added we created in post-production. There are around 80 shots in the film. But with two cameras, one frontal and one zenithal. And each shot has been staged in a rectangle of approximately 50 square meter. And the zenithal camera was like 8 high from the stage, and the frontal camera was 7 meters away from the stage. So in total, I think that it was like 160 sequences, shots. And then Paul has to manage with these two kind of shots to have some continuity for the movement. Just an example, only one car could fit in the frame. So each car is a shot that has been stuck to the other car and so on. And also each group of people is a shot that has been stuck to the other group of people and so on. So thanks to the software, we created a new 3 square kilometer map of the city of Ceuta, but not in 3D, but only using still camera shots. So it was a totally compositing made by collage. And maybe Paul can talk more about this part.
Yeah, so I took these little shots that were not quite that little. Each one of them were like a 4K shots, and I have to stick them together. So it was like a 260,000 pixel square composition at the end. That was the biggest composition I've ever made. So this territory came to life and was in fact animated at the end. I don't know if you have more time, but maybe it's enough for now.
Yeah, and perhaps we can, a piece of wisdom that was once told to me as a young animator is that once you actually finish making the film, the work, the performance, you're actually only half done. What needs to be done after that is to actually share it and show it to the world. But we will, of course, have a chance to come back to that. Thank you, Randa and Paul, and again, congratulations. Maya Gerig, could you give us a bit of insight into your process of making this film?
Yeah, I mean, Average Happiness is quite different from the other films that I made, because normally I have an idea and then the animation techniques come out of that. So I did children's films that were very classic with storyboard and animatic. But with this project, it was clear from the start that there was no possibility in doing storyboarding or animatic, because I just wanted to use these diagrams and take them actually from the internet. So the whole material Average Happiness is based on is found footage from the internet. All these diagrams exist. And I somehow copied them in Illustrator and animated them in After Effects. So basically, the process was also kind of a collage in a different way, because I wanted to show many different diagrams to avoid one topic. I mean, it's about the overdose of statistical diagrams that we are surrounded, the idea that you can explain everything in the world by statistics. So there was needed this kind of layouts, hundreds of layers of different diagrams. And then it was more or less all the layers that create the narration or the humor in the film were added during this process. Like the framework of the PowerPoint presentation, where you doze off into an erotic world, or just like the sceneries. I had certain sceneries that were quite clear from the start that they would stay in the film, others I threw them away, but I was like working on all production layers at the same time. I did layouts, I did sounds already, like sound effects, atmospheres. And then basically also my composer, Joy Frempong, she was also starting with the music composition from the start. And I think that was very important, that the music and the image in this film are somehow created together and really getting a unity to transport this feeling of this dry statistics being something central in the end. And something beautiful that is completely away from their original purpose.
Thinking about, that's really interesting to hear that you didn't storyboard, you didn't use storyboards to structure the flow of the film, because it is a very, the film is about, in a way, structure. It's a PowerPoint that unravels. I want to shout out that on the Ars Electronica website that all three of you have artist talks, like 10-minute artist talks that people can tune into. And something that I think is really important, Maya, about your artist talk is that there are visuals that accompany everything. You feel that part of that unraveling of the PowerPoint structure is, I'm curious how much of that is chance operation, because you feel these psychedelic visual connections and sonic connections that are unendingly surprising.
Yeah, it was a long process, and I also had help from, I was working together with Paul Bush, who is an experimental filmmaker since the 80s, and it was very important to have a sparring partner to test ideas, because at a certain moment I was so fed up from this imagery that it was very difficult to understand what works and what not, and of course we were testing it also with other people, but it was really important to talk about it a lot and to find the consistencies. Still, if it feels like there are many different ideas, there is a whole structure behind it and the whole idea of how you could tell such a story.
Well, you managed to pull off making infographics a lot less boring. So
I hope so.
And last but not least, Miwa Matrejek, who won the Golden Nika with Infinitely Yours. Miwa, could you dig into a little bit, share some of your insights, a little bit of background on your process, pre-production process, your production techniques, and who is involved in making one of these theater, animation, stage show, video works? It's hard to describe because you're pulling from so many places and histories and techniques.
Thank you. So in terms of the pre-production, I don't really storyboard, but I kind of did for this one in terms of just kind of drawing on note cards with ideas about compositions, like very kind of, rough drawings. I didn't really come from a drawing background. But then kind of having these cards that I could kind of put in the order. From pretty early on in the process of making the work, I connected with my friend Morgan Sorn, whose music I'm using throughout the whole piece, throughout the 26-minute piece. So I was able to kind of make like a sound score by placing these cards in the time to kind of start to get an understanding of the arc and the structure that I wanted to create. And I was talking earlier in the interview about a lot of the images are inspired by news items that I've been reading over the 4 or 5 years leading up to last year, and that I had been kind of cataloging in an app called Evernote, just kind of like copying links and some images to be like, oh, I want to make sure that I include a section about, you know, like drowning in an ocean full of plastics, or a section about like drilling for oil and stuff like that. So that was kind of like a mental marker of all the things that I wanted to create. And in terms of making the work, I come from a background in collage. So again, I think everyone said collage and like
funny.
Yeah. But
theme of the
yeah,
year.
so the process is very much like a lot of things that I had shot, photos and videos, a few found things that I really took apart and rebuilt into new images. And then, of course, the performance itself is almost like a collage, because I'm combining cinema and theater, and my own body is sort of like becomes this cutout, almost like a cutout silhouette that's inside of these layers of projected animation. So in the process of making the work, you know, because it's about climate change, it's like about my climate grief. It's about just me dealing with my overwhelm of, you know, the trash that I create and plastic waste that I've created, and sort of in the process of the piece, kind of like having to come to terms with that, and, you know, trying to reduce my plastic waste, because I'm like, well, I'm making this piece where I shot loops of all these like yogurt containers and you know, plastic cups and stuff, and I need to figure out how to not to have this anymore. But so the image, you know, all the plastic that's floating in the ocean is like my own actual trash. Well, some was pulled out from the apartment's blue bin, like the recycling bin. But and yeah, so there was a lot of things that I shot in the process of making the work, as well as a lot of footage that I found in my iPhone from like, you know, 3-4 years ago, where I was on a road trip and came across an oil field, or a river or a waterfall that I saw like years ago, that I kind of scrolled back and like found the footage and composited it into the images. So I feel like there's a lot of my life kind of integrated into the piece as well.
It's interesting to recognize the role of collage in all of your films. There's this sort of stitching together and piecing together. Miwa, when you're talking about, I can't help but reflect, thinking about your process, you're literally digging through trash, right? There's literally this process of digging through the detritus and the material that's around you to sequence something. Now, I think it's important with and the three of you have made really different works, but this being a category for computer animation, it's animation, we're dealing with time, right? And so one way that I think about the difference between a conventional collage, I have some collages up here in my apartment that are great ambient works that are constantly unfolding, but they're literally static. As filmmakers and performers, we have to deal with time. Can you talk about your process of actually sequencing these, like how do you actually come up with the sequence? Because all three of you, your work has really incredible flow, and in different ways. With Bob Septa, there's something very sobering about that. And I'm curious, perhaps we can return to that, because I'm curious about your background that produces a sequence like that. But to Miwa, to hang out with you for a minute, could you share with us a little bit of your process of coming to terms with what ended up being a really incredible, what is it, about a 30-minute sequence?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the piece is 26 minutes. I mean, it's a very back and forth process, because I am using a physical body. So, you know, there might be, I think there's timing of animation and like a logic of like cinema, but then I have to make it work with the physical body and the physical limitations of what my body could do in like a second, or, you know. So there's a lot of back and forth where I would make like a mock animation and then project it in my living room. I could set up the projectors and the screen in my living room to test throughout the process of making the work. So then I would like test it and be like, okay, I physically can't do this transition.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of pushing of that. So I feel like there's sort of, like I said, the music really helps to kind of build the emotional arc, because I'm really building the sort of like the energy based on the music, again, by my friend Morgan Sorn. So I feel like there's like a tension that I was trying to navigate throughout, of the musical tension and arc to sort of like the cinematic storytelling and sort of like the surreal intensity that I was trying to create visually, but then also what my body can do and pushing my body. So I do really quick transitions, but then having that be like kind of very visceral and intense and kind of jarring for the audience in some moments.
That's very interesting to think of your body as being a spine, the set of restrictions that creates the form of your piece. Randa and Paul, thinking of Bob Septa and the structure of that film, Randa, could you talk about your background? I'm curious what, when I think about a history of computer animation, your work is almost disguised as a documentary film. I could almost imagine some kind of new drone technology producing that kind of imagery. Could you talk a little bit about your background and the process that you go through to come up with the sequence of the story, the time that you're creating for us as an audience?
Yeah. Actually, I came from a fine art school. I was in fine art school in Tétouan in Morocco, and then our fine art school in France. And then I have a deep post-graduated from Le Frénois, Studio National des Arts Contemporains in France, where I actually started to make films. And this medium for me is, I find myself very free, because it's a combination between performance, between mise en scène, between sound, image, animated moving images, photography. And I think that, in the film, I can put everything that interested me. As I'm not coming actually from cinema background, except in Le Frénois, where we were like many profile of people. So yes, for me, now I think the film, but also photography, it's the medium where I can find, I feel more comfortable to put everything inside. And for Bob Septa, I actually couldn't made. There is a lot of material in this border, and I couldn't put everything in the film. So this is why I choose to also think this project in more in other format, other medium, like drawings, like photographs, and like performance, and other mediums. But the film for me was the most important piece around this topic. And then what I couldn't put in this film, I tried to do it in other medium. And by the way, with Paul, we worked also about a book, sound book, that I'm still working on it, where I try to put some drawings and also sound.
So there will be a book of Bob Septa that we can look forward to?
Actually, it will be a book of some drawings. Nothing really. It's the question of representation, but not with photography. It will be drawings and with sound. That all the sound that I didn't use in the film, I would like to recycle it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to think about, knowing a little bit of background in your project, something about Bob Septa, when I think about it as a plot of land, it's literally what Paul has done in this green screen cave. I don't know if that's where you actually work, but you've created a map. And in a way, the sequence of time that the audience goes through, is that what defines the extent of that map? Or Paul, did you actually create a space in software that extends much further outside of the frame that the audience has access to?
Actually, it was a bit of a headache at some points, because the territory had his own life at some point because of the duration of the shots and the sequences. So when Randa was asking when we were writing the movement of the drone, there was some constraints about what the shots were showing, about characters going in and out the shot that we couldn't show. So we had to manage between the time of the territory and the time of this floating camera. So yeah, not much that you don't see on the movie because we made only what we needed. We don't make more territory than what we needed.
As a fellow animator, I can appreciate the amount of material that needs to end up in the final cut. You don't want to waste anything.
No.
We actually just have a few minutes left. And so I want to kind of shift gears and think about some of these kind of larger issues. I alluded earlier to this idea that once you've actually made your artwork, your film, you're only halfway done. My belief is that the artwork is produced when an audience engages with it. And so to think really specifically about this moment that we're in, where the cultural landscape has changed a lot, where for those of us that are not actually at the festival in real life, where can we experience the work that we're talking about? Where can audiences experience your work? I don't know who wants to jump in.
Shall I talk?
Please, Maya.
Okay. Well, I think we still go for a traditional way to do this whole after the film is finished thing. I just missed the word in English, actually. Auswerten is in German. Because, I mean, I hope still there is a life after this pandemic, and then you want to sell your work maybe, and so you cannot, I don't put it online or do some other, and I also, it's not my decision, I have a producer and a distributor. But what is interesting about this whole online festival thing is, at least, I mean, you are sending without receiving a reaction. And for me, that's something very difficult because I'm not such a digital person in the sense of interaction with people. But still, I appreciate very much that the festivals are trying to find a way to distribute the work that we did. So there is an online version there where people can see the work.
Is it true that you're making a game or an interactive version?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's true. It was already planned from the start that you can actually stimulate your own diagram on your devices. So we are doing this now, and that will be a completely other way of just distributing and finding an audience. Yeah, but still it is possible. I think there are now, at least in Switzerland, again, festivals taking place physically, and the film was screened last week really in a cinema with real audience, and it was just...
So exciting.
There is no replacement for that.
Miwa, as a performer, I know you mentioned during the award ceremony that you made a new version of the performance, documenting it for Ars Electronica, of the pregnant version of the performance. In this moment, I imagine you're not actually going on tour with the performance. How are you thinking about this moment of sharing your work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've kind of had to kind of hibernate for two reasons. Again, the pandemic, especially in the States, but also the fact that I'm currently pregnant and I'm 8 months. So I literally, like, the recording that I did, I think was really the limit of being able to perform. I was like, getting up and down. But I mean, for me, the work itself is the live performance. It's really about, again, sharing this empathetical space with the audience. It's not a pre-recorded version. It's about the audience being able to see me breathing and, see each step. And, if it's even in a really intimate kind of space where it's like a gallery style, not on a stage, they can even feel me like drop to the ground and they can feel the vibrations of my presence. And they see me enter and exit as well. So,
we need to wait for that.
Yeah. IRL. I mean, like right now I've had to show some documentation as well as do a lot of artist talks. So kind of keeping the topic of the piece alive. And by talking about it, I mean, of course, like talking about climate change. And first, there's a few school districts where they're integrating my work into their curriculum. So talking about plastic waste and climate change. and then they would watch my piece through video, and then I would come in and talk about it in my process.
Excuse me, Mira, since the time is really approaching to our session, I have to interrupt you. I'm so sorry about it. But thank you very much for this wonderful talk that it's so interesting. I really would like to hear and keep the discussion for more hour and hour, but unfortunately this is the last session of today's Ars Electronica selection channel. Thank you very much for joining that Mira and Maya and Branda and Gilbert. Thank you very much, and congratulations again, and thank you very much, Peter, for these things. So yeah, actually, today, also as Peter mentioned, that from in our time, 8:30 p.m. in the Hagenberg channel, the Hagenberg University, the expanded animation channel, we have the only one-time YouTube streaming of the electronic theater, which is called the tradition of to show the top 15 winning artist project. It's shown, so only one time. So of course it's different and difficult for the time differences, but hope that people can join it to see it. Traditionally, also in Linz, we show it in physically, but this is also the difficult timing for this. So this, as I mentioned, this is the last session of today, and hope that you join us tomorrow again. I hope also you get a lot of inspiration in your brain and so excited. But at the final project is the beautiful piano concert by Maki Namekawa and the visualization by Koryolan. Please enjoy and see you tomorrow again.